Welcome to the only Amazon FBA course you will ever need. My name's Michael, and I'll be your host over the next 7 hours to make sure that you become an Amazon FBA expert. I am 23 years old, and I have been selling on Amazon for 3.5 years now, since my sophomore year of college. And since then, I have graduated college, and now I do Amazon full time. And the reason I'm making this course is for my 15-year-old self. When I was 15, I first started selling online with sneakers, and I knew nothing. I had no money. There was no information out there. So I am making this video for anyone who's young and wants to start making money online and doesn't know how. You may not have much money, or even older people who are working full-time and just want a side gig or eventually want to quit their full-time job but don't want to invest a lot of money into an Amazon course. This video is for you. I am here to give you the raw, authentic truth of Amazon FBA. Not pitch you into a $5,000 mentorship at the end of this course. I'm here to give you the facts, the truth, and give you the information to make yourself an expert. So if you sit down for the next 7 hours or over the next few days and watch this course from start to finish and take notes, you will become an expert in Amazon. That I can promise you. So now sit back, relax, take out your notepad, and let's dive into the first part of this course. All right, who am I? If you're going to be sitting down here for the next 7-ish hours listening to me talk, you may as well know a little bit more about me. Who is this guy who's about to talk to you and teach you Amazon FBA, give you a PhD in Amazon? So, my name's Michael Shenbaum. This is a picture of me. If you were curious what I fully looked like, that's a little bit weird, but if you care, that's what I look like. This picture was taken in December at the WAP headquarters in New York City. And this screenshot right here is from my Amazon seller account. The first year I started selling on Amazon. I started actually in like mid to late April with Amazon. And then May was when I got my first bit of sales. May I hit that 40K, June 80, July was my first 100K plus month. And then August I hit over 200K because, as we'll talk about later, Amazon is really holiday based, and August is that back to school season. Everyone's going back to school, so sales really spike in certain categories, which we can take advantage of. Then September, October, they went down a bit as I started like learning more, doing more research. I went back to college, and I was looking into like, okay, how do I get ready for Q4, which is the October, November, December, how to really maximize sales for the Christmas. And that's what I did. November was close to 200, and December was over 300,000. And that was crazy. And just so you know, this whole time, April, early May, I finished my sophomore year of college. Then in the summer, I was in my free time learning Amazon. August, went back to school, and I was in my junior year of college during basically the whole second half of this. Now, I'm going to show you guys some pictures. These pictures is just meant to show you like how I kind of started this business up and what I did before Amazon, all right? So right here in the middle, you can see this is my garage here in Florida, my parents' house. When I first started selling, I was doing fully everything out of the garage until I navigated to a prep center, which we'll talk about later as a way for you to basically outsource your business and not have to ship items to your house. So this is me shipping stuff from the garage. Here's a UPS truck. I was getting full UPS trucks at one point. Up here, this top picture is $401,000. Confetti coming down the screen. We love to see that. Celebrating. That was my first 400,000 rolling 30 days. From November 22nd through December 22nd, over 9,000 units sold, average sales price of $45. And that was great. I was ecstatic for that. Right before Christmas, hit that rolling 400,000. Then down here on the bottom right, we can see just a bunch of Amex charges from Kohls.com. Kohl's is honestly one of my favorite websites for online arbitrage, which we're going to talk about later. Don't worry, we're going to talk deeply about Kohl's, but I love that website. And this is just a lot of spending on there, right? So after my first year of Amazon, into my junior year of college, I finished my junior year of college, and then I really started transitioning my Amazon business to more so the wholesale side of Amazon. The wholesale side of Amazon is where you're buying products directly from big distributors and brands, and you're getting stuff on pallets. And because of that, I got my first warehouse my senior year of college, August of 2023. I got that warehouse here in Gainesville. I went to school to the University of Florida. I got this warehouse, 1,000 square feet, literally 10 minutes from my college, and it was great. I shipped all my inventory here. We did a lot of prep. Business kept on growing, and I hired out basically my friends who like they needed part-time jobs, paid them $15 an hour. They'd come and help me prep. It was a great stuff. And then over here on the far right, you can see this is my second warehouse. It was actually right after I graduated college. I moved out of my college town. I got another warehouse here in South Florida. And this warehouse is actually triple the size of this one. I know it doesn't really look like it because this warehouse is just a really long space. It's not super wide. It's just super long. And it was great. Just when we first moved in, there was barely anything in here yet, just some shelving. Yeah, it's much different now. And then now you may be thinking, all right, Michael, so you started Amazon in college, right? And then started in college, but how did you have any money to buy inventory? It doesn't make sense, right? Because you're telling me, all right, you did 400,000 rolling 30 month 8 into Amazon, but if you started as a broke college kid, that wouldn't be possible. And yeah, if you're thinking that, you're totally right. And that's because I didn't start as a broke college kid. I actually started my first business at 15, guys. I started selling sneakers. And these pictures you see here from around 2020 to 2022, somewhere in that time frame. And basically started selling sneakers with one shoe, about $200, one sneaker. And over the next few years, like throughout all of high school and then into my freshman year of college, I scaled that up tremendously to selling thousands of shoes every single month. Over here on the far right, I used to get full FedEx trucks every single weekend, full of shoes. Each truck would hold about 300 shoes. At times we would get like 4 or 5 trucks. Like I was getting 1,000+ shoes delivered every week. Mostly Adidas shoes, mostly Yeezys. If you're familiar with how Yeezys were a few years ago, it was insane. We were making tens of thousands of dollars every single weekend selling these shoes. For example, these sandals, I paid retail, which is $70 plus tax, about $75. Selling them for anywhere from $200 to $300, depending on color and size. All right, so you do the math there. That's a lot of money. And this is not many shoes. Like at times we had thousands. And also 2021, 2020, PlayStations came out. Other things were happening in the world, right? So stock was not the best. And every week I was selling around like 100 PlayStations, buying them at retail for $500, selling them for resale at the beginning at $1,000, at the end like $650. So I was making anywhere from $100 to $500, and I did this for about a year and a half straight. So that was cool. Here's just some more pictures. This is me when I was keeping shoes more so inside the house. My dad's office. You can see his foot down here, kind of. But yeah, selling hundreds, if not thousands of shoes and making a ton of money in high school. That's how I was able to start Amazon. There's like 1,000 sneakers between what's in the driveway and in here. This is one of my best drops ever. I think I got like 1,600 pairs of Yeezy slides, all for retail. Sold them all instantly. I had bulk. The nice thing about when you're buying shoes at this volume, you have bulk buyers. So I wasn't selling them one by one. I would literally sell like all of them to one person. So they would just buy like all 1,000. They wire you $100,000. You ship out 1,000 shoes, easy smeezy. It was nice. And this picture here on the far right is one of my first shoe drops back in probably like 2017 when these shoes first came out. It was a great time. And if you were into shoes at all, you notice these little stickers right here that are onto the right of the size tag, like this little like white sticker. This means the shoe probably it means the shoe did come from a Foot Locker, Champs, Foot Action, or Eastbay. RIP to Eastbay and Foot Action. They don't exist anymore, but it came from one of the 3 or one of the 4 foot stores. But you guys probably don't care. But yeah, you can see the Snapchat filter, so that is an old picture. Also, besides shoes and that stuff, I did graduate college. Just me and my roommate Jordan graduated May 2024. I've traveled to I think like 12-ish countries at this point, maybe more. I would have to count. This is a picture I took in Vienna, Austria in December 2023. Beautiful place. I just came back from Peru, Austin, Texas. I just went to 5 European countries in January and December. So I've been all over the place, guys, and still operating the business at a high level. So what I want you to understand is it is possible to have a life and operate a business. It is also possible to go to school and have a successful business. It is possible to work 40 hours a week and have a successful business. It just matters how much do you want it. That's the thing. And also, I've ran 4 marathons. I did the Boston Marathon this past April, so like a month and a half ago now. Phenomenal race. I love running marathons. My best time's 2:52 as of right now, if anyone cares. But yeah. So now you may be wondering, Michael, why am I making this course? And like I stated in the intro, this is kind of like what I would have wanted when I was 15. When I first got into like reselling at 15, I knew nothing, just watched YouTube videos, but really information was scarce. You're lucky nowadays how everyone's making YouTube videos literally on everything, so you can learn any business if you actually pay attention. My only issue with most YouTube videos on any online business is that people try to sell you, or like I would say the YouTube video is just a funnel into a super expensive one-on-one coaching program where they charge you $5,000 plus to talk to them one-on-one. And that's like really not my jam. So I'm kind of making this to save you from spending $5,000 on a course, spending $1,000 on a video course that's not even as good as this. So I'm making that for y'all because I know when I started, I didn't know what to do. I had no money, so I couldn't be spending $1,000, $5,000 on courses and mentorship. So really just give you the honest truth on Amazon. And to help at least one person who watches this, I don't know if anyone's going to watch this, right? I'm making this, but hopefully someone does watch it. So now you might be wondering, Michael, if I watch the entire course, can I guarantee success on Amazon? And no, I hope you already guessed that. I cannot guarantee it, guys, because what's going to happen, a lot of y'all are going to watch this and first of all, not watch the whole thing, going to skim through it or watch like 5 minutes of it and click off because you're bored, or you're not going to take notes, or you'll watch it all, but then you're never going to open your Amazon account, or you have your Amazon account, you're never going to buy a product, or you start doing product research and whatnot, I can't find anything good, but you don't have the 2 key Amazon softwares, Keepa and SellerAmp installed, and then you wonder why you're buying terrible products and why they aren't selling, or why you can't even list them to begin with. So your success is determined by you, right? Did you watch the entire course? Have you implemented anything that I told you? And remember, everyone is also in a different situation and will see growth at different speeds, right? I was able to grow quickly because I had quite a bit of capital from my previous businesses and previous online business experience. If you have less than $1,000 to your name, you know, it's going to take longer. But of course, there are ways to help expedite the process with credit cards, which you can skip to the credit card part of this course if you're curious on how that works. But yeah, you can expedite your process with credit cards. Also, if you're not 18 years old, right? If you're under 18, it's going to be tough for you, man, because Amazon does require you to be 18 to make an account. But of course, if your parents are supportive, you know, and they're willing to make the account for you, go ahead. By all means, do that. Because a lot of people's parents are supportive and they will make the account for you. Now, the one thing I really want to emphasize is extreme ownership. And now you might be wondering, Michael, what does this mean? And really, extreme ownership means you're responsible for everything in your life. This essentially means any problem or anything that arises in your life is your responsibility. If something fails, it's your fault. Even if you don't think it's your fault, it is your fault. So you're not going to blame anyone else or anything else when something goes wrong, right? You're going to take ownership of that problem and you're going to get it solved. And this is a book called Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink and Leif Babin. And essentially this book was a required book that I had to read my sophomore year of college. And the professor was actually a guy who sold his company for 9 figures, close to 10. And if you're not familiar, 9 figures means he sold his company for over $100 million. Very successful guy. And he said this is one of the most important books to him. And I 100% agree. It was a phenomenal book. And it will teach you literally what extreme ownership means and how to be responsible. All successful entrepreneurs need to have extreme ownership in their toolbox. Now, what you guys are probably really wondering, Michael, how am I making money from this? Why am I giving out all this information for free? Because isn't this going to hurt my business? One, as we're going to get into the next part, Amazon gets billions and billions and billions of sales every month. And there's enough room in the pie for everyone, okay? And the reality is, like I said previously, 99.9% of you guys who are watching this video are not going to implement anything I tell you to. So it's really like I'm helping like maybe a few people actually. Now, how do I actually make money? You might be thinking, okay, YouTube ads, yes, but unless this video gets millions of views, I'm not making anything from YouTube ads. Next, affiliate links. This is something I would really appreciate if you guys appreciate anything I say in this course. You use the affiliate links down below and the description. to all the softwares and supplies I talk about, especially Keepa and SellerAmp, because you do need those to sell on Amazon. I'm not telling you that just to make money off you. Like, if you don't use them, you're going to fail. All right. So if you don't have them, appreciate if you guys use the links below. It mean a lot. Drop a like on this video. And of course, I do have a community group, and no, this is not a $5,000 mentorship. It's not a funnel into a $5,000 mentorship. I don't offer a $5,000 mentorship, nor do I want to. It's really just a community group where you can chat amongst other sellers. We're going to have weekly live calls in there with me. We're going to have support by me. So any questions or anything you guys have, ask away. I'll be happy to answer them. All the documents and SOPs, which stands for standard operating procedures. So any document or sheet that I talk about in this course will be inside that group. So you can join the group and get access to all of them. And you get access to tons of Amazon sellers and really so much more, because I'm going to be constantly improving the group as this video stays up, and hopefully we get a few people in there to get the group engaging. I'm going to be adding more and more stuff into there. So I hope to see you on there, as that's the way we can really talk. Like if you want that one-on-one talk, like I'll be in there chatting with y'all and helping you guys improve your Amazon business, right? All your questions, anything, feel free to ask them inside that group. And the group, I'm going to make it as affordable as possible, right? So it's going to cost like less than $10 to join. Then there's going to be some sort of free trial. And then, yeah, it's not going to be expensive. It's there to help y'all. So if you want to learn more, you want to talk to me, you want to come to our group calls where we talk Amazon, feel free to join that. But yeah, enough of this intro stuff. Let's get into the nitty gritty part of this course. Let's get into it. See you all in that part. All right, now let's dive into the first part of the Amazon course. What is Amazon FBA? You know enough about me. You know why I'm qualified to teach you. Let's dive into exactly what is Amazon FBA. So Amazon FBA is the act of selling products on Amazon.com. Pretty straightforward. And FBA stands for Fulfilled by Amazon. So let's go over some crazy Amazon stats here. There's 1.29 billion in daily sales on Amazon. And if you think about it, if you get 1% of those sales, that's amazing. If you get 0.00001% of those sales, that's amazing. There's enough room in the pie to go around for everybody, which is why I'm giving you guys this information, because there's plenty of money to go around for everybody. And plus, these daily sales are increasing as online shopping is increasing by the day. And the crazy stat is 60% of Amazon sales are by third-party sellers. So that means about 700, 800 million worth sales every single day aren't sold by Amazon.com. They're sold by people like you and me, shipping out of their house, shipping in the garage, shipping out of their warehouses. Everyone has different size operations, but they're all sold by third-party sellers. So if you wanted just 1,000 of the 775 million daily sales, that would be 0.0001% of the daily sales, which is insane numbers. All right. So now that you know all this, you're probably wondering, how do I go about making the account? Because this is the part that a lot of people never do, right? I've been talking to many people over the last few years about like, hey bro, start selling on Amazon. They ask me, hey Michael, how do you start selling on Amazon? I was like, first thing you gotta do is just make your account. And most people never do. So go to sell.amazon.com. This is what the website looks like. Click sign up and put in your information. It's going to ask for your name, your email, your phone number, your driver's license, all your basic information about yourself. And then when you're done filling out the information, they're going to send you a postcard in the mail with a little like 6 to 9 digit code just to verify your address. You throw that in there and you'll be good to go. Amazon approves everybody. As long as you're a US citizen with a US social security number, you will get approved. If they deny you the first time, it's probably because you messed up. Just keep on going at it. And if you have any questions, drop them down in the comments, drop them in the WAP group, whatever it may be. I'm here to help you all. So common account FAQs, right? People ask me a lot of things. One of the most common things is, do you need an LLC? If you're not familiar with what an LLC is, it's a limited liability company, which basically just means an official business in the United States. And the short answer is no, you do not need an LLC. But you got to be reminder that in the future, once you pass like $10,000 in monthly sales, I kind of recommend you should get an LLC. It'll help you with tax reasons. As you want to expand your business, some people might require you having a legit business. But to start off, if you want to go make your Amazon account right now, you don't have a business set up in your state, Just go make it. You can always change it down the line. And so how long does it take for my account to get approved? A few days, right? Like I said, Amazon's going to send you a postcard. They may also ask for a video interview just to verify your identity, which is 100% normal, right? And like I said, if you get denied, you probably submitted something incorrectly, so just go back and do that. Now, you may be wondering, all right, Michael, I made my account, got everything set up. How many hours a week do I need to put in? I recommend at least 10 hours a week, right? But the more the better. So when I started selling on Amazon, I literally devoted about my entire summer to learning it, and I was probably spending like 50, 60 hours a week learning Amazon. That's why I scaled so quickly. But if you can put at least 10 hours in a week, what you think about is like 2 hours a day, Monday through Friday, after work, or put a few hours extra in on the weekend, you will do just fine. Remember, Amazon is going to be just as good as how much time and effort and money you put into the business. So if you're putting in 2 hours a week, don't expect anything crazy. If you're putting 40 hours in a week, there's no way you won't succeed on Amazon. That's how this business works. That's how all businesses work. And now you might be wondering, Michael, I just want to really put Amazon on autopilot. I've seen all these different like Amazon automation things on the internet. Is that possible? You can automate a lot of the business eventually. But at the start, you need to do most things yourself. And what I mean by that is, down the line, you can hire out different tasks to virtual assistants, which I'm going to get into later in this course. You can look down in the description to see virtual assistants timestamp. Skip over there if you want, but you can automate a lot of it. But it's not going to be a completely 100% hands-free business. But if you set up the systems correctly, you can get it down to where you can be pushing $100,000 in sales a month, working less than 10 hours a week. I was doing that. That's how I was able to go to college and travel and do all this other cool stuff. It's because I learned how to outsource my tasks to other people. So that way I only have to do the most high level stuff. But we will get into that later, as that is a more advanced topic. Now, some general Amazon terms. This is very important because throughout the course, you will see me mentioning a lot of these terms. So it's important that you understand what they mean. And just in general, you're going to see these terms more and more as you start selling on Amazon, so it's important you know that. FBA, fulfilled by Amazon. So Amazon FBA is probably the most common term you see online. Fulfilled by Amazon means Amazon fulfills your products to the customer. So for example, how this works is you buy the products from whoever, right? And then instead of you just listing them, you send them into Amazon, okay? Amazon receives your product, they hold it in your warehouse. And then when a customer goes and buys your product from Amazon's website, Amazon will ship your product directly to the customer. So it will come in one of those Amazon Prime boxes. It will deliver on an Amazon Prime truck. Now, FBM equals fulfilled by merchant, which this means, say you buy your product, right? Then you go and list it on Amazon. And then when it sells, you ship it directly to the customer. So via UPS, USPS, FedEx, whatever it may be. And that's the difference. So you may be wondering which one's better. They're both great. At scale, FBA is way better because it will allow you to be way hands-free. Basically, you buy thousands of items, you send all those thousands of items into Amazon. Amazon handles the fulfillment. FBM, you're gonna have to be shipping products one by one, so it's a lot more time consuming. But if you're a brand new seller, I highly recommend FBM just to get your feet wet, your foot in the door. You'll get your money back faster because you can buy a product today, list it today, sell it today, and ship it all today. And then right after it delivers to the customer, you can start getting your money from Amazon. Versus FBA, you say you buy a product today, you get it today, right? Because you bought it from in-store. Then you got to ship it to Amazon. That can take 3 to 5 days. Then it's listed, then Amazon ships it to the customer, so another week, and then another week for you to get your money. So it's a lot longer of a process. But at scale, FBA is way better, and that's currently how we operate 90+% of my business. We do a little bit of FBM, and there's certain times of the year where FBM should be really, really taken advantage of, but we'll get into that later. Now, buy box. Buy box is the white box with a gold button that allows the user to buy the product. So basically the add to cart, the buy now button on Amazon, that's the buy box. And the whole goal, you want to win the buy box. So you want your store to be in the buy box as much as possible. We'll get into it later on strategies to win the buy box more. Virtual assistants. I mentioned that previously about having to outsource your business. This is how you do it. Virtual assistants are overseas employees. They pay like $2 to $4 an hour to run parts of your business for you. They're typically from the Philippines. We'll get into more of it later. Prep center. This is another way to outsource your business. It's a third-party warehouse that receives and ships your inventory to Amazon. So instead of you shipping all your inventory to your house, You would ship it to the prep center, they would prep it, send it to Amazon, and you'd be hands-free. This is basically what I did most of the time I was in college before I got my warehouse. I shipped it to a prep center out in Montana. They received all the units, shipped it to Amazon. That way I wasn't shipping it to my college house. Some more general Amazon terms. Sales rank is a number given by Amazon to every product that explains how fast it sells. The lower the number, the better. So if you have a sales rank of 1, it's probably selling 100,000 plus times a month. If you have a sales rank of 500,000, it's probably selling like 2 times a month. And the sales rank depends by category because, say, the shoes and clothing category has a lot more items than the grocery category. So 50,000 sales rank or 100,000 sales rank in apparel is still pretty good, but 100,000 sales rank in grocery is not that great. Now, ASIN. ASIN is a term you'll be hearing me talk about all the time. It's an Amazon standard identification number. It's a unique code given by Amazon to every item on the platform, okay? It starts with a B. Typically it's a B0 and then a bunch of other digits follow behind that. And you may be hearing like, you gotta know the ASIN, you gotta get the ASIN. The ASIN's relatively easy to pull. You get that from the link on Amazon. I'll show you all later. All right, ungating. The process of getting approval by Amazon to sell a specific product. And ungating is very important because when you first make your account, you won't be able to sell a ton of products, guys. You're gonna be restricted. And that's completely normal because you're a new seller, you haven't gained any trust by Amazon. But we can apply to get approval from most brands. Not every brand. There are some brands that are very, very restricted, but most brands you can apply to get approval, and we'll get into that later on how you can apply for it. But don't worry, when you first start, there are gonna be a ton of brands that you're able to ungate. There also are a ton of brands that are auto ungates, which essentially means you click the apply button to ungate it, and Amazon just automatically approves you. And I actually have a list of thousands and thousands of SKUs or ASINs that are auto ungated for other people. They won't work for everybody, but that's down in the description too if you want that list. And now tax exempt. Tax exempt is super important. It's a certificate you get from your state to basically be exempt from paying sales tax. But in order to get one, you're going to need an LLC. And essentially what you do is you apply with your state. For example, I'm in Florida. You apply with the state of Florida with your LLC. You get a sales tax exempt, and then you show it to retailers to not pay tax. Now, this is really important in the next part. The 4 Amazon business models, guys. The 4 Amazon business models. You're going to hear about me talking these a lot. You've probably heard about them before, but you may not know what they mean, which one's the best. We're going to get into that right now. Now, retail arbitrage. So retail arbitrage is great for beginners, and essentially it's where you go into physical stores to buy product for Amazon. So say you're going to go to your local Walmart, you're going to go to the clearance section, and all you need to do is you need your smartphone, a SellerAmp subscription, which is a software that almost every Amazon sellers need. I'm going to have a full SellerAmp tutorial shortly, and an Amazon seller account. So basically you already have your phone, Amazon seller account you already have, SellerAmp's $20 a month. And all you got to do is pull up your SellerAmp app on your phone and start scanning the products on the shelves. And then it's going to pull up the Amazon listings, and you'll be able to see what's good, what's bad. I'm going to have a whole retail arbitrage section later in this course. This is just a quick overview so you understand what it means when we get there. It's very, very easy for beginners to start because you can go and do it right now. It's typically what I recommend all beginners to do because it's so simple to start. Actually, my buddy who was working in my warehouse in college, he wanted to start selling on Amazon. So like, bro, start with retail arbitrage. He got it set up on his phone. And then there's a store called Ollie's, which is really in the Southeast, I know for sure. I'm not sure if it's in the entire country. It's about Ollie's, Ollies. And they have great retail arbitrage items. He went to our local one, found these grass seeds, and he made a few $1,000s like in 2 weeks by retail arbitrage. Super easy, auto ungated. Really no work. It took him a few minutes to find them. So it's also great if you're working with a small amount of funds, because if you don't have a lot of money, you want to turn your money around as fast as possible. Retail arbitrage items typically have way higher ROI or return on investment because of the nature of the game. And like everything I'm going to go over in this course, we're selling on Amazon, the biggest e-commerce platform in the world. And we don't have to run ads or create our own products because we are selling name brand products. We are selling brands like Nike, Scott Seeds, Clorox, Tide, Gain, Adidas, all those major name brands. People are already searching them up on the internet, and they're going straight to Amazon first usually. And you don't have to run ads. You don't have to create your own website. You don't have to create your own product listings. It's all done for you. Now, online arbitrage. It's similar to retail arbitrage, but instead of going to into your retail stores, you're buying from those stores online. So you go to Walmart.com, Target.com, Kohls.com, any major website online, you can go to there to buy products. And maybe thinking, Michael, like, why would people buy these products from us on Amazon for more when I'm literally buying them from Macy's for half the price? And it's because, like I said before, people go to Amazon first for everything. Most people aren't that smart, guys. And they're just going to go straight to Amazon and pay a little extra. But the thing is also, online arbitrage guys, retail arbitrage guys, we are extreme couponers. We know how to see something on the website for $40, but bring that down to $16 when the average consumer doesn't. And then we pay $16 and sell it for $40 on Amazon. We're just selling it at retail price half the time. We're making like 30% margin. The customer's paying retail. Everyone's happy. But that is all about what I'm going to show you guys later on how to make products good, because that's the name of the game. We got to learn how to make products good that most people don't understand. And online arbitrage is great for beginners as well. It's personally, you saw my screenshot earlier, that 1.1 million in the first 8 months. It was basically 99% online arbitrage and like 1% retail. And like I said, it's very, very scalable. You're able to scale quick, fast, and again, no running ads or creating product listings because we're selling name brand products on Amazon. Next is wholesale. Wholesale is a little more advanced. I wouldn't recommend it to a beginner, and I wouldn't recommend it to anyone who doesn't have at least $5,000 to $10,000 available to spend on inventory. So if that's not you, you could skip past this part. Or if you're just curious, give me a listen. So I typically recommend it to more advanced sellers, right? And I actually got into wholesale, I would say about a year after I started selling on Amazon. And it's personally like 99% of my business currently, because wholesale, you can scale even faster than OA if you have the funds, because wholesale is where you're buying products from brands or distributors directly in bulk, typically by the pallet. So I have a few wholesalers where I say like, hey, I need 2,000 this product. They send me 4 pallets, done, easy. I spend 50 grand in one go. But that again goes to the point, more advanced, because like if you make a mistake on 50 grand worth of product, you're screwed, right? That could be the end of your business, right? Or you just don't have the money to meet a lot of these distributors' minimum order quantities. A lot of distributors I work with say, hey, Michael, we don't want anything less than 20 grand. It's like, okay, so that already eliminates half of the smaller sellers. And it's one of the ways I personally grew my business to 2 million plus a year. And again, you're selling name brand products, so you're not running ads or creating product listings. You're just going to have to be a more legit of a business. Later into this course, I'm going to talk about wholesale for hours. So learning every little tip and trick about wholesale. So if you want to talk about that, learn about that, skip over there. That's all for you. Now, private label. Private label is the last business on Amazon. And a lot of y'all may have just heard of private label, not heard of retail arbitrage, online arbitrage, or wholesale. That's typically how it is. Either people only know about private label or they only know about the other three. And so private label, a lot of people on the internet preach how this is the best model, but it's a great model for advanced sellers. And I'm actually working on my own private label brand right now. And I would definitely recommend subscribing to the channel, following me on Instagram if you want to learn more about it, because most of my upcoming videos are going to be strictly about this product, and it's a great product. But anyways, it's where you create and manufacture your own brand from scratch. So for example, you got to contact a manufacturer either in the US, China, whatever country, pitch them your idea, and then start manufacturing the brand from scratch. So get samples, formulation. If it's a supplement, you're gonna have to formalize it. If it's a clothing, you're gonna have to go back and forth on different samples, so on and so forth. It's an expensive process. For example, for my brand, the R&D fee, which is the research and development fee, was $5,000 off the bat. So if you didn't have $5,000 to spend on research and development, well, you couldn't even start private label. Yes, some are cheaper depending on the niche you're going into, but it's more expensive. And it's much more advanced as you have to create everything from scratch. Unlike the others where you're selling name brand, you're gonna have to create your own product listing. You're gonna have to create your own keywords. You're gonna have to get pictures. You're gonna have to run ads to your listing. And what if your product fails? You could be out $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 off the bat. And like I said, it's very, very large risk, but very, very high reward, because if your product does well, you start selling thousands a month of your own product, then, you know, you are going to be printing a lot of money. And I am, like I said, I'm working on my own private label brand, and I don't recommend it to new sellers. This course is personally not going to cover private label besides what you're hearing right now. Like I said, if you want to learn more about how building my private label brand, you can subscribe to the channel. You can shoot me a DM on Instagram, ask me questions, all that stuff. But later down the line, when this brand is hopefully successful, I will definitely make a video going more in depth on private label. but I'm not someone who's going to make a video on something they've never done before. I'm learning just like you, and I don't call myself an expert in private label if I've never done it at a successful level. A lot of people would make a private label video even if they've never done it just because they know some details about it, but that's not the way to do it, guys. You got to know and actually do something firsthand to be able to make a video and teach people about it. All right, so which model is the best? You might be wondering, and I hope you're kind of getting the gist. If you're new, arbitrage. If you're a little more advanced, wholesale. But no matter what, you should start with OA, in my opinion. So overall, no right answer here. But what I want you guys to do is sit here for the next few hours, watch me talk about retail arbitrage, online arbitrage, and wholesale, and then you decide which way you want to go, right? And then really, I'm just going to give you all the knowledge you need to start to scale each model to great numbers, as I personally scaled each model to great numbers. And however, if you're working less than $5,000, like I said before, you should 100% doing online arbitrage and retail arbitrage. You should not be doing wholesale. It's my personal opinion that everyone should start with arbitrage. Even if you have $100,000 ready to invest in the business, it's the most beginner friendly. It's the fastest way to start seeing a profit. And you can start doing it today versus wholesale, as you'll see later, it's going to take you quite a bit of time to get going, versus arbitrage, you can start today. And that's why I recommend it to all beginner sellers. And like I've always said, join the WAP group down below if you have more questions. You want to talk to me personally, you want to hop on calls every week where we're going to mainly probably be going over arbitrage, because most of you guys are probably newer and that's what you want to go over. But of course, you want to go more into wholesale, I can do that, talk about private label, whatever. I'm more than happy to. So now that you know the basics behind Amazon, what materials do I need to start, right? That's a big question. I really didn't know this when I started. So you're gonna need a thermal printer. And a thermal printer is like a label printer, you know, that prints out like UPS shipping labels, all that stuff. Typically 80 to 200 bucks. I actually have links down in the description for all of these materials and my favorite ones down below. Like I said before, they're all affiliate links. So if you don't want to use my affiliate link, then you don't have to. You can go search it up yourself on Google. But if you want to support the channel, use one of the links down below. Thermal printer, 80 to 200 bucks. Just really depends on what you need. If you're brand new, I just get the $80 one from Amazon. If you're a little more advanced, $200 Rollo printer is what I personally use. I have like 4 of them. And I would recommend those if you want to ball out a little more. But if you're on a budget, the $80 one's fine. They're both linked down below. 4x6 shipping labels are free from UPS. All you have to do is create a free UPS account and buy them. I have the link down below to that as well. 2x1 labels, $36.99 for a pack of 15,600. On Amazon, you will see there is a link for like a pack of 1,000 for $9.99, but that doesn't make sense when you can get 15,000 for 37 bucks. It's personally what I buy. Link down below. Poly bags and poly mailers. Poly bags are clear bags that you would put your clothes and stuff in. You don't really need that to start. Later down the line in this video, in this course, when we get into how to prep items, we'll talk more about poly bags and poly mailers, but they're both optional. Tape, you can buy like a 20 pack of tape for 20 bucks. Link down below. Shipping boxes. Those are just basic stuff. But the real thing is softwares you need. Here's a software list. SellerAmp and Keepa are required, guys. There's no way around it. There's no cheaping out on it. If you don't have both of them, you're going to be making very, very poor decisions. That's all I got to say. You need that. They're required. Please, please, please just get them. That's 2 packages, one for $19.95 and the other one I believe is $27.95. The only difference is the other one allows you to have like more people log into your account and you're able to search more items per month. So if you're doing it at scale, you're probably going to want the $27.95, but if you're brand new, $19.95 is fine. And plus they offer a discount or an annual subscription. But if you're new, you're going to need them both. And don't worry, I know you guys don't know how to use either right now. In the next few minutes, we're going to have very, very, very in-depth tutorials on both of them. So yeah, and they're both linked in the description down below. They're both affiliate links. Just want to be straight up about that. But yeah, they're linked down below. And now SellerBoard is just an accounting software. Essentially, it's 15 bucks a month. Link down below. You get a free trial as well. And basically, it just helps you keep track of your profits, your inventory, all that stuff. If you're brand new, you don't need it, but I highly recommend it. And plus, I believe they give a 2-month free trial with the link below. So I would recommend getting it once you start getting some products, and that way you can track your profits in real time and see how well you're doing. And then Box is $49.99 a month. Boxem is basically a listing software, so that way you don't have to go to Amazon's website to list products. You do it through Boxem. And this Boxem you definitely do not need when you're first starting, okay guys? Although, once you get a few products in, you're gonna see like why I would recommend getting a software like Boxem over using Amazon Seller Central's workflow. Honestly, Amazon Seller, their workflow is very, very clunky. And I personally don't like it. Later, we'll show you how to make a shipment on both. But Boxem is the way, I promise you. It's what we personally use in the business. $49.99 a month. Highly recommend. Full tutorial later in this video. Now, the budget needed to start, guys. So just for y'all, I made a little Excel sheet with like a budget that I would recommend. Amazon professional account, $40 a month. And basically, Amazon has a free account, but let me tell you what it means. They charge a little more in fees, and they charge an extra $1 per unit sold. So once you sell 40 units, it equates to $40. And you're gonna get lower fees and some other things with the professional account. You want the professional account, is basically what I'm saying. So it's required, it's monthly, it charges directly to your Amazon account, and Keepa $20 a month, SellerAmp $20 a month. These three are required. So down here you can see total required monthly expenses, $79.95. Out the bat, that's what you need to spend. And you can make that up over 2 products, 3 products. I mean, if you sell at least like 10 products a month, you're gonna make that money back in no problem, guys. And now your other one-time expenses are pretty much here. Thermal printer, $80, 2x1 labels, poly bags, poly mailers, 3-inch packing tape. And 3-inch packing tape, guys. Please get 3-inch packing tape. There's 2-inch packing tape and 3-inch packing tape. The one I have in the description is 3-inch packing tape. I promise you, after someone who's used thousands of rolls of tape, 3-inch packing tape is the best. Just trust me on that. 3-inch packing tape, guys. And so one-time expenses, $186.99. So total month 1 expenses, if you get everything on here, is $266.94. But if you just want to get your required stuff, $80, and you can start right off the bat. So let's dive into some Amazon fees that you need to know of. Basically, the fees in Amazon fully depend on weight, size, and category. So I can't tell you, hey, everything on Amazon's 15% seller fee. There you go. Depends on weight, size, and category, which is why you need SellerAmp on your phone and on your computer to easily access all of this stuff. You put it in your buy cost, it'll tell you exactly what your fees are and all that stuff. We'll get into that later. Inbound shipping fee is the shipping fee charged by Amazon to send your items into FBA. And Amazon has great fees because they negotiated stuff with UPS, where the inbound shipping is very, very, very cheap compared to if you bought it yourself. And then, of course, there's also shipping fees if you're going to ship it directly to the customer, which when we talk more about FBM later, I will show you a full FBM breakdown and fees. Now, placement fees. These are optional fees charged by Amazon on FBA shipments. Essentially, Amazon prefers if you split your shipments up to multiple warehouses, so that way it's more optimized to win the buy box. But Amazon does allow you to say, hey, I want to pay a few extra in fees and ship it all to one location. I personally recommend to do Amazon optimized shipments, which we'll get into later when we start making shipments. But essentially, this will send your items to multiple warehouses, but it'll also allow you to sell items faster, which is a plus. Now, we all been waiting for. Let's dive into the first business model, guys. Online arbitrage, also known as OA. I'm probably only going to say OA moving forward. Now you guys know that. So some cool OA stats. OA is how it's able to scale to 1 million Amazon in 7 months. It's the best. It's the best. It's the best. It's the best. I love OA. You can do OA from anywhere in the world as long as you have a laptop and Wi-Fi. I believe like on my 3rd month selling on Amazon, that June, July, I spent like the whole time in Peru visiting family, and we did like 100K and 120K a month those months. So OA is great. So OA can be done as a small side hobby, making $500, $1,000, $2,000 a month, or it can be a multi-million-dollar business like I did with it. It really depends to you, right? So over the next few hours, I'll give you all the knowledge you need to take OA business to millions, just like I did. And if you implement what I say, you will succeed. If you don't want to implement it, that's on you. It's totally up to you. I'm putting it out there for you guys to decide what you want to do. Now, OA software's overview. Required software for OA. SellerAmp, Keepa, the same for every model. You need SellerAmp and Keepa. DS Amazon Quickview is a free Chrome extension. We'll get into it in a minute here. But these are the softwares you need to start OA. SellerAmp and Keepa, so $40 a month, just the standard, okay? Now, we're going to dive into a full full tutorial on all three of these softwares. So let's dive into the first one. All right. SellerAmp time, guys. SellerAmp time. So now that you have your SellerAmp account, when you log into SellerAmp's website, you'll see this screen. All right. You're not going to be on their website that often, but this is the screen. Make sure you download a SellerAmp Chrome extension, guys. You need the Chrome extension because it's very, very important. And you can download the app on your phone. All right. So first things first, before we even do anything with SellerAmp on Amazon's website, I want us to understand how this website works. Here you can see your SellerAmp search history right here. Basically, you click here, it just shows everything you searched on SellerAmp. But the big thing first is you want to go into your settings over here, and you want to make sure your settings look like mine. I'll go over quickly what all these settings mean, but you want to make sure they look like mine. So as I'm going through here, just make sure yours look the same. So home, marketplace, Amazon, these two don't matter that much. Inbound FBA shipping fee, all right? So this basically is going to calculate per pound about how much it's going to cost to ship your items to Amazon. All right. So it's typically about 60 cents. I like to put 70 cents just to be a little on the high side, be safe, because that's what makes sense for me. I would recommend doing the same thing. So that way you don't have to worry about, okay, oh, my shipping to Amazon is going to be another 15 bucks. Don't worry, because you already calculated that in your upfront buy cost. So it's going to be straight done for you. Inbound placement fees. All right. This is like I talked about earlier. Amazon optimized shipments or partial or minimal shipments. Anyone who's watching this course, you're going to just want to do Amazon Optimize. It'll split up your items to go to the most convenient warehouses for Amazon in order to get the fastest check-in times into the Amazon system and have the fastest shipping times to the customer. All right. Basically, minimal shipment splits will allow you to ship it to just one warehouse, but they're going to charge you about 20, 30 cents a pound. Partial shipment splits, they'll charge you a little less and they'll ship you to like 2 to 3 warehouses. But if you don't have that much inventory anyways, Amazon optimized splits. If you want to go more in depth, probably, hey, Michael, when do you think I should go into the other ones? You can shoot me a DM. We can talk about it. But for anyone who's watching this course, you're probably just going to go Amazon optimized splits. Peak storage fees are fees that are charged in Q4 because of high volume. Don't have to worry about this. You see right here, it says October 1st to December 31st. You only need to set this option on during those times. All right. Enable CEP store. This should always just be on, but you're not selling in Europe, so it doesn't matter. Storage time, just leave this at 0. Local fulfillment, FBA, European fulfillment, you're not doing that, so just leave that. VAT, that's European stuff as well. Okay, minimum BSR, maximum BSR, minimum profit, minimum ROI. I would just leave it like this. This just basically determines later on if SellerAmp's going to be green or red based on different things. It doesn't matter too much. I would just leave it like this. Prep fee, $0, miscellaneous fee 0, miscellaneous fee percentage. All right, these are important, especially miscellaneous fee percentage. And what this means is going to be your sales tax. All right, so say you have 7% sales tax if you're in Florida, right? If you put the number 7 here, SellerAmp, say your buy cost is $5 before tax, right? And you don't want it to be on adding 7% every single time you do anything. Just put 7% here. SellerAmp is going to automatically calculate your buy cost before you do anything. All right. So you put $5 in, it's going to add your buy cost in the back end, and you don't have to worry about it. You never have to forget. But if you have no sales tax, so you just leave it at 0. If your sales tax is 10%, leave it there. I'm just going to put 7% because that's what mine is in Florida. And prep fee would be, say you're shipping your items to a prep center and they charge you $1 per unit. You could add that in right here, and SellerAmp would automatically add your prep fee to every single item you buy. But for most of you guys probably don't have a prep center. You probably just have sales tax, so throw that in there. But remember, if you're buying from a website or a particular item that has no sales tax, you're going to want to have to take that off. Or if you have sales tax exempt, you're going to want to take that off, and so on and so forth. All right, default values. This is all just standard stuff. Leave it exactly how you see here. Same with all this. If you want dark mode, you can turn that on. I personally like light mode. Just keep all of this exactly how you see it. It's all standard. No reason to really talk about it. If you're really curious, you can go on the little question marks on every single thing and see what it means. All right. So now we have that set up. Let's go into the next part of SellerAmp, which is going to be what SellerAmp looks like. So you're on Amazon. You have your SellerAmp Chrome extension right here. Your SellerAmp Chrome extension, turn that on. This is what it looks like. All right. So SellerAmp will automatically calculate the sale price based off the buy box. And this is the buy box right here, the little yellow buy now at the cart button. And this seller is sold by Elite Star. He's winning the buy box right now. So we're going to want sold by to be our name. All right. And he ships from Amazon, which means he is an FBA seller. Okay. If it said shipped from Elite Star, sold by Elite Star, that would mean FBM. But this part of the tutorial in the course is really just seller amp. So we're going to stick here. We're going to get more into like what all this stuff means on the left side of the screen in a little bit. And just so you do know, you can have your seller amp be like really wherever you want on the screen. You can have it be it tiny. I personally like to have mine on the far right and big over here. So let's go from top to bottom. This stuff up here, don't worry about it. But here's the picture of the item, the name, all that stuff. Here's the most important part, your ASIN, okay guys? So we're gonna wanna go over here. Let's zoom in. So ASIN, the B00 number, this is the Amazon identification. So when you go create the product listing, when you do anything, you're gonna need to know the ASIN. So keep this in mind, all right? UPC is the barcode. So every product has a barcode, the UPC is identification for that. You don't usually ever need the UPC, but it's here just because you know. This is important. Dimensions, how big and how heavy is the product, all right? This is important to know because especially if you're FBMing or just in general buying things, you wanna make sure you're not buying anything giant. I remember when I first started selling on Amazon, I bought these Nerf guns. I thought they were just gonna be like, you know, not that big, like maybe a foot long, 12 inches. And these things were 30 inches. They were the biggest things I ever seen, pain in the ass. I wouldn't have bought them if I'd known. So that's important to know. Also, like, I don't recommend buying things that are over like a few pounds because at that point, the shipping becomes really expensive. Typically anything under a pound is great. And that's really it. If you click this Amazon link, it'll open up the Amazon product page, but we're already on that page. If you click the Google link, cool to know, it will search the item on Google to see who has it for a good price. You can see Vitacost is actually selling it for $2.80, which if we put that into our cost price, you'll see we're losing money. But let's go back over here and go over more. So eligible, this would say yes or no. You sign into your Amazon account on SellerAmp, which you can see, I'll show you right down here, alerts, click log in. You can log into your Amazon account. Then this will show if you're ungated or not. So it'll say yes or no. And then the alerts just shows different things you should be knowledgeable about your listings for. For example, V for variations just means this listing has 2 variations. And there are a lot of other alerts that we should go into later. When we're analyzing more products, we're going to see a ton of different alerts and things that we can talk about. But for now, that's what the alerts panel means. And just so you know what a variation is, it means how there's a 16-ounce pack of 1 and a 16-ounce pack of 4. So that means there's 2 variations of the same exact product or the same product, just 2 different quantities, sizes, different things like that. BSR, sales rank. This is a 1K sales rank in the category of grocery and gourmet food. And SellerAmp is estimating it sells 6,000 plus times per month. So we notice it's a fast seller. We could sell a lot of them every time a month. But one thing I do want you to keep in mind is just because it says it sells 6K times a month doesn't mean I am personally going to get 6,000 sales a month if I have that much stock. Because you got to remember, I'll show you real quickly down here before we get over there. There are a lot of sellers on this listing, 14 FBA, 4 FBM. So the buy box or the amount of sales each seller is getting is going to be split that 16K amongst all of them. You know, you could still get 1,000 sales a month, 500 sales a month, but you're not going to get 6,000 is what I want to make clear. So the max cost here shows the max you could pay to hit your desired profit and ROI. I believe our profit is like $3 to hit green. So this doesn't really matter anymore. What you want to see here is what cost you have to pay to be profitable. Okay, see like here, if I pay $1 for this item, I sell it at the current price, I'll make $1.67, 19.98% margin, 167% ROI. Now you may be thinking, Michael, all right, I pay $1 for this item, I make $1.67. $1.67 is not life-changing money. But you got to remember this. This is a volume game, right? Say you get 1,000 of these sales a month, right? You get 1,000 of these, right? And this is also in the grocery category. So the grocery category you see is non-returnable due to food and safety reasons. So real quickly, I'll show you down here. This is something cool in SellerAmp. You can able to put in how many you're going to sell. So say you sold 1,000 of these, right? It will tell you, okay, your cost is 1,000 because you're paying $1 per unit. Your sales price is 18 or 8,360, and your total profit is 1,670. So you're right, okay, one doesn't make much sense to me, but 1,000 of them, I just made $1,000 I didn't have, $1,600 I didn't have. So that's where money's made on Amazon. Of course, a lot of products are going to be more than $1 profit per unit. But the thing is, you don't want to pass up cheap profit items because the ROI is still great, the profit margin is still great, but it's just a volume game, right? There's going to be other products that may sell 20 times a month, but you're making $20 an item. So, you got to think about it like that. And if you have a bunch of these SKUs, you have 10 of these SKUs, you're making $10,000 a month, guys. That's where the money's at. And so real quickly, you may be wondering, what's your ideal profit per unit? Really, I like to be above $3, being 100% transparent. But if the item sells fast, like a profit, with the ROI being over 100%, I'll take $1.67 profit all day. Profit margin, though, is really important. This is like after fees and all that stuff. How much am I making? 19.98%. I like to say your profit margin should be at least 15% minimum. And it's going to depend on category as well. So I'll be straight up. Grocery category, you get no return, so you can take a little lower margin. But if you're selling shoes, for example, shoes have a much higher return rate. So I like to be 30% plus margin to accommodate for any returns I get in the mail, because there are fees associated with all returns. ROI, 167%. Really anything above 30% ROI is pretty solid. So offer summary, we're seeing FBA 14, FBM 4. That's how many of each offer are on the listing. Google Sheets, I'm going to come back to this. This is very important, and I'll show you what it means in a little bit. But let's finish going over here. Ranks and prices. This is just showing basically the details above in another format. Not much to go about here. And here's the alerts, but like in standard format. Basically, Amazon shares a buy box, yes. No known IP issues. IP stands for intellectual property. So an IP complaint would be an intellectual property complaint. This would be filed by the brand saying like, hey guys, we're basically kicking everyone off the listing. It would show up in your Amazon account health, and you can fight these. But just so you know, IP complaints are bad. So if there's ever saying like there's a possibility of an IP complaint on the listing, we need to double check with the Keepa chart down below to see if that actually happened. Later down the line, I'm going to show you some examples of IP complaints, but let's keep on going down with SellerAmp. Standard size, just so you know, means that it's not an oversized item. Amazon does have an oversized item fee. It's typically above $20, I believe 25 inches, and they charge an extra fee, but SellerAmp will notify you. That's what's so great about SellerAmp. It notifies you for all these issues, and if it is oversized, it'll automatically calculate the fees. Here's something cool, low price fee, low price FBA fee in effect. What this means is anything under $10, so $9.99 and under, Amazon has a special fee in effect. And let me show you what this means here. See, if you put $9.99, you're making $3.17. But look what's happens if I put $10. $2.41. So it just went from $3.17 to $2.41. So we lost like 60 cents right there. This is very important. If you're selling an item that's right around $9.99, $10, you're always going to be cheaper at $9.99. And look, even if you put $10.50, we're still sub $3.17. So this product has to be like, what does it have to be around? Like $10.80? It has to be around $10.80 for it to be the same price. And even at $10.80, I might as well price it $9.99, because like, why price at $10.80? I'm losing 2 pennies, right? So just want to keep in mind when you're close items like this. I see a lot of listings where sellers are selling stuff at like $10.50. Like, bro, sell it at $9.99. You'll make an extra buck. You know, some people are just not the brightest and they don't know things. But that's why I'm here to teach you. All right. So next, meltable. Let's go over this real quickly. What is meltable? Meltable would be, let's say, an item. How would I say this? Meltable would be like a gummy or a chocolate that melts, right? So say M&Ms, right? M&Ms are going to melt if they're left in the heat, right? So Amazon has meltable seasons. So essentially between like October and April, you're able to send meltables into Amazon's warehouses and they will ship it to the customer. But between April and October, they stop letting that happen. So the summer months, essentially. They don't let you send in meltables to Amazon because if they melt, Amazon doesn't want that to be their issue. You can still sell meltables, however. You have to list them FBM and ship them yourself, because at that point, you're taking the risk on the shipping and not Amazon. Meltables are very lucrative, though. In the summer months, I wouldn't recommend selling chocolates, but like different gummy vitamins oftentimes qualify as meltable, and those aren't typically going to melt unless it's like 200 degrees. So you can ship those in FBM yourself. Here's charts. This is a Keepa chart. It's essentially a smaller version of what you see down here. I always recommend looking at this chart. When we get into Keepa and the next part of this course, I'll go more over all this stuff over here, all right? And then cost price. Here's another thing at the profit calculator you saw at top. You can put in your pricing and do whatever you want. One cool thing about SellerAmp is, say you have like a discount code, right? Say you got 20% off the item, you can just do minus 20% It does the math in here plus 0.2. It does all basic math divided by 2. You see what I mean? So it does all the math in here, so I don't have to use another calculator. And then it just shows your fees breakdown. So discount, profit margin 31, break even sales price. You can see all your fees, referral fees to Amazon's basic fee, 80 cents, fulfillment fee by Amazon FBA, 422, no storage fee, prep fees, inbound shipping fees. And here it shows your miscellaneous fee. Remember before in our SellerAmp settings, we put over here 7% sales tax. You can see Amazon's automatically calculating that 7% sales tax, and they're also calculating 73% or 73 cents for inbound shipping. Like we put in over here, we put 70 cents a pound. And if we go back over here, we see it weighs 1.04 pounds. So SellerAmp is adding 73 cents in to accommodate for that. And then we see if we sell 1,000, we make $3,100. That's at the $9.99 price. That's not at the current accurate buy box. All right, next, note and tags, variations, all this stuff is not super important. Discounts, lookup details. This will essentially show you though, how many times you've looked up this item before. You see, the last time I looked up this item was April 9th, 2024. So I was probably looking at it last year, or when my virtual assistant was looking at it, seeing if it was a good product or not. Now here is the offers tab. So this shows all the offers on this listing, every seller. And if you click this, it limits it just to the FBA sellers, which are prime sellers. And this just shows everything. But one thing I want you to keep in mind is it shows the stock counts of 30 plus. So they might have a lot of stock. But one thing you want to keep in mind is, excuse me, my throat's been talking a lot today filming this course. But the one thing I want you to keep in mind is you see how these guys are priced at $8.36 the same, right? But these guys over here are priced $9 plus and then $12 plus. So this basically means not everyone who's on this listing is competitive, guys, right? So like I would say anybody under $9, so the first 10, yeah, they're competitive sellers. They're going to be getting the buy box. But anyone else like 11 through 18, they're not competitive. So when I was saying before, 6,000 sales a month, right? And you don't have to divide it across 18 sellers. You may just want to divide it across 10 sellers. So that means each one could get on average 600 a month, some more, some less. Of course, buy box is affected by other things, such as how long you've been selling on Amazon, your stock count, all that stuff. We'll get into that more when we talk more in depthly about buy box the later part of this course. But just want to show you, this is how you see everything. All right, now I told you I was going to come back to Google Sheets. All right, so everyone who's watching this course, you guys get access to this sheet. You're going to get access to these course documents here on my Google Drive. And this sheet is where you're going to keep track of all your Amazon listings that you find, all your leads. Leads are products that you find that are good. So you're not going to be able to edit this sheet, but you're going to want to hit File, make a copy of OA buy sheet, so you have your own. And let's see if it loads here. So once you have your own OA buy sheet, what you're going to want to do is you're going to come into your SellerAmp. You want to go to Google Sheets and Setup. And you're going to want to click Connect Existing Sheet. Here you're going to want to put your spreadsheet ID. So your spreadsheet ID is everything after this D/ all the way up onto this slash here. So everything between the slash edit and the D/. So this, all this, copy this, throw that in here, click Connect. And basically SellerAmp is connecting to this sheet. So for this one, I'm just going to put OA example sheet. All right. And then, so that's the title of it. So it's going to pop up my SellerAmp. And the big thing, you want to make sure your field mappings look exactly like this. If you're using my sheet, it should import, but if it doesn't, you can drag these things around. You can change it right here. So I'm going to go really slowly down this line. Please make sure your stuff matches this. So you need to pause the video here, pause it, and then you should be good to go. Once you got that, click back. Now you see OA example down here. Now let's go back to our SellerAmp. And let's refresh this screen. And what you'll see in a second here is something really cool. Once it loads, all right, here it's loaded. And now you see under Google Sheets, it says OA example. So you see our cost prices in here, our sales price, all that stuff. Let's click OA example. And it's going to load for a second. And then it's going to have a check mark any second now. Okay, check mark. So if we go over to our sheet here, look at that. All the product detail is in here. We found it on May 26, what it is. So here in website item name, right? Remember, we found this, say it was profitable from Vitacost, right? So what we do is we just copy the link to this product, and then we would throw it in website item name, Vitacost, right? And then the sales price and the cost price are already imported. So bundle would be like the other variation, for example. So you see here is a pack of 4. So if it was a bundle, you could put bundle items for how many bundle. This would be how many items are in the bundle. For so bundle items would essentially be, okay, what items are in the bundle. So it would just be the baking soda. But there's sometimes like a shampoo and hair conditioner, so that's why that's there. You can delete this column if you want. It's up to you. Bundle price would be, you know, the $4 times 1, so it'd be just 4. And then profit margin, ROI, ASIN, Amazon URL, all important things are already in here. These are just extra columns that we sometimes fill in. I have my virtual assistant sometimes fill in. It's not really needed. So for example, discount code and notes and how many you buy. What these essentially mean is there a discount code that we need to use to get it profitable? Yes, put that in there. Notes, anything I should know about the listing. How many would you buy is mainly for my virtual assistants to say like, hey, Michael, I think we should buy 20 of these. They put that in there. Is Amazon on the listing? Yes or no? Just let me know. Yes, we should be a little more wary of the product. No, I'll get into it more later on competing with Amazon on a product. Hazmat essentially means if the product is, how should we describe hazmat, guys? Hazmat like aerosol cans, spray cans, those are considered hazmat, and essentially like they're flammable, and Amazon doesn't like you sending them in without noting it beforehand. Most of you guys will not be able to sell hazmat. You can apply to sell in the hazmat program. If Amazon accepts you can. If not, you can FBA just like meltables. So that is this. It's very, very cool. I recommend any product you find, you just throw it in here. All right, so next, basically that's SellerAmp, but next part, I want to show you real quick down here. This is very important to me. What this shows is all the sellers on this listings. If you hover over them, you can see their names and review counts. This is going to really get us into storefront stalking, which is going to be the next part of the SellerAmp tutorial. But let me just show you real quick. If you click on these, let's click on like 2 of these guys' stores, just so you guys can get an example real quick. It brings up their store and it shows all the brands they sell, how many products they sell, there's 16 ASINs, their reviews, and then you can scroll down and just look at their items to try to find good items for your store. Same with this store. This guy has 65 ASINs, which is 65 unique items on his store. You can scroll down and look at everything he has. You can see his stock counts, the Keepa charts, all this stuff. And in a little bit in this course, we're going to go over how to use SellerAmp to do a method called storefront stalking, which is essentially looking at another seller's store and finding good items from there. But in the meantime, that is SellerAmp in a nutshell for you. Of course, you may not understand it all fully, which is completely understandable as it's your first time looking at it. But with practice, you will understand it. And as we go into more sourcing techniques and how we live source with SellerAmp, I'm going to have like 2-3 hours of that in here with Keepa to get to understand. But now, after doing this, let's jump in to the Keepa part of the course. All right, welcome to the next part of the course where we're going to talk about Keepa, what Keepa is, why it's so important, the basics and utilizing it, and then so we can start diving into product research and all the other cool stuff. So Keepa, when you sign up, this is the website where you sign up on, okay? What it looks like, you can sign up from the link down below. Just to preface, it is an affiliate link, so if you don't want to support me, you don't have to use that link. You can just go to keepa.com yourself. If you do want to give me like 10% of the cost of Keepa, which is like $2, then you can use the link and support me. But anyways, here is Keepa. And most of it is not that important on this website. The key thing is you want to download the Keepa Chrome extension. So that way when you go to an Amazon product listing like these Air Force Ones, you scroll down, you see this guy. This is the most important thing. And just so you're aware, your Keepa graphs may look a little different than mine. Just make sure your graph settings is like this and that you have all these little boxes like checked how I do. All right, so make sure all these are like colored, these, and that's all really you need. All right, I would also, you can have the review count up if you want, doesn't really matter, but the ratings doesn't matter as much as all. Like main thing is this blue thing, the blue offer count down here, and then these lines up here. So let's go into what each one means one by one. All right, so the pink line you see up here, all this pink. Here, I'll just turn off everything else so that way you guys don't get confused. All right, leave sales rank on because those are two most important. The pink line is the buy box. That is this price right here, the 102.84. That's the buy box price. And if you hover over here, 102.84, currently you'll see fast and quick ship. Fast and quick ship, he's on the buy box, okay? And you can see it ships from Fast and Quick, sold by Fast and Quick. that means it's FBM listing. And basically this line just shows how the price, the buy box, is fluctuating over time. You see it was 98.40, 98.38. Let's zoom in a bit so you guys can see 98.20, 98.18, 95. The price fluctuates throughout the day. And this is because the buy box changes between sellers. It rotates. So if people are getting the buy box at 102, why are you priced at 95? Svan is just not a smart seller. But like total sales at home, he's pretty smart. You know, so me as a seller, I would probably want to be priced at 102 if I see buy box is getting hit at 102, right? So that's essentially what buy box means. And you can expand the chart to look back a year. You can expand it to look back 1,500 days. But really 3 months is really the most important thing when you're looking to buy a new product. And here, what I'd be analyzing is I'm looking at this buy box price to see, is it relatively consistent over the last 3 months? And it's not like terrible, but it's also not great. The one thing I like to look at in a last 3 months buy box is see what was the consistent low price. And by that, I mean, we can see here was hovering around 98 for a while. Here was hovering around 94, 99, 95 bucks. So kind of for me, what I'm thinking is, all right, I kind of want to buy this product, right, where I can sell it at $95 and still get like a 30% margin. And the reason I'm going to say 30% margin is because it is a sneaker. Sorry, 30% ROI. The reason I'm going to say 30% ROI is because it's a shoe. And remember, people buy shoes, they don't know if it fits, they try it on, and then it may not fit them, so then they return it, and so on and so forth. So typically you want 30% plus ROI on shoes. So I'd probably want to buy the shoe around $50, right? And this is me thinking like worst case. Like worst case, the price goes down to 95. I'm still winning, right? But also like, okay, if I can get the price back up here at 110, like I'm really winning, right? And then if I get price at current buy box, which is what I'm going to hope I get, 102.84, you know, that's pretty solid, right? And then that is how I analyze the buy box. And now let's go to the next line, and that's the sales rank. This green line shows the sales rank, which is the velocity, how fast it's selling. As you can see, it's about a 9K sales rank, 500 plus sales per month, right? And we can see that here on SellerAmp. So really SellerAmp and Keepa is a combo. You want to use both of them, right? So sales rank. And the key is you want the sales rank to be relatively consistent. And you can see here the sales rank goes up and down, up and down, up and down, which is pretty normal for a listing. Next, you really want to look down here, offer count. Offer count is very, very important. And one thing we can notice is the offer count has gone down recently, which also has resulted in the price going up a teeny bit. Typically what you'll notice is if offer count goes down, price increases. Not always, but just typically that's how it works. And if offer count's going up, price is going to decrease. And I'll get into some examples later. But while we're on the shoe listing, let's go into a few more things. This yellow line would mean if Amazon's ever on the listing. I like to have it on, and really like a Nike listing or like this listing, Amazon came on once, it probably just got like a random pair. So I wouldn't really worry about it, but competing with Nike is not something you always want to do. And then these lines here for new third party or for new and for used, you don't really have to worry about with shoes. Typically electronics are the only time where you ever have a used item that you will be selling. And then here you can see third party FBA, third party FBM. A lot of the FBA people like the price quite high. These lines are really not that important. It's really just this one, the Amazon, keep it on, and you should be good to go. But while we're here, I want to go into the Keepa variations. Track product. What does track product mean and why is it useful? A lot of people never go into track product, but I like to. So say for example, the price was at an all-time low right now, like say at 90 bucks, right? And say you didn't want to buy it at 90, but if it hits 95 again, right? I want to be notified that I can come back and buy it. So you can set a Keepa price alert here. You click $95, you click start tracking. And basically what will happen is Keepa is going to send you a notification to your email whenever the price hits 95 bucks again. So this is really good for like seasonal items or different things where like the price is at a low right now, but I know if the price hits 95, whatever price again, I want to be notified to buy that. So I put the track product and Keepa will send me an email and that happens. It's very, very useful and most people never use it. Next, let's go into data. Data is pretty much SellerAmp, but in a different version, how it's written out. Most of this you'll never have to look at because you should be looking at SellerAmp. This is really not useful. But the one thing I would say, if you ever want to know about like a specific variation average sales, because for example, I just want to tell you, this 500 plus sales per month is all the variations combined on this listing. So that means it's all the colors and all the sizes combined. And typically in variations, this isn't even that accurate either. So the ways to know how fast this specific size 8.5 white is selling, you're gonna have to test it out yourself, or just look over here, sales rank drops last 30 days, 258. So what this means is, if you look at the Keepa chart, this means this sales rank is going up and down, like it's dropping at least 258 times in the last 30 days. But the thing is, keep in mind, this isn't 100% accurate either, but it's a good example. So for me, I'm kind of thinking, okay, 8.5 may sell 200-ish times a month. Then I buy like 10 of them, test it out, and see what happens. And I know I said I'll buy 10 of them and test it out. We'll get more into like doing test orders in a little bit from now. This section is just solely what does everything inside of Keepa mean. Next is offers. Offers is a little bit of an interesting place because offers, these charts here are not that accurate, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. But they are nice to look at occasionally. Like the stock history is not that great. I would typically more so look at offers without a variation listing, and we'll get into that in a little bit. So this is essentially what the offers looks like. Nothing too great. I'll just quickly run down stock history. This is supposed to show you how much a seller is selling in a month. But as you can see, these charts are very, very, very inaccurate, so I wouldn't look at it. And then let's just go into buy box statistics. This is very, very important. If you're not looking at buy box statistics, you're making a bad play. All right. So what you typically want to do is filter it to have the most recent date at the top and see, does anyone have like 60% plus, 70% plus a buy box share? If they do, you should kind of look into, okay, why is this person getting the buy box, which is up here, so much? But here you can see like 10%, 12%, and you can see in the last day, several sellers have had the buy box. So that means there's different sellers rotating up here, which is good. That's what you want. You don't want it to be 100% one seller, because that means it's probably going to be hard to get sales. The other thing you want to look at is these check marks. These check marks mean that the seller who's on the buy box is an FBA seller, which means, for example, KK Supplies, he's an FBA seller, so that means it's sold by KK, but shipped by Amazon. But Frank's Cop, Fast and Quick, they're FBM sellers, meaning sold and shipped by them, as you can see right here. And this is very important because say you're wanting to sell FBM, right? You got to make sure FBM is actually getting the buy box, because sometimes FBA dominates the buy box and FBM gets nothing. So that's very important to keep in mind, all right? So you got to make sure, is FBM getting the buy box? Here, yes it is. It's an FBM friendly listing. And one thing you'll also note is that FBM typically has to price a little lower than FBA to get the buy box. As you can see here, Fast and Quick, his average sales price is 97 versus KK is 103. And if you look, if we zoom in a bit here, let's say to this part of the Keepa graph, we zoom in more, we can notice FBA is 100, which is a little odd because FBA typically will sell higher. That's probably on the seller. If we scroll back here, when it went to an all-time high, it was FBM too. But most listings, FBM will have to undercut FBA a teeny bit. Not always. That's why it's important to zoom in on the Keepa chart, see what prices FBM and FBA are getting so you can price accordingly. All right. So buy box used won't matter to you unless it's a used item, which you shouldn't be selling used. Now variations. All right. Variations is very, very, very important. All right, guys, because on variations shows every single size and color on here. And I'll be straight up. The variations tab is very, very useful. And one thing I like to do to look to see what items on the variations are selling fast is I like to come here to new offer count history. All right. So your new offer count history may be way down here, but the nice thing about Keepa is you can just hold up here and drag these things around. You see? So I would sort your variations on Keepa to look exactly like mine. And then what you want to look for is just scroll down and find things where this new offer count history is fluctuating. Because if it's fluctuating a lot, that means sellers are going in and out of stock, which means it is selling. If a seller is going in and out of stock, it is moving. So you see these aren't moving, plus the shoe is $800, so like no one's buying that. But this one, this is going like crazy. So this sells fast, right? Then we scroll in a bit. Okay, this is selling because it's moving. Offer count's gone down a lot recently. That means this is selling. This just sells slowly, but it is selling. This is selling pretty well. You see what I mean? Because you go to a variations listing and then you're like, okay, I found one good product. But if you go down here and scroll, there are so many items where the offer count is moving relatively quickly, right? Which means all these items sell. So we got to go into each one and see, all right, okay, I found a good item. Now I got to see if I can find it profitable. So all you have to do to go to this one is you click over here, and then Keepa will load it up the Amazon page and see, okay, this is $165 and offer count's going crazy. But this Keepa chart looks really funky, right? Like, what is this Keepa chart, right? That's what you're probably thinking. It's like, I want to be straight up with y'all. Sometimes Keepa charts are messed up. Not most of the time. It'll typically happen on some random variation listing. But as we can see from the offer count, it is moving because it's going up and down like crazy. So it is selling. And you can see the buy box disappeared here. That means it went out of stock, guys. That means it went out of stock. So what we need to be aware of is like, okay, that means it's selling. So I want to buy some of these. If I can find it as profitable, good to go. But that is essentially variations. And then your settings, it should just be left default. If you want to make sure it looks exactly like mine, you can come in here, copy, paste that. Next, I want to give you another example of a listing. This offer count, look at this. It went from 30 offers to 2 or 3 overnight. This, if you see this on a Keepa chart ever, red flag. Red flag. Like fire engine red, like stay far, far away, never come back. This means IP complaint 99.9% of the time. On this specific listing, I'll be honest, it wasn't an IP complaint. Amazon kicked off a bunch of people off of Nike listings on this day, but still, this is typically what an IP complaint looks like. And the reason Amazon kicked a lot of people off Nike listings is because a lot of people were selling counterfeit items, so they had to do a cleanse and make people reapply. And anyways, so if you see like an offer count go like drop to 0 essentially overnight, IP complaint, stay far away because there's a good chance it happens again. That is what this means. All right, another Keepa chart example. Here I want you to see how the price here was consistently steady at $20, right? And then I want you to notice how the offer count went down by like 10 sellers and the price went up to 24, 26, and it was here for a while, okay? And then what I want you to notice is around February 20th, the offer count went up from like 25 to 50 in a month. And what happened with the price? The price went from 25 down to 21, down to 19. This is bad. And if you were a seller and you spotted the offer count going up quite quickly, this is when you want to be cautious. You'd be like, okay, price is going up quite quickly. I should stay away because there's a chance the price goes down quite a bit. And that's what happened here. And I'll be straight up with y'all. I wasn't paying too much attention because I was getting a little like cocky, you know, like I've been doing this for a while, so I wasn't paying much attention. And then I kind of got screwed because I sold this item and then I got stuck with a bunch over here. But what I want you guys to look at is the all-time Keepa chart. And we can see this has happened a few times on this listing. We can see here, price was at 25, offer count went up, it went down to 20. It has happened quite a few times historically. We can see here it happened again. Price was selling at 20, offer count went up, it went down to 18. So we can see historically on this listing, it's not like a shock. It does happen, but it's just something I want you all to keep in mind, all right? Because when things like this happen, it happens. And it's nothing to be shocked of, it just is what it is. So this next listing here is a listing where the brand dominates. It's just a brand on the listing. You can see occasionally some other people hopped on the listing, but it's really just a brand dominating the buy box. If you go to data buy box statistics, you'll notice the brand gets it 100% of the time. This is a listing where you wouldn't want to hop on. Even if you find this product profitable, say you find it for $60, right? It's like, okay, damn, that's a lot of money, right? You don't want to sell it because the brand is going to kick you off. You will most likely get an IP complaint, which will affect your account health, and then you could get deactivated on Amazon. So if you see just a single brand on a listing, stay far away. That's what I'm going to say. And now here's a listing with Amazon on it. I've actually sold on this listing before. And what can you notice when we zoom in here on the Keepa chart? If we just hover over here, we see Amazon is on the buy box, right? Then we see other people are on the buy box. We see Shopwise is getting it. But what do we notice? Shopwise is having to price at 144 versus 149 at Amazon to get share. Same here. Another seller got it, 146 versus Amazon's 149. And then if we scroll back quite a bit to like December, we can notice that a lot of people were getting buy box, right? And they were just having to price below Amazon. Even Amazon went out of stock, but even with Amazon in stock, they were sharing buy box. So the key is here, I want you to know, you can compete with Amazon. You just got to check the buy box statistics and see, is Amazon sharing it? Yeah, they're getting it 80% of the time, But also this listing sells 10,000 plus times a month, right? So, I mean, that means there's like 2,000 plus sales a month to go around to everybody. So yes, I would sell this listing if I could. And sorry, excuse my stuttering, but I've sold this listing like, I think of 500 of these coffee machines back in December. So I'm just saying straight up, if Amazon's on a listing, doesn't mean stay far away. But if Amazon's on a listing that looks exactly like this, straight Keepa chart, 100% buy box offer, you do not want to compete with them because they're not going to share the buy box. But that is essentially the basics of Keepa. But the thing is with Keepa, I want to really get in your head is how important Keepa is and how being able to analyze these graphs are going to be the difference between having a successful Amazon business and an unsuccessful Amazon business where all your products tank or don't do well. So you got to be able to understand these graphs. And you may be thinking, okay, Michael, those 4 charts you showed me, it makes a lot of sense, like just basic chart reading. And you know, that is true, but there are going to be thousands and thousands of Keepa charts that you are going to see. And every time you see a new one, you're going to learn something new and new and new. At this point, I've seen over 100,000 Keepa charts. So I would say I've seen everything. And I'm pretty confident in looking at a Keepa chart to know like how the product's going to do. But as a new seller, you need to spend time practicing sourcing and understanding how Keepa charts work. So in a little bit, we're going to probably do 2 to 3 hours worth of sourcing using SellerAmp, using Keepa, and using another cool tool in Keepa called Keepa Product Finder, which I'll get into down the line, which is really going to get in your head, how do we source for Amazon correctly, efficiently, and without making too many mistakes where you have to worry about price tanking or me getting kicked off the listing for an IKP complaint. And if you really watch all these videos coming up, you'll understand that's about how it works. But one thing I really want to get in your head is also, it's okay when you first start if this doesn't make sense to you, because it just takes practice. Remember, I told you I spent 50 plus hours a week when I first started practicing. And if you're only spending 5 hours a week, it's going to take a little longer for you. Some people are more tech savvy than others, so it can become faster to them. Maybe you're a statistician. If you're a statistics guy, it might come a lot easier to you versus someone who doesn't ever use a computer. But that is essentially the basics of Keepa. And now let's go into the next software, and then eventually we'll talk about the advanced side of Keepa. All right, now let's talk about DS Amazon Quickview and why it's so important. So you're gonna wanna go to your Chrome web store, type in DS Amazon Quickview, and add it to your Chrome for free. It is one of the most life-saving tools out there. Super quick, super easy, super fast. You'll see why in a second. So when you go to Amazon and you have DS Amazon Quickview already in, you will start seeing these little boxes under your items here on Amazon. And essentially what they do is they all carry the sales rank. As you can see right here, it has the sales rank number 408, the ASIN, and if it's sold by Amazon or not. And what's nice about this is you can easily sift through faster selling items, and you can skip past items that have Amazon in stock, only one FBA seller. So for example, like this one, it's sold by Amazon, has one seller, which is probably the brand. Like, I don't want to deal with that. But then I'm scrolling, and say, okay, here are 3+ FBA sellers. All right, that looks good. It's worth promising. So let me click on that one, right? And I scroll here, okay, 4 FBA sellers, 5+ FBA sellers, 10 sellers, no Amazon on this one. These are the type of things, like, it just helps me save time when scrolling. That's really all it is. It's really just a time saver, and it's convenient for me. Like I see right here, okay, this thing has 9+ FBA sellers. I might as well go over here and look at it. So that's essentially what it is. That's DS Amazon Quickview. It's just helpful tool to have in your stockpile. It's free, so you might as well have it added. All right, on to the next. All right, let's talk ungating. Ungating is probably something a lot of y'all have trouble doing, don't know how to do it, which is completely okay. I'm going to give you everything you need to know how to get ungated on Amazon. I promise this will be the best ungating guide you'll ever see. A lot of people will charge you, thousands of dollars. I've seen these people on the internet charging $2,000 just to get you ungated, which is ridiculous. So let me show you here in the next 15 or so minutes how you guys can get ungated in every scenario that you can run into and how you can avoid that. So what is ungating? Ungating is just a process of getting approved to sell a brand on Amazon. And typically what will happen is you will navigate to the catalog, add products, and you'll come to a page like this. You'll paste your respective ASIN, which is the product you want to sell, select new condition, and click the supply to sell button, right? And then once you do that, you'll be navigated to a screen like this, where you'll have to click at least one purchase invoice because you have an invoice. and you have to select all the boxes. Just always select all the boxes, upload the file, and submit it. All right, so that is just the steps to Ungate, right? But what happens in the process, right? The super simple process is you order 10 units of the same item from a retailer. You make sure the name, address, and email and phone number match what is on your Amazon account. So when you go check out, like on Target, for example, you make sure all the information matches what you use to sign up on Amazon. That way Amazon can match the invoice to you. All right. Then you're going to submit the invoice to Amazon, wait for a successful email. Usually it takes about 24 to 48 hours and you'll be good to go. But of course, it's not always that simple, which is why now I have this next 2.5 pages of documents that go over more and more on how you can get ungated. So rule 1, like I said, you must buy 10 units of the same SKU. This means same size and color. Example, you're buying like a Nike shoe that's black size 9. You have to buy 10 black size 9s. You can't buy 2 black size 9s, 1 white size 10, 3 red size 8s. Even though they're the same shoe, technically they're just different colors. Has to be 10 of the exact same ASIN, exact same item, exact same SKU. So please do that. That's a common mistake a lot of people make. Next, your billing address on the order must match the address on your Amazon account. So this is just standard in general. Your billing address when you buy something should always match the address on your Amazon account. This is standard, always should be, because say down the line Amazon or a customer says, hey, I think you're selling an inauthentic product, right? You're going to have to submit invoice proof showing that you bought the product, where you bought it from, all that stuff. And if your address on the invoice doesn't match your home address or the address that you used to make your Amazon account, you'll be screwed. So billing address must match. The shipping address can be whatever you want. So the shipping address can be, say you wanted to ship the items to your prep center or whatever, doesn't matter. Billing address, important. The name on your order must match the name on your Amazon account. That should be standard. Should either be your first and last name or your business name. Now, always submit the invoice under the ASIN you purchased. For example, if you bought 10 black medium hoodies, right? And the ASIN is B09, whatever, then apply for the Ungate under that respective ASIN. Now, websites to get ungated from. You can get ungated from pretty much any website, such as Nike, Kohl's, the brand's website. But here I'm just going to go over some of my favorite websites and why. Now, Target, the best website by far. If you're able to buy your brand from here, then please do that. Their invoices work 99.9% of the time. And once the order ships, you can download the invoice from their online account, right? So you make a target.com account. Once the order ships, you click download or you click download invoice once it ships, because before it ships, it won't be there, and you can submit that to Amazon. All right. And the reason I recommend to buy from Target is because their invoices almost always work. So even if the item is available, say you're buying Fruit of the Loom, right? And Fruit of the Loom you can buy from their website, you can buy it from Walmart. But Target has Fruit of the Loom. Even though Target's price may not be the best, I would personally buy Fruit of the Loom from Target and then get the invoice, use that invoice to get myself ungated. Then once it's done, I will just return the items back to Target. And that is a simple process. And you may hear people in the space saying you shouldn't return items that you apply to get ungated with. And that's just BS, because these are major retailers. They're not going to just stop accepting returns, right? It's not like you're buying from some local shop and going in every other day to return stuff, right? You're shipping them back to Target. They get thousands of returns a day. They don't care. So that's what I would do, buy from Target if possible. Next would be Kohl's. They're great for ungating. And once the order ships, the same process, you can download an invoice from your online account. Just note, Kohl's is not as great as Target, so that doesn't always work, but Kohl's almost always ships your order with the invoice. And if they don't, you can call or email support and ask for a PDF of the invoice. Kohl's is a great ungating place. They have a lot of brands. And this kind of ties in here with Sephora, because Sephora and Kohl's are literally the same company. So every Sephora product, or almost every Sephora product, is on the Kohls.com website. So if you're buying like any makeup brands from Sephora, just go to the Kohl's website, buy 10 of them, get the invoice from Kohl's directly, and you should be good to go. Now, TJ Maxx. It's a really great website for ungating, and it's honestly really slept on. Most people don't know TJ Maxx even has an online store, but they do, and actually it's great for OA sourcing. We'll get into that later when I start sourcing some products with y'all, but they are great. And they always send an invoice in the box. That invoice works 8 times out of 10. Not gonna have to submit it a few times, but we'll get into it in a bit, what happens if you get denied. All right, TJ Maxx, great website. Ulta is a good method for beauty items that you can't get from Kohl's, TJ Maxx, or Sephora. Their invoices have worked for me. I actually got ungated with a huge brand from Ulta with the paper that comes in the box. So that's what I recommend using. Just note, it may not work the first try, the second try. I think it took me like 8 tries, but it does work. All right. Now, Best Buy works. Just ask support for the invoice. This is probably your best spot for any electronics that are not on Target. Go to Best Buy. Helps a lot if you have a business account too. Plus, business accounts on Best Buy allow you to purchase more than their typical quantity limits. For example, you'll notice a lot of times they'll say like, okay, 2 purchase quantity. Then you make a business account, maybe like 15 or 20. And now the brand website. This would be for products that are only found on the brand's website that aren't on Target or on Kohl's. Here you want to buy 10 units and then contact support after it ships and ask for invoice. Most websites will give one. If not, most websites do ship with an invoice. What you should tell them if you have to ask is be like, hey, I just need an invoice for records. That's all. Don't start saying I need an invoice for Amazon because they may not want to give it to you because they think you're going to return it. Just like, hey, can I get an invoice for my record keeping? That's it. Now, you could get denied. It's normal. You may have to submit an invoice 10, 15 times. It's okay. But I'm going to give you a lot of tips now for what happens if you do get denied. All right? You gotta remember, Amazon, most likely it's not a US employee looking at these invoices. It's either an AI or some overseas employee who doesn't know anything about US retailers or distributors. So, first tip of the day, if you get denied, change the invoice name each try slightly, so it doesn't seem like it's the same document. So that could be adding a 1 to the end of the PDF file, adding like just a random word to the end. Whatever it is, just change the name slightly so that way it doesn't look like the same document. In case it's just an AI looking at it, they see the same exact document name, they'll just discard it. Highlight all important information such as name, address, email, phone number, product info, anything that's important, highlight it. I always do this on the first try anyways, but if you didn't do it on the first try because you're lazy, definitely do it on the second try. Just helps to keep everything straightforward so they know what to look at. Now, if that fails again, so try number 3 could be, okay, submit a picture of your email confirmation, shipping confirmation, tracking number showing it delivered, picture of items in hand, even your credit card or bank statement, and the invoice, of course. And make sure to combine all this into a single PDF. So you can use a software like Adobe Acrobat to do this. They have a PDF combiner. So that way, instead of submitting 10 different PDF files that they have to click one by one to open, they open one PDF file. They just scroll down. There's like 20 pages in there. That's all information. And you want to do this, guys, because this just gives them undeniable proof that you purchased it, you paid for it, it's shipped, you have it in hand, right? Say you're still getting denied, right? Say, all right, they're just instant denying me. Like, I'm getting auto denial emails. Basically, that means like they're probably not even looking at it. Like, you submit it within 60 seconds, you get an email saying you've been denied. This is like what you do, worst case scenario. And you're going to want to follow these steps. So first step, you're going to want to go to Seller Central, Catalog, Selling Applications, Case Log. Under Status, below where it says Denied, click Get Help. And just so y'all know, these steps, one of my good friends just recently used it and it worked splendidly for him. So it does work. Now here you'll have to send an email. The goal of this email is to get a supervisor to look at the information, and you may need to repeat this process another 10 plus times, but I promise you it will work eventually. Now, actually I shouldn't say I don't want to promise because Amazon's always changed the rules, but it'll give you a really good chance. Now, this should be professional language, and you can pretty much just copy and paste the script, just fill it in with like the brand. So if you're buying Nautica, whatever, your company name, right? And really just send it a few times. If you keep on getting denied, try to be a bit more aggressive in your speech. Say you really need to speak to a manager, because the goal of this is to get a supervisor or a manager to look at it and not just some computer program, right? And I would recommend changing up this text a bit to your own terminology. Throw it in ChatGPT, explain your situation, and have it spit out something new. That way, not every person submits the same thing. Now, here's another frequently asked questions that people typically ask me about ungating on Amazon. So can I get ungated as soon as I purchase the items? So that means like I go to Target, I click buy, and then can I just get ungated immediately? No. Websites do not give invoices until an item ships. Even some, not even until it arrives. Plus, if you get denied, right, you're gonna have to wait for that delivery confirmation and all the documents like I listed above to show that you actually have the item. So don't stress about ungating until at least it ships and then once it arrives. Now, a common thing you may see on Amazon as of recently is Amazon asking for 100 units for ungate. And I've seen people get ungated with 10 units time and time again, okay? So I've seen 100 units they're asked for, I've seen 300, I've seen 400 the most. And just submit an invoice with 10, right? I've seen countless people do it with 10 units. Just keep on trying, keep on submitting, keep on following my steps above. Feel free to ask me questions, but it works 90% of the time. And after like 15 tries or whatever, guys, like if you keep on getting denied on something with 100 units, 400 units, just skip past it, because you're just wasting your time at that point. The biggest thing is we don't want to waste time. If I keep on getting ungated after a few tries, I kind of put it on the back burner. Or sorry, if I keep on getting denied after a few times, I just put it on the back burner. And then like every few days, I'll just check on it. And if I get ungated, great. If I don't, there's thousands and millions of other products for me to sell. Now, how should I title the file, the invoice I submit to Amazon? This is how I always do it. Put the brand, so it's Nautica_date, so May 25th, then _invoice.pdf. That's what I would do. It works well. It keeps it organized for yourself and for Amazon. And again, if Amazon keeps on denying me, common question, even though I tell you guys they're going to deny you, just keep on resubmitting. Follow the steps, resubmit, follow the guide, you'll be fine. Do email confirmations work? So like I said, you want to submit an actual invoice, which is either from the retailer giving it to you in the box, or you can download. Email confirmations typically don't work. Sometimes they do, but not usually. The only time you really want to submit the email confirmation is if the invoice gets denied and you submit that email confirmation along with all your other information, right? Such as the in-hand photos, credit card charge, and more. And so now you may be asking, or you may run into this situation because you're probably not thinking of it right now. If I'm on a brand, I can only buy it from the brand's website or another website, right? And say that website only requires me or only allows me to check out 5 at a time or 4 at a time or 3 at a time, whatever that is, if it's under 10, right? What you're going to want to do is you're going to want to place 2 or 3 separate orders, however many you have to do, of the exact same item. Make sure it's the same item, the same information, correct information, and the quantities add up to at least 10. Then you submit all the invoices together to Amazon. You should combine all the invoices into a single PDF using Adobe Acrobat like we discussed. That way, submit one file titled Nautica_date_invoice, right? With like 3 different invoices from the brand that add up to at least 10, and you should be good to go. It does work. Now, can I use Amazon to get ungated? Yes, you can. However, there are a few rules when doing this. And what you'll notice, nowadays, Amazon has a new box. This one didn't show it, as it's an older screenshot, but they have a box that says, if you're using Amazon to get ungated, make sure it has at least 50 units. And basically what that means is, you have to, if you're using Amazon, you have to have at least 50 units purchased of the same SKU. So let's go through the steps. You don't want to use Amazon business account where all the information matches your seller account. All right, straightforward, easy to do. You must buy a listing that says sold and shipped by Amazon. It cannot be sold by a third-party seller. This is very important. You must be buying something that is sold and shipped by Amazon. It can't be sold by some random and shipped by Amazon. It must be sold by Amazon as well. Make sure all the information matches your Amazon seller account. Standard, like everything you do in ungating should match your account. And then they require 50 units. So you must purchase 50 of the same SKU. It could be multiple orders, but 50 of the same SKU. You can return after, of course, right? Amazon has good return policy. Just return it afterwards. Who cares? Now, you can download the invoice from your account once the order ships. Standard process. And now submit and get ungated. This works most of the time. I have a few friends and they just go to Amazon every time because they have the highest success rate with it for ungating. But the biggest downside is you have to buy 50 units and find a listing that allows you to buy a lot. They do allow 50 unit purchases quite a bit, especially on business accounts. So, but I would still go to Target over Amazon. If all else fails, I would come to Amazon. Now, can I use a gift card to purchase my order that I'm using for ungate? We're going to be talking about why we use gift cards in a little bit. And yes, you can, but I usually recommend using your credit card because say you keep on getting denied, right? We want to show those bank statements showing that you actually paid for it. And that way your bank statement will have the charge to either Target for the amount, whatever website for that amount. Easy to prove it, right? Now, if say you need that gift card to make the item profitable, remember, just return the items after you get ungated and then buy what you need to buy, right? It's not that big of a deal. You just return and then buy it again. So that is getting ungated. And I hope that answered all your questions. And besides these rules, I just want to quickly mention that I do have this auto ungate ASINs list. It literally has like 1,000 plus ASINs and brands. And basically this is a compilation from a lot of sheets I see on the internet that basically people have used this specific ASIN and pasted it in over here and then when they clicked apply to sell, it just said, congratulations, you've been approved to sell this item instantly without submitting everything. And just so you know, just because these ASINs had worked for someone else in the past doesn't mean it's going to work for you. Because everyone's account's a little different. Everyone has a little different stuff going on their back end. So just so you know. But it's a good place to start if you just want to see what you're ungated, and you can just go down this list one by one and see. But yeah, both of these documents will be linked in the description down below in the course documents Google Drive. So I hope this was helpful, and I'll see you on the next part of the course. Alrighty, everyone. In this next section, we're going to go over how to identify scam websites. All right, because when you're doing online arbitrage, it's important to note that you may come across a website that's a fraud, and we want to be able to avoid this. So, for example, here in my example, I just typed in Keurig cups to see what happens, and as we see, a bunch of websites pop up. Like Uline, we know is a legit website, so we buy boxes from. Keurig.com's obviously legit, right? But then we start going down this line, and then we see websites, okay, like Community Coffee, like I'm not sure about that website, right? I never heard of it. And then I see like Fresh Roasted Coffee, it's probably legit. But the thing is, if it's not a major retailer like Walmart, Target, Office Depot, Uline, you may not know if it's a legitimate website. So what I typically do is I'll open up these websites and see a few things. One, I like to see if they accept PayPal, because if they accept PayPal, you're pretty much safe, because PayPal is really good about protecting the customer. And of course, if you pay with your credit card, you know, you can always charge back. But to guarantee authenticity, even just the reviews, you know, they could be fake as well. I like to scroll down to the bottom, you know, see their social media pages. It looks like this place also has in-store locations, which is good. I mean, they have 50,000 followers on Instagram. That seems solid, right? And then I like to always just add to cart and then see if cashback extensions apply, right? Because if websites like Rakuten, Top Cashback, Capital One Shopping offer discount codes, like as we can see right here, yeah, they're probably a legit website. And you see here, they accept PayPal. So this website is legitimate. But another thing you could do is copy their URL and go to this website called scamadvisor.com, paste their website in, click check scam, and it'll do a quick run to see if it's a scam website. And you see it's giving us an 86 out of 100 trust score. Obviously, it's not 100 out of 100, but 86 is good. Really, anything we want above, like in the green, is pretty good. So usually it's above like 60% is green. So it's a solid website. All right, now we can check this other one, Fresh Roasted Coffee. Look, Rakuten's applying, so I already know it's legit. But the big things is we check social media, we check Instagram, we check if they take PayPal. They take PayPal. Let's check their Instagram. Good, 7,000 followers. Let's also check their website on Scam Advisor. Just double check, make sure everything's good. I always do this for new websites. Even if I just think they're legit, I just do it just to double check, right? Because sometimes we may come across a website that's a scam, because there are scam websites out there. They run good Google ads and they catch us, right? But it's completely okay. This website looks legitimate as well. So that's how you do it. But another quick way is I highly recommend checking out the BBB, Better Business Bureau, because if they're accredited on here, they are going to be a good website. So basically what I would do is type in freshroastedcoffee.com. We can type in fresh roasted coffee BBB, see if anything pops up. The Fresh Roasted Coffee is not a BBB business, which is okay, because some businesses are just smaller and they haven't been accredited by the BBB. But for example, if we type in like a major retailer like Target, you'll see they'll pop up on here, because Target Corporation BBB, and like they should be an A+ accredited business. Really anything A or above means that they are a good business. And I would do this for any website, guys. Every single website that you don't know already, that's not like a Target, Walmart, major retailer, do that just to double check. And you should never get scammed by a website. I've been doing this since I started selling on Amazon, and I've never bought from a scam website. And worst case scenario, you always pay with your credit card and use PayPal if they offer it, because one, you pay with your credit card, the bank will protect you and you can charge back and get your money, and PayPal always protects the customer. So that is how you navigate scam websites. All right, this next part of the course is going to be strictly over how to make OA product good. We're going to be covering every method, no secrets, on how I make online arbitrage products great. That way, in the following section, when I start sourcing online arbitrage products, you already know all the methods I'm going to use to make products good, and you'll see just how easy it is and how fast it is to find good products. So this first part is going to be strictly Chrome extensions that you need to have downloaded onto your computer ASAP. All right, Rakuten and Top Cashback are the first two, and these two are cashback extensions. So with OA, we are going to be buying from online retailers. We are going to be buying from retailers like Target, Walmart, Kohl's, PetSmart, all these websites, guys. And the cool thing is all these websites offer cash back most of the time. Not every time, but most of the time. And Top Cashback and Rakuten are the two best websites out there to get cash back. For example, you see Adidas is giving up to 12% cash back and up to 30% on White Fox. And all these websites give different variations of cash back. 25% off select styles, 2% cash back. And any type of cash back is great. And what is awesome is that when you go to a store's website, so for example, let's go to Macy's.com real quick and see what type of cash back they have offering. And the key is you want to have both Top Cashback and Rakuten installed onto your Chrome, because that way when you come here, they will both pop up and show you which has the best deal. So you see Rakuten has 2% cash back on Macy's, and then Top Cashback has up to 7%. So you see online purchases with a few exclusions are 7%, furniture and mattresses are 2%. So essentially Top Cashback is 7% on all online purchases, right? So we would use Top Cashback in this scenario over Rakuten. So that's why you need to have both installed on your computer so that we can get the most cash back. And you maybe think, okay, like 2%, 7% is not much, but over thousands and thousands of dollars, it adds up quickly. For example, I think we can see here in my Top Cashback account, I have over $1,400 pending, ready to get dispersed in the next quarter. And how these Top Cashback and Rakuten works is once a quarter, so every 3 months, they send you a big fat check, is what they call it, either in the mail to your PayPal account, or you can get like a Visa gift card or a gift card to another store. They have a lot of options. It's really whatever you want. And it's just great. And you don't want to just use these for like your Amazon purchases. Use them for everything if you're doing any sort of online shopping, right? Because you're just going to get some money back and stuff. But the key is, I want you guys to note, we never take cash back like off of our purchase price. So for example, we're buying something for 20%, right? Or for $20, excuse me. And Rakuten say they're giving 10% cash back, right? We do not want to just take minus 10% off that $20 to give us our buy cost of 18, because you got to think about it like this. You may buy this product today on May 27th when I'm filming this, but you might not get the cash back for 2-3 months from now, right? So how does that make sense? That would have factored into your buy cost. How I factor cash back and how I recommend everyone to do it, and how all my friends do it as well, is cash back, we just have it as a nice bonus at the end of the year. And cash back is not taxable. I would check with your accountant, but at least in Florida, it's not. So it's just basically a free extra source of income. And for me, I just use it for like personal purchases. I just send it straight to my personal account. And you know, a few $1,000s every quarter is just extra money that I get to use just for spending money online. Now, besides Rakuten and Top Cashback, there's also Capital One Shopping. Capital One Shopping is both cash back and a coupon extension. And the thing about Capital One Shopping is a lot of times their cash back is not as great as Rakuten or Top Cashback, but on Capital One Shopping, they have so many coupon codes that a lot of other websites and Chrome extensions don't have. There's a lot of coupon Chrome extensions, and my other favorite one is Coupon Birds, which I'll get into in a minute. But Capital One Shopping is really one of the best ones out there. And it has this little thing right here. You see Capital One Shopping is giving 2% cash back, but they also found 6 coupon codes down here. That way at checkout, you can try using them and see what works. So highly recommend downloading that as well. And lastly, Coupon Birds. Coupon Birds is probably the best coupon extension out there on the market for getting every coupon. And what I just do is, like I said, I have this on my Chrome extension as well, as you can see up here. And if we go back to Macy's, we'll see if anything pops up. You see they have 2 coupon codes up to 40% off here. And essentially what you just want to do is have them all there, and then at checkout, see which one gives you the best discount. And then if you find a good coupon code, save that for next time. And of course, some coupon codes expire, sometimes they don't, right? And the key to having all these tools, guys, is just so that way you can get the best possible deals possible, the best possible coupons, and the most cash back on every purchase. So that is the first way that we can make extra money in OA and get our buy costs down, and ultimately just get a nice extra money at the end of the quarter from cash back. I'll see you on the All right, now we're going to go into a catch-all email. What is a catch-all email? Why is it beneficial? And what it does. But in order to understand what a catch-all email does, you're going to have to come and navigate over here to namecheap.com. It's linked down below as well. And the first things first is you want to buy a domain. All right, you're going to want to do this. Trust me, I'll get to it in a minute why. And your domain can be anything you want as long as it's a .com. And you know, I'm just going to type in my name here. See, I don't think I own my name's domain yet. Oh, I actually do own it. So just put a few M's at the end, whatever. You see, your domain can be whatever you want. All right, straight up, whatever ever you want. Just don't pay more than like $15 a year for it. Here it's $11.28 a year. Basically, just add this to cart. You check out. You don't need any of the other fancy stuff. You just check out for the 11 bucks, and that's it. All right. And once you have your domain, you're going to want to go to your dashboard. You're going to want to go to your domain list here, and you can see I have a few domains in here, but I'm going to use here mshenbao.com for my example. Hop in over here, and what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to scroll down to redirect email. See right here, redirect email. Scroll down over here. It says Catchall, and you're going to want to put a forward to email here. So for example, I have this email right here. It can be whatever it is. It just has to be a Gmail. So forward it to your personal Gmail, guys. All right. Forward it to your personal Gmail. So this is mine. Click check. And what happens is you'll get this little notification up here saying forwarded email has been added. It may take up to 60 minutes for this change to take effect. All right. Now that you've done that, you're probably wondering, what do I do with this? I just bought a domain for 15 bucks. I threw my personal Gmail here for Catchall. What do I do with this? Let me show you. So I'm going to use here as Dick's Sporting Good as an example. All right. Scroll to the bottom of Dick's Sporting Good. There's this thing that says sign up for email. And every time you sign up for an email, they send you $20 off 100, and they also send you a 10% off sign up code. All right. And the thing is, if you put your personal Gmail in, all right, like I had the flips for Mike at gmail.com. Once I do this once, Dick's Sporting Goods will not let me do it again. And that's the issue. But the key is with my catch-all, so my domain is at mshenbao.com, right? So that's your domain that you bought, whatever your domain is .com. The cool thing with the catch-all, this is where it gets really cool, is before the @ sign, you can put anything you want. Like literally like anything. It can be a bunch of random junk. It does not matter. But as long as it has at your domain here, and over here you put the correct forwarding address, anything you put in here will redirect to this email that you put here, okay? So let me say that again. Anything, literally any letters, any words, whatever, any numbers at your domain.com, and then you put your correct Gmail in here, it will direct there. And essentially what this does is it gives you unlimited emails, and it becomes really useful on websites that have sign-up codes. So for example, Dick's Sporting Good is notorious for their 10% off code, and now you can get unlimited 10% off codes. Another website that's notorious for this is Gap.com. Gap.com is a great online arbitrage sourcing website, and later when we start sourcing, I'll show you exactly how great it is. But Gap gives you 20% off every time you sign up for email, guys. Every single time they get it for email. And all you have to do is use your domain, throw that in there, and see your email pop up a few minutes later with your code. And I'm just checking here to see if they're advertising the 20% off right now, because usually they'll just pop up on their screen. Okay, right here, sign up for email or text to get 20% off. So now I'm going to put like whatever at mydomain.com. Got to spell it correctly, of course. Click join, sends it right to your email. Now you have unlimited codes. But they're also not just good for unlimited coupon codes. They're also good for some websites, which I'll get to later down the line, have rules where you can only do like one order per customer, right? And one of the ways a lot of websites can tell if you're ordering multiple times is by your email, because you just match your email. Okay, this email checked out twice the exact same amount of items. All right, let's cancel one of them, right? But with the catch-all, you have unlimited emails now. So it gets past that order filtering system and you'll be able to check out. And back in the day when I was selling shoes, we would have to check out every single shoe with a different email. And like some releases, I would get thousands of sneakers, and I had my catch-all, right? So I had thousands of emails, unlimited emails. And that's what made it great. So catch-all, super important. As you can see, it's literally like a 2-minute process to set up. You set it up, you're good to go. And yeah, we'll see you on the next part of how to make OA products good. All right, now guys, we're going to talk about text sign-up codes. What are they? So for example, you may have seen on Yankee Candle or on a lot of websites, you can enter your mobile phone number. So for example, Yankee Candle lets you put in just your email, and you see right here it says 15% off with just your email, or mobile sign up and 20% off, okay? So you click this and you can get a 15% off and a 20% off. Remember Catchall, we have unlimited Catchall, so unlimited 15% off. And 15 to 20% may not seem like a lot, but 5% does make a difference, especially once you start passing like $100, $200 orders. Now, remember, you might be thinking, okay, I just have my phone number, my mom's phone number, maybe my siblings' phone numbers, but I don't have that many phone numbers to go around. How do I get unlimited? Well, phone numbers is not as easy as emails, but you can go to a website like Text Verified. And Text Verified, what happens if you make an account and so on and so forth, you see like right here, you can get a phone number for a website. It costs 75 cents per phone number though, but essentially it will allow you to put the phone number in, get the text sign up code, and be on your way. So yeah, Text Verified is the way. And I know a lot of people who personally use it. I'm not a big fan of using Text Verified because like, to me, the 15 to 20% doesn't make that much of a difference. You can just do a bunch of smaller orders, save yourself 75 cents and some time. But if you really want to start getting those text sign-up codes on websites that offer them, and there are a few websites that have come across where they only allow text sign-up codes, right? Go to Text Verified, make your account, pay 75 cents, get your text sign-up code, and be on your way. So that's Text Verified, that's email sign-up codes, and I'll see you all. All right, in this part, we're going to go over discounted gift cards. You're going to be hearing me talk about discounted gift cards probably the rest of this course. So let's get over it. What does it mean? What do they do? Why are they amazing? So discounted gift cards are essentially gift cards that you buy for a % off face value. So real quickly, just so you guys get the gist of what a discounted gift card is, let me show you. Let's open up here, Arbitrage card, whatever, and I'll show you real quick. Once it loads in here, it's loading. If it loads. All right, for example, you see right here, you can buy a $500 gift card for Kohls.com and only pay $480, all right? Because you're getting a 4% off on the discount. So what does this mean exactly? So instead of paying say you buy $500 worth of items on Kohls.com, right? You can take 4% off that buy cost because you're using a $500 gift card. So essentially, instead of paying $500, you're paying $480 because you got a discounted gift card for 4% off. Because you paid $480 for that $500, if that makes sense. And the thing is, you want to be using discounted gift cards on pretty much any time as possible, all right? Because this is how you create a lot of value in OA, guys. I think 99% of my OA purchases are used with discounted gift cards. Like if you look at my credit card statement, it's pretty much all discounted gift card websites. And what you'll notice is, I'll click back here on Kohl's, what you'll see is all these discounted gift card websites pop up. Arbitrage card, Card Cookie, Card Cash, GCX, Card Depot. And these are all legitimate sites, guys. Basically what Card Bear does as a whole, Card Bear is just an aggregate of all the discounted gift card websites. So you can type in any stores. Let's say you want to buy from Gap, just type in Gap, go to the Gap part here, and Card Bear will show you the discounted gift card websites and who has the best deal. So you can see like right now Card Cookies around 10%, but what you'll notice is when you click on these websites here, I'll just open up two for example. Just because it says 10% here doesn't mean it's going to be a great 10% off card. Because sometimes, for example here, it's a $25 card that's 10%, which is great, but what you'll notice, Gap only lets you use 5 gift cards per order. So that means here, if you bought 5 $25 gift cards, your max purchase could only be $125 on Gap. But say, what if you wanted to buy like $1,000 worth of items? So that's why it's sometimes worth looking to see if you can get like a $500 gift card anywhere out there. And here we go on GCX. Okay, GCX has 8.4% for 25, 6.2% for 150. So really just have your option to shop around. If you had to do a bunch of small orders, that's fine. But it is important to know, as you see right here, Gap only accepts 5 gift cards per order. Most websites have a gift card limit per order. Most are around 4 or 5. But before you do any purchases, just type in on Google Walmart gift card limit per order. And Google is pretty good at telling you. I believe Walmart's 5. Yeah, up to 5 gift cards in a single online or in-store transaction. So now you know. And what I would recommend doing, guys, is you save all your gift cards in an Excel sheet. And I actually will have my Excel sheet linked in the course documents down below in the Google Drive that you guys can go and download. But have that there where you put all your gift cards so that we can save them, and make sure to watch them. Like check every once a month, every 2 weeks, just to make sure they're actually $0, because sometimes an order gets canceled, partially gets canceled, so money gets put back on those cards. And one last thing I want to note about discounted gift cards, besides how great they are, is that you can also use discounted gift cards in store. So for example, all these websites, they will download like a QR code that you can use in store. And the other last thing is most of these websites will make you verify your information. So say you go to GCX, right, and you buy some gift cards, and then say you buy like 4 gift cards. They may cancel your order the first time, and that's just because they want you to verify your info. A lot of people get confused, like, okay, why am I getting canceled? It's because a lot of people do use these gift cards for fraud out there. So they just have to be careful. So they'll cancel your order, make sure and they'll make you upload your driver's license and ask you why you're buying them. If you just say like, hey, here's my driver's license, I'm buying them to sell on Amazon, as I'm an Amazon reseller, they'll be like, okay, no problem. And once they approve you one time on your account, you'll be good forever. And the gift cards will deliver instantly. Because the first time they're probably going to take a little bit because they're like checking in on you. But after they verify your info, you'll get the gift cards delivered instantly, no problems. I buy thousands and thousands of dollars worth of gift cards every single week. It's no issue. So yeah, that's how discounted gift cards work. And later when we do more online arbitrage sourcing in real time, you'll see how I utilize them. All right, let's talk tax exempt. What is tax exempt? What does it mean? And how do we get it? Tax exempt is a process of being exempt from paying sales tax from retailers and distributors. So how to get it? You need an LLC. So if you don't have your LLC, don't worry, you're probably brand new. Tax exempt not really applicable to you, so just skip past this. Or if you just want to learn, feel free to watch it. But if you have your LLC, you go to your state's website. So whatever state your LLC was formed in, you go to the website. If you're in Florida, floridarevenue.com is the spot. You click a file and pay, and then it'll take you through the process of applying for a sales tax exempt certificate. And then once you get it, it'll get mailed to your mailbox. You're gonna have a paper. You can also print it out from the online website. See here, print annual resale certificates. Print it out, and that's your resale certificate. Now, if you live in another state that's not Florida, I'm not sure what your website's called. It's probably something similar to floridarevenue.com, but it could be different. My recommendation, you just go to ChatGPT and ask it how to do it, and it will walk you through the process. Or find a YouTube video that an accountant in your state made and have them do it. I do not recommend paying $100 to like LegalZoom to do it for you, because that's a waste of money. All right. Now, once you get your form, what do we do with this? So say we're going into an in-store place like Dick's Sporting Good, right? We're going to Dick's Sporting Good. We're buying 10 hoodies. We go to checkout. We tell them, hey, just to let you know, I have tax exempt. I need to get this applied to my order. What will happen is they'll ask you for your paper. You take your paper out. You give them your paper. They will most likely have to call their manager over. Their manager will come, be like, okay, let me submit this to the inventory or to their system or whatever they do. And then they will apply 0% sales tax to your order. Now, that's how in-store works. Most in-store retailers are the same process. You tell them at checkout, they call their manager over, manager approves it, you're good to go. Online is a little trickier. First, not every online retailer will accept it. Similar to in-store, not every place will accept it. But the ones who do have different processes. Some online retailers will say, hey, after checkout, give us a call with your order number, email us your tax exempt, and we will refund you the tax. Other stores will be like, hey, Michael, call us before checkout once you have everything in your cart, and then tell us like some unique code that's in your URL, and we will take the tax off that order for you. You will just need to email us your tax exempt. Other websites like Williams-Sonoma and Walmart, they'll have business-to-business portals like you see here. Williams-Sonoma business-to-business, you have to click sign up, and you will submit your tax exempt to them once. And after you do that, it will be in your account forever. Williams-Sonoma, Walmart, Home Depot, they all do this. That way you never have to submit it again. It automatically applies. Honestly, all websites should do this, but most don't. Now, Here's just a tax exempt website list. It's about like 30 websites. It's all in here. Feel free to get this sheet, take a screenshot, whatever you want. It'll also be in the walk group. And these websites have approved tax exempt for me or someone else sometime in the past few years. Just so you know, websites constantly changing the rules. So just because they did it once may not do it again, but it's here for reference. All right. So any tax questions, feel free to drop in the comments down below, right? The walk group, whatever it may be, I'm here to help you all. All right, in this section, I'm about to drop you guys some insane sauce, just insane sauce. So before I get to like this custom ChatGPT thing, quickly, we're going to talk about rewards programs. A lot of websites have rewards programs. For example, on Famous Footwear, they're notoriously known for giving you, let's see where it says it, $1 equals 1 point and $5 rewards cash every 100 points. So essentially, every $100 you spend on Famous Footwear, they give you $5 back into your account, which is essentially a 5% discount. And like honestly, 5% is cool because you can factor that into your purchase price. So for example, every order that you make on Famous Footwear that's $100, you're getting $5 back. That's just how it works because you have the account. So you spend $1,000, you got $50 back. So you can technically take 5% off your buy cost, okay? But, okay, 5%, you're probably thinking 5% is nothing crazy. But let me show you some real sauce. And just so you know, a lot of websites have these rewards like Macy's, Famous Footwear, but the best by far website rewards is from Kohls.com. And Kohl's has this thing called Kohl's Cash, all right? Kohl's Cash is essentially, you get $10 back for every $50 you spend. So if you spend $50, they give you $10 back, right? You spend $100, you get $20, and so on and so forth. You spend $1,000, you get $100 back, or sorry, $200 back. And that's how Kohl's Cash works. And a few things to note about Kohl's Cash, around Black Friday, they do it $15 for every $50 spent, which is even bigger discount. And what you can really see here is it's really lucrative. And just so you know, Kohl's Cash is typically active for about a week, and then it's inactive for a week. It comes back for a week, and so on and so forth. So you gotta buy when the sales are on. But the cool, interesting thing is most people don't understand Kohl's Cash, and I know there's a lot of people who gatekeep this, and they literally will charge you thousands of dollars just to give you how Kohl's Cash works. But I made this ChatGPT thing that's linked down below. It's free for everyone. So essentially how to use it, just click start, and it's set to calculate your exact discount on Kohl's no matter what your order value is. So let's just say you're spending $1,000 on Kohl's, okay? You put that in there, and then Kohl's is gonna ask you, or the ChatGPT is gonna ask you, do you wanna factor in the 5% monthly Kohl's rewards? And what this is, every month, Kohl's gives you an extra 5% in Kohl's Cash based off your total spend for that month, all right? So besides the $10 for every $50 spent, they also give you 5% once a month. And the reason the ChatGPT bot asks you this question is because sometimes when you start spending a lot of money on Kohl's, like I'm talking probably $10,000 plus a month, Kohl's will stop giving you these monthly rewards. And if that's the case, you're gonna wanna hit no here. But you know, that's easy to work around. All you gotta do is like every $5,000 to $10,000 you spend a month on Kohl's, just make a new Kohl's account and you can always get the Kohl's Cash, the extra 5%. So I'm just gonna click here, yes, and you'll see what happens. It's gonna ask you, do you wanna use a discounted gift card, all right? And like we talked about in Card Bear, say you wanna use a discounted gift card, you can hit yes and then put in your discounted gift card percentage to get the actual discount. But for this example, I'm gonna hit no. After this, we can go back and add discounted gift card, all right? But here's the breakdown that will really start making sense to you. Okay, so you spend $1,000 at Kohl's, all right? $1,000. And then from Kohl's Cash, you earn $200 because you get $10 for every $50 spent. And what's important to note here is you need to get your orders as close to the 0 or the 50 mark. And what I mean by that is like $100, $150, $200, $250, $300, $350, and so on and so forth. You don't want your order to be $333 because Kohl's gives you $10 every 50. So 333 is going to be the same amount as Kohl's Cash as 300. So you want your order to be right at the 300 mark or right at the 350 mark to fully calculate it. But of course, if your total order value is like an odd number, like $317, you can tell that to the bot here and it will calculate it for you because it knows that it's only $10 for every 50. And then here it adds on the Kohl's rewards bonus of $50. So here you see the total value from Kohl's Cash plus rewards is $250 you're getting. And so your out-of-pocket cost on your first order is $1,000. But your total product value received, this is important because you're spending $1,000 now, right? Plus you're getting an extra $250, an extra product later from Kohl's Cash. So essentially you're getting $1,250 in product in total from only $1,000 coming out of your pocket, right? Because you're only ever spending $1,000 from your credit card, right? But you're getting extra $250 to spend. So you're getting $1,250 worth of product for $1,000, right? So your effective savings, you're saving $250, which comes out to an average discount of 20%. So essentially what this means is your first order is $1,000, right? You take 20% off of that order. So your order is technically $800, right? And then your second order is $250. You use your $250 in Kohl's Cash, that order becomes free. So technically you could just say like, okay, my first order is just full price, my second order is free. But the best way to do it is to average out the math here. So by averaging out the math, we're able to take 20% off the first purchase, which is minus $200 from $1,000, and then 20% off the second purchase, which is $50 off $250, which comes out to the $250 in rewards. And if you aggregate your bank account, you'll see only $1,000 ever left your account to get $1,250 in cash. So you can technically take 20% off every single purchase. Now we can start a new scenario, start a new one. And then, for example, let's see once it loads here. Let's say your total order value is $1,500, okay? And then we're going to factor in Kohl's rewards again because everyone should be getting them. But this time I'm going to factor in a discounted gift card. So let's say yes. And then we know discounted gift cards are probably between 5 to 10%. And here you can see, for example, if you paid $84 for a $100 card, that's 16%, just to give you more idea what you should be putting in here. So say you bought a discounted gift card for 10% off, right? Just throw that in there. And now the bot will calculate everything based off the 10% off card. So you're using gift cards at 10% off, so you'll only pay $1,350 out of pocket for your $1,500 order. It's going to do all the math again, but your discount percentage is effectively 28% when you average it all together. The cool thing is we want to average everything out. We don't want to be doing, okay, my first order is full price, my second order is free, because then we would be basically losing on the first order and making a ton on the second. For easy math, just average it out, all right? 28% down the line. And this is personally the bot I use anytime I buy on Kohl's just to double check my math. And I'll show you another scenario, start a new one. We'll start a new scenario based off if our order value was a little different. So let's say our order value was like $333, like I was saying, for example. And then we'll factor in the monthly rewards, and then you'll see, and we'll use no gift card, that way you can really see it. You'll see how it only gives you $10 for every $50 spent. See, 333 only qualifies for 60. It doesn't qualify for like $67 like it should, because it's based off 300, then 350, you'll get that extra $10 to make it $70 in Kohl's Cash. And that's why you see your effective discount percentage is only 18.7%, guys. But yeah, that is essentially how to use Kohl's Cash, and also how a lot of websites have these reward systems like Famous Footwear, Macy's, but the best one by far is Kohl's Cash. And one thing I want to really emphasize is I personally spend tens of thousands of dollars a month on Kohl's. And I know a lot of people who do as well. And even way back in the day when I bought an Amazon course when I was first starting, like the big thing they were preaching was Kohl's Cash, Kohl's Cash, Kohl's Cash. That's why it's a super kept secret. But you know, honestly, it's meant for everyone to know. I mean, it's not like a secret because you go to Kohl's, like you see Kohl's Cash on the website. The issue is a lot of people don't know how to utilize it. And even me, I was really confused how to utilize it for the longest time. But that's why I made this ChatGPT bot a while ago, because it really simplifies the process. You put in all the formulas in here, and then it's going to solve it for you. So definitely have this bot down below. Any questions, drop them down in the comments. I'll be more than happy to answer, or join the WAP group and we can chat about it in any of the live calls. And now I'll see you all in the next part of the course. All right, now that you guys know how to make OA websites good, OA products good, we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of this course. We're going to get into OA sourcing. So now I really just want you guys to sit back, relax, and really pay attention to watch how I source live. It's going to be a few hours of it because I really want you guys to get the gist down. But before we get into that, I want to really emphasize one thing. I want everyone here to make a few new Gmails. And that's why I'm here on the Gmail site. I want you guys to make a Gmail one. This is really, really important. One for all your orders, all right? So this is really what should be linked to all your orders, okay? So it can be like whatever, orders, Michael.com, whatever you want it to be. But you should make a Gmail so that way every OA purchase you place, right? Every online order you place, it will go to this Gmail. And only orders will go to this Gmail. That way you have an easy place to track all your orders. You always know where they end. If you ever need to go back and look for it, you can easily search in your search bar for your orders, all right? That's why I highly recommend you do this. But two, you should also create a Gmail for notifications, all right? And what do I mean by notifications at gmail.com? That essentially means is when you go to a website, right? And they ask you to put your email in to get notified for sales and all that stuff, you want to do that. So every single website, put in your notifications email. So that way, every morning when you're going to start sourcing, you can check that Gmail to see, okay, oh great, Macy started a sale today. Kohl started a sale today. Oh, the Dick's Sporting Goods sale is ending tomorrow. That way you have an all-in-one stop shop where all your website notifications are at. And I promise you, websites usually notify any sales via email first. And instead of, shooting me a DM anywhere saying like, hey, Michael, who has the best sales today? All that I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my Gmail that I've set up to do this and look to see who has the best sales. So you guys might as well just do it yourself. You have easy access to it and you don't got to ask anyone, right? You have a whole one-stop shop for all your sales notifications. So now that I got that out of the way, let's dive into some sourcing. All right, now we're going to get into the best part of this course, and that is OA sourcing. And OA sourcing is fun, but the one thing you need to know is like, you may want to know the best websites. And as a beginner OA seller, you may be thinking, okay, I can go to Walmart, I'll try out Target, but what are some other websites that are good? And I'm just going to give you all like about 20 or so websites that I frequently buy from for online arbitrage. And the good thing about a lot of these websites and brands is that a lot of them are OA friendly, or you're able to apply to Ungate. Like for example, Nike is a great brand that I'm able to sell personally, but new sellers can't sell them, so I'm not going to include it in here. Anything in here, you're able to apply to Ungate 99.9% of the time, or you're already auto ungated. For example, if we come over here to some of these Walmart brands like Red Heart, Athletic Works, Time and True, you're probably auto ungating them. But let's just go over how to use this sheet quickly, as you're going to see me reference it throughout this course. And remember, if you want to be able to download this sheet for yourself, just join the WAP group. All of them are linked in there. Every sheet and document you see in this course is in there if you want to download them. So now stores, notes, this and this. So let's start with store and brand. So here's a list of all different stores and brands. Remember, like Yankee Candle is a brand, but it's really only bought on their website. Walmart's a store that has a bunch of brands that over here you can see that are popular on their store. Now, notes is important because under the notes, I have different things you should know. For example, Walmart, you should always use a gift card and tax exempt if you have it to be able to buy from Walmart. Now, Yankee Candle, you should always make sure there's a big sale because as an experienced Yankee Candle guy, I know that you only buy when there's a 50% off sale, right? So you need a big sale, use a gift card to get even more value. And I should even have here plus 15% email sign up code. Email sign up with Catchall because that makes the candles even cheaper, right? Now, gift card plus big sale on for JCPenney. I know from JCPenney I can only buy when certain items are below a certain price. That's how I know from buying from them for a long time. So I need a big sale. Nautica and Jockey are one of those websites, or Tommy Hilfiger are one of those websites that are good like most of the time. You just need the email sign up code, the Catchall, plus the gift card, or plus a big sale, or so on and so forth. So basically, this is a pretty straightforward sheet. You can read through this. Now, this line is basically, do I need a sale to be on to buy from there? Yes or no, just straight up. So no, no or yes on all of them. Sale pattern. So here I just put different things that I've noticed over the years on when sales tend to happen. For example, Kohl's cash is big. You'll learn about it in this course, but Kohl's cash is typically on bi-weekly. Kohl's has 4 quarterly sales that are very big. The first one already passed in early April. Additionally, early Black Friday, first week of November, Black Friday, and you can spend huge. So basically for all of these, if there's any patterns, I put them. And yeah, now Walmart brands, you see Penny brands, Kohl, oldest Sephora, just a quick key. And if you ever see GC, it means discounted gift card. Remember, use card bearer to find the best deal. And sign up code means Catchall. We loop it with the Catchall email. But yeah, that's the OA Mastersheet. You're going to see me referencing this a lot. And if you want it for yourself, just join the walk group and it's all yours. Remember, I'm going to keep on updating it. So see you on the next part. All right, let's dive in sourcing, OA, live sourcing. I'm going to get right into it right now. And I'm going to go over my favorite ways to source. All right, so Keepa Product Finder. This comes with your Keepa subscription. So you probably have never gone on to Keepa.com, or if you have, you don't really know what to do here. You just use the Chrome extension. It looks like this. Pops one Amazon listings, right? But what you want to do is go to data here and product finder. And I'll be honest with y'all, when I first started selling Amazon, like the first year, I never used this thing because it was just confusing to me. I didn't know how to use it. And once you learn it, easiest way to find products by far, like nothing compares. So there's a few ways to use it. And first, I'm going to go over the standard way that most people use it, and then I'm going to go over how I use it. So to start off, what do these things mean? So sales rank. Sales rank essentially, or I guess I should say, all these things that you see here are filters. So we can filter by so many different features, and the first filter is sales rank. So obviously, as of now, we know we don't want things with high sales rank, right? We want things typically under 200,000 sales rank, because those things are going to sell faster, and ideally even under 150 or under 100,000 sales rank, because we know the lower the sales rank, the better. And it also is category dependent, right? Like grocery, there's less items, so 100,000 sales rank may be a really slow seller or compared to the clothing category, 100,000 could still get hundreds of sales a month, right? So let me show you real quick what happens. If I just put like here sales rank up to 500,000, so if you don't put anything here, it just starts at 0, right? What you'll see down here, you see there's currently 54 million products on Amazon that are under a 500,000 sales rank. But obviously, if we click find products here, Keepa's going to show us pages and pages and pages of product. And the goal is really with Keepa Product Finder to get this number as low as possible to ideally a few thousand, if not a few hundred, and to just show us the best product. So if you're doing Keepa Product Finder, I typically would do a search like this under 100,000 sales rank, because now we're going to get this number down to what, 19 million, which is still too high, but you'll see in a few how we're going to get this number down a lot lower. Now we got to think about here, buy box. Buy box. So what's the minimum buy box price you want and the highest buy box price you want? So you think about it like this. Say you're selling beauty items, right? You're selling makeups, lipsticks, shampoos, all that stuff, right? You think about it, what's the average price you pay for these items, like at a store? Like say lipsticks, right? Lipsticks are probably going to be around $20 sales price, if not higher, depending on the brand. Of course, there's some dollar store brand lipsticks, right? But those dollar store brand lipsticks, okay, say they sell for $5 like a CVS, you're going to have to pay like 50 cents for it, which is not really an arbitrageable item. I don't even know if arbitrageable is a word, but like I like it. But so you got to think realistically. And when you're doing OA, you got to think like this. I'm most likely 90% of the time not buying products for under $10. There are times where I will be, and typically they're going to happen in the grocery category, but most of the time I'm not. So say at minimum, I'm buying a product for $10, $11. I'm going to have to sell it for around $20 to get any profit. So for this search, I'm going to put minimum here at $20. Of course, this minimum price is really, you can change it depending on so many different categories, brands that you're searching. You'll see later how I alter this around. But for this first understanding of Keepa Product Finder, let's put $20. Now, here's Amazon. So if you click Amazon out of stock, that basically eliminates any products that Amazon is selling. We personally do not want to compete with Amazon if we don't have to. So Keepa Product Finder makes it really easy to eliminate Amazon. And just so you know, Keepa Product Finder is abbreviated by the words KPF. KPF. So moving forward, I'm going to refer to it as KPF just to save me some breath. All right. So we remove Amazon. You see that removes what, about 1.5 million products. Now, these next few new third-party FBA, all this stuff that you see skipping past, ignore it. It doesn't matter. Like, you don't ever need to use it, so skip past it all right? Now, title, category, and attributes. This part is really important. I'm telling you, this part is important. So for this example, and how most people probably use Keepa Product Finder, is they'll just filter by a category. So let's see, let's filter by beauty and personal care. So now it has 192,000 products in the beauty category, all right? So you typically, if you're going to do a Keepa Product Finder search and you're starting off broad, you're going to want to go one category at a time. You don't want to mix up the categories. So beauty and personal care, 192,000 products, all right? Now subcategory and text fields and all this stuff we're going to get to a little bit later, and you'll see exactly how we can use it. Like I said, this first part is solely just to understand Keepa Product Finder and its broad ability. We're going to get into the nitty gritty in a little bit. Now, offer counts. So new offer count, total offer count could be combining used offers, and you don't want to deal with used stuff. So we're talking about new offer count here. So what is the minimum amount of offers we want on the listing? So typically items that have at least 3 sellers on the listing, at least 3 eyes, are reseller friendly. That means, so you think about it like this, one seller could be the brand and the other 2 could be random people like us, right? And then as you go up and up with sellers, they become more and more reseller friendly. Because for example, if there's 10 sellers on the listing, that means there's at least 10 people getting it from somewhere, right? And at least 10 people who are most likely getting it profitable, right? And you might think, okay, so do I want an item with like 50 or 100 offers? So this is where it gets a little tricky, because as we saw earlier in the Keepa section, as offers increase, price typically goes down, right? And we don't want to deal with price tanking. But what you got to think about is, what if this is an item that has like a 1,000 sales rank, right? Say the sales rank is 1,000, say it sells 100,000 units a month, 50,000 units a month, 20,000 units a month, like something crazy where it sells a ton a month, right? 100 offers could be chilling because they're all rotating and they're all staying normal. So that's why you really got to look at the Keepa price history and Keepa chart history to see, okay, has it been stable at 100 offers? Because I've seen listings where there's 100 offers consistently for months on end and the price is stable, but the items sell so fast that it doesn't matter. That's why when people ask me what's the max offer count, there's really no max offer count. It's all up to the Keepa chart. But the minimum, see, once we put 3, watch here, it goes from 192,000 to 11,000. But thing is, since we're doing a really broad search just off a category, we're gonna have to put this number higher. And typically I've had success with putting it closer to like 10, because the reason when you put it closer to 10 is that if there's at least 10 offers, it's most likely OA friendly. We're not even talking about wholesale friendly, because wholesale listings typically even have less sellers, not always, but a lot of times. But 10 plus offers, that's an OA friendly product. And the rest of the stuff here we don't have to look at. So now we're at 2,763, and honestly, for a broad category search, anything under like 4,000 in my opinion is pretty solid. So let's click find products. Now we'll see all these products popped up, 139 pages, and you're like, okay, Michael, what do I do now? Like, I'm confused still. Well, first things first, I want you guys to see this 90-day drop percentage right here. Buy box current, this basically just shows current buy box is $22.99, but the average buy box is $27.11. That means the price has been on a decrease. And I know like the green and like a red arrow can be a little deceiving, but like essentially green down arrow means the price has decreased a little bit. You'd think it would be like a red arrow, price going down. That's bad, but I don't know. But the key is you want to click here and filter by the price increasing the most. So you see this product has increased by 97% in the last 90 days, from 14 to 28. So these are products that typically mean the price is going up, all right? So price is up. That means offer count's most likely going down, which is good for us. And now what I want you to do is, I really want you to make sure that this current 90-day drop percentage is all up here in the front of your Keepa. So what you can do is, you can just drag these around. You see how these things are moving? Drag them around, because most likely for you guys, it's all the way back here. I don't know why Keepa does that, but they typically display it like way in the back over here. And you want it to be in the front because this is the most important thing you're going to look at. Now, all you got to do is just click on these little Amazon buttons right here that you see I'm clicking on right now, and open them up and see what pops up. And you'll see it'll bring us here to our Amazon listing that we know and love. And then first things first, we just going to look at this listing and see, is a Keepa chart decent looking? I can see here The all-time low is honestly right now around 13 bucks, but it's been pretty stable. It looks like it sells well, right? And we can see here there was quite a bit of a price offer count increase, offer count decrease, and the price never really fixed itself back to the $20 range. It kind of just stayed down here in the 13s. So that's me kind of knowing, okay, if I can sell it profitably at 13, it's worth it. But immediately off the bat, what I'm thinking, guys, is I see the max cost here showing me like $1.60 to get 20% margin or $3 profit. You know, like I'd be fine at $2 cost to get 19.85% margins. But what you guys want to do is here, just click the Google link and see how much does it cost on Google. And what you want to do when you start sourcing is you really just want to come here to Google Shopping. This is your number one spot. I always scroll down a bit just to see. But what you're noticing here is like these, if you zoom in, you'll notice, let's see if it pops up, it's 8 fluid ounces, right? And I believe the Amazon listing, it's like a tiny pack, 236 milliliters. How many ounces is this? And you'll notice sometimes Amazon like doesn't have it in ounces, or like the product picture could be off, but that's not a problem. All you just got to do, come to Google. We have Google, guys. 240 milliliters to ounces, 8 ounces. All right, it is the same. The product picture just kind of makes it look different because the product is taken like on a sideways angle for some reason. But what we notice here, okay, it's $8 at Walmart. Obviously with $8, we're not going to even be close to profitable. Of course, we have our Walmart discount, not our Walmart discount code, but we have our Walmart gift cards, but that's not even going to bring us close to $2. So we're going to skip past this guy here. Here we have a spray perfume, it looks like. This is sold at $21. Now, what we want to do, just search it up, see if we can find it under $10. And if I personally, I'm not going to scroll and look through everything. If I don't see it off the bat from the Google Shopping, I skip past it. Because the key is we don't want to waste time here. We want to go as quick as possible. That is the key. Now, with these like makeups, what you'll notice is there's always a lot of different like colors. You'll see right here when I open the Ulta listing, you'll see, okay, $25, and there's a ton of different colors. So you got to make sure you get the right one. And one thing I can tell you about a brand like MAC, because I've sold a lot of it, is that this brand runs 50% off sales like all the time, either on their brand website or MAC or Ulta or Sephora. And you'll notice like here, Sephora has new sales every week, and it's best when the big sales are going on. And here I also have a note, keep in mind, National Lipstick Day, July 29th. Basically everything's on sale. And Ulta, new sales every week, same thing as Sephora. So the thing is, this may not be good right now, but like in a week from today, it could be 50% off, and it could be a winner for you. Because in a week from today, it could be $12.50, selling it at $24.99. That looks pretty solid to me. But the thing is, now we're looking at this Keepa chart, and it's something to be aware of here. Price was at $15.96 for like pretty much since January, right? Until recently. And you notice it's because the offer count went up and the price went down. It's pretty standard stuff. Like offer count goes up, price is most likely going down. It is what it is. But this is making me a little wary. It's like, okay, if price goes back to $15.86, guys, like I'm losing heavy. So like I'd probably, as a newer seller, stay away from this. And if I really wanted to sell it, I'll be like, okay, I can buy, if it goes on sale in a week from now, right? I can buy a few and just FBM it. And you'd be wondering, why would I FBM it? The reason I would do that is because I'm just going to receive the product, and if it sells at the price I want it to, I ship it to the customer directly. And then say if after 30 days it doesn't move, I just return it back. Versus if I sent it into FBA, Amazon would have it. I wouldn't be able to receive it back in time to make a return. And that is why I say that. Now let's go back to Keepa Product Finder. Let's open up a few more listings. But what you'll notice is how I'm opening up these listings and we're not really finding anything that's profitable right now. And yeah, sometimes you can, but the thing is, this is why a lot of people quit from Keepa Product Finders, because they're not finding profitable items. But I'll get to that in a second. Let's look here at the Keepa chart. We see super stable around the 1850, 1950 mark. Very stable. Like this is an amazing Keepa chart since October of last year. It's been steady as can be. Offer count is moving. You see it's going up, it's going down, it's going up and down, up and down. That means it is selling. You see here even price is a little lower, but I would go off this 1850 because that's where it's been for the longest time. And if we go to data and buy box statistics, I'm sure we'll see the buy box is rotating relatively well. Buy box is rotating in the last day or two. Everyone's had the buy box. Even the FBM seller has been in the buy box. And what we'll notice is FBM guy, I buy direct, he's on average selling it for $1 lower. And why is that? It's because Amazon prioritizes the FBA sellers. They prioritize people who have the 2-day prime shipping instead of this guy who has a normal like 5 to 7 day delivery time. But you can still sell it. You just got to price competitively. So if you want to FBM this, I don't want you thinking, okay, I'm going to sell it at $18.29. I got to think, okay, I'm probably going to sell it here at $17.50 because that is where FBM is showing it is being sold. And like I say, if we zoom in over here, really zoom in, we'll see right here, look, Nova, Green Bulk, they're both rotating on buy box around $18.29. And then when I buy direct, the FBM seller gets buy box, he's selling it at $17.54. Nova gets it back at $18.40. I buy direct gets it at $17.77. So he's consistently about 50 cents to $1 lower. And that's just how it is. And you'll also notice, that's while we're here, I'll point it out, how like you see Nova distribution here, his price $18.34 versus $18.10. This is all happening within a few hours of each other. And you may be wondering like, and now he's at $27. And you may be wondering, how is his price just fluctuating by a few pennies? Like, is he altering the price throughout the day? Like, what is he doing? And yes, he is. And he has a software called a Repricer, which later in this course we'll talk more about. But basically what they do is they adjust your price automatically like every few minutes throughout the day using AI to help you win the buy box more, because it rotates your price up and down a teeny bit to fluctuate with Amazon's algorithm to make sure you're in here longer. And that is key. But you don't need that until you have, like, I would recommend at least a few thousand in sales, or at least 20 SKUs, at least 20 ASINs in your store. But let's see if we can find this profitable. Now we see Vitacost has it for $6.59. Let's open up Vitacost, see what's going on. But I don't think that's cheap enough because this is a pack of 2. And it looks like we're going to need it for what, like $7 for the 2-pack to make it good. And 13% margin is not really something we want to take, guys. Like, I'd probably want to be like at 6 to get 20% margin, because I'm really thinking like for y'all who are brand new sellers, you want the highest profit possible. So let's take a peek. See, Vitacost has 20% off. Email sign up. Remember, email sign up with Catchall, right? Cash back, 6 fluid ounces, $6.59. Here's a cool thing. Vitacost has auto ship, and auto ship gives us a 5% off discount. And you may be thinking, how does auto ship work and all that stuff? Well, in this course, watch the part where I talk about virtual credit cards, and you'll see how we can sign up for auto ship all the time using Capital One Eno and not have to worry about getting charged again, and we're able to get the 5% off. So say it's $6.26, we go to Card Bear and see if there's any gift cards, but typically Vitacost is not the gift card queen by any means. See, they don't even have any listed right now on Card Bear. So it would be a $6.26, and obviously we have to buy 2, it'd be like $12, we'll be losing. But while we're on this listing, I just want to point out variations. There's a lot of variations here. And you see this 161 plus sales a month is with all variations combined. So we really want to come here into variations tab and see what's happening, like what is happening. But we know immediately, just based off this Keepa chart, that it does sell because the offer count's going up and down. As of recently, it's been more so steady, but it does go up and down, which means every time the offer count goes down, someone's selling out. So just know it is happening. Now, and one more thing before I go into variations, you notice here, buy box is consistently getting one around 1850. Like these guys under 1830, they're all competitive. But everyone else, like 1880 is not competitive for FBM because 1766 is winning, right? 1942 is not competitive for FBA, and all these guys aren't competitive. So when you're coming to look at this listing and be like, okay, 6 plus is not competitive at all. I only have 5 competitive people to deal with. And if I'm selling FBM, I only have like really 1. If I'm selling FBA, I have 3. So there's not that many competitive people on the listing, even though there's 11 offers. But let's go to variations. And now we're going to look here and see items with offer count movement. This offer count movement's great. So is this one. So is this one, which is the one we're on right now. I believe it's the one we're on. We can check ASIN. No, we're on this one. So there's another one of the same item. This is Nourishing Milk and Honey Body Lotion. Yeah, it's the same item, just another variation of it, which does happen. So let's open up this one. Let's see what's going on. And that's the key. Whenever you're on a variation listing, you're going to want to go and look at all the variations and make sure you're not leaving anything on the table, because you want to get the ones that have the highest price. And here's another great example of how FBA gets buy box higher. Look, FBM 1871, FBA 2039, FBM 1871, 2039. And see, this right here looks to me like it's the exact same product. Body lotion with milk and honey, normal for dry skin. Body lotion, milk and honey, normal to dry skin. So it's the same product, just another variation on the same listing. Obviously, we still wouldn't be good, but it's just to show you need to look at the variations, guys. Now, let's go back to our key. Okay, we can look at one more product, but then I want to go into the most important thing. Actually, I think this will be a good example for us all here. Let's open up this Walmart listing, and let's open up this listing. So what do we notice here? 909, that may be profitable for us on Amazon, maybe close at least. It's close, but what do you want to notice here? And this is important. It's sold and shipped by InnovateX. It's not sold and shipped by Walmart. And this is big because you do not want to buy from anyone but Walmart, because Walmart is similar to Amazon where there's third-party sellers. But Walmart's also not as good as managing fakes as Amazon. So there's a lot of fakes sold on Amazon, on Walmart, guys. A lot of fakes on Walmart. And this is a good chance of fake product. And you do not want to buy it, because if you sell on Amazon and then Amazon asks for identification and you show them this, they'll be like, oh, who's InnovateX? This guy could be a scammer. Like, yeah, that's not good. So you never want to buy from a third-party seller. Okay, now we see this website OpenTip that popped up, right? And it's like, OpenTip seems like a scammer to me, guys. He seems like a scammy website. I'm not going to lie to y'all. And remember, in the earlier part of the course, we went over scamadvisor.com, right? Let's let it load in. And I can already tell by looking at this website, it's a scam. Let me tell you why. This website has a ton of different items. It's like what's this random blankets, these random hats, like these random liquids, like what is all this random stuff? It's not a perfume website. It's not, you know, like it's just a website full of crap. And then like literally they sell everything. It's a website to get people to click on your site, pay, and then the website will never ship to you and you get screwed. Even though they say they offer PayPal, I guarantee this is a scam. So let's check it in here in Scam Advisor. See what Scam Advisor's got to say. I would assume it's going to give us a really low trust score. But get score, let's see what happens, guys. It's still loading, it's still loading. Not sure why Scam Advisor is taking a minute to load. But let's also just search them up on the interweb here. Open Tip Trust Pilot, because Trustpilot's a great spot as well. Let's see on Better Business Bureau. Let's see what pops up. All right, opentip.com. All right, I mean, people are saying it's good reviews, but I'm just very skeptical in dealing with them. They just seem like not the right place to be doing. I see 14 total complaints. Okay, let's see the initial complaint. I mean, they're responding, but it doesn't seem right, guys, right? And I mean, if you really wanted to go ahead, but the thing is, where I'm more so wary on a website like this, guys, is even not that they may scam me. It's that I think and I know that like Amazon's not going to accept their invoice if you do get scammed, because it is just not a legitimate website. So that's what we want to do. Make sure to check. If a website looks like that, it's almost always a scam. But now that we went a bit over how to do Keepa Product Finder, and you kind of saw me doing a broad category search, and you can do that anytime you want, let's dive in to the real way that you can do Keepa Product Finder using the OA Mastersheet, because this is going to change the game for everyone watching this course. All right, so let's dive into how we can use this Mastersheet here to source on Keepa Product Finder over here. So how you want to use it is you're really going to want to pick a brand specifically. So you can pick one of the many Walmart brands. You can pick one of the big name brands like Nautica, Gap, Carter's, J. Crew, whatever you want. And you're going to want to come over to Keepa Product Finder. So for this example, let's just pick Nautica and see what happens, right? So what we want to do first, Keepa Product Finder. I know in the previous part, when I was just going general Keepa Product Finder, we didn't talk about this, but this part of KPF is very powerful. So down here, title, category, and attributes, scroll down until you see is one of and the word brand. Right here, you're going to want to paste the brand. You see Nautica right here. Now KPF is going to bring up all the Nautica listings on Amazon, 252,000. This is way too much. We got to narrow it down just like we did previously. So let's do sales rank sub 150,000. See what happens. That brings us to 25,000. Amazon out of stock. That should bring us down a bit. Buy box price. Okay. We're probably buying these stuff for around $10 or so. So we're going to sell for at least 20. Let's put $20 minimum buy box. All right. But this is still too high. We need to get this lower. So the big thing that gets us lower is going to be the offer count down here. Total new offer count. And I'm going to put minimum 5 offers. Let's see what happens. 274 products. So that means there were like literally thousands of products that just had no one on the listing. And we want things that are OA friendly. So they're going to have at least a few offers. And 274 is really, really good. So click find products. Let's see what happens. And remember, like before, we want to make sure that we sort by the drop percentage going up. So we do that here and get some t-shirts here at the top. You see $21 average, 24 currently. So we can just open this up and see what's going on, right? And you'll see quickly how by doing this, we're able to find fast moving stuff quickly. All right, so this Keepa chart shows us the offers have gone from 12 to what, 3 in like a month. So that means it is selling. We see here the lowest price is around $20, with currently being at 24, $19.99 for a long time. And it does sell. All right. So now we want to say, okay, if we can get this shirt for around $10, we're solid. So let's click a quick Google search. All right, we see Nautica's website, $12.99. Let's let this load in. All right, $12.99. Do they have, because it was a big size, right? Double XL. Do they have double XL? All right. I guess before we see that, let's look at this. This is Nautica's sign-up code. See, in the master sheet, I have here 15% off sign-up code. And what you do is they make you spin this wheel, but it's always 15%. Now you just put your email in here or phone, click no thanks. They should allow you to put your email in. All right, here, enter your email, you get it sent to your email. That's all you need to do. Put your email down there, you get that email sent, you're good to go. Now, see, double XL, $12.99. You add this to your cart, and you can take 15% off. All right, $12.99 minus a quick 15%er is $11. So now we're pretty good at current price. Now let's go to Card Bear because this is important. We want to see if there's any gift cards we can use. All right, I see 12% off here, but let's see if that's actually available. Okay, GCX. Let's open up GCX and see. We see, yeah, 12% off gift card, $50 gift card, so we can buy a few of these. So that means we just took 15% off. Sorry, there's Amazon. So we just took 15% off from the sign up code, minus 12% for the gift card is $9.72. And the one thing I want you to remember is we already put in our sales tax over here. Remember, we go to our account settings on SellerAmp. When we did the SellerAmp part of the tutorial, you see miscellaneous fee 7%. All right, so this is calculating with the 7% sales tax if you're in Florida. And then say you have no sales tax because you live in one of the few states in the country that have no sales tax on clothes, you'd be at $904. All right. So let's do a little, what was it before? I think it was like $972 or something like that. All right, so you're paying $972 and it's adding your sales tax in on the back end. Now what we got to do is, all right, $25.40. You see here $24.44. All right, so we are profitable at current buy box, but we notice is current buy box is an all-time high. We got to say, okay, what if it goes back down to $19.99? We're still not losing. So for me, this would personally be, okay, I'll take the risk because as long as I'm not losing at the all-time low, I'm okay. And if I can snag some sales at the all-time high, that'd be good. But one thing you got to note here is, okay, FBM is on the buy box, ships from this guy, sold by this guy, right? And this is good because that means FBM is getting buy box, right? And that means I could buy it from Nautica today, have it in my house in 2-3 days by the end of the week. And as soon as it arrives, I can list it for sale on Amazon and list it for the current sales price of the buy box. And if it sells, great. And if it doesn't sell within 30 days, I just return it back to Nautica. That's what I would do. And what I want you to note here is we got to make sure to trigger the FBM setting here when selling FBM, because FBM fees are different. And one thing you always want to know when selling FBM is you want to look at the weight. We see here the weight is 9.59 ounces. All right. And what you got to note about when looking at the weight is that this is going to determine what your shipping cost is. Because you see down here in the FBM calculator, FBM cost is going to be your shipping cost. And you watch the FBM part of the video so you know our little fee calculator. But for example, $1 or items that weigh around a pound are $7 to $8, right? But this weighs under 10 ounces, so it's probably gonna be around $6 to ship. Now we see our profit is still $468 and our ROI is 48%. So this is pretty solid. So I would say yes, go ahead and buy this item. Buy a few. I would buy like maybe a few of them and send them in. But now you may be wondering, okay, how fast did this sell? Well, it's a little hard to say because of just how it's a variation listing. But the offer count is going down, so that means it is selling. But we can remember, we can go into data, we can go into product details once it loads in, and we can check to see how many times the sales rank has dropped in the last 30 days, 55. So it may be selling about 50 or so times a month. What I would personally do if I'm a brand new seller, I'll say, okay, let me buy 5 of these, right? Let me buy 5. And the cool thing is, quantity now here to 5, that's a $48 buy cost, $127 sales price, 23 bucks in profit. 48 to make 23, basically 50% ROI. That's not a bad deal, right, guys? That's not a bad deal at all. And what I really wanted to take note is, guys, this was literally the first item on the KPF search because we knew a good brand to search. That is why it's so powerful. And the key thing is here, we just got brought to a listing with a ton of variations. So we're just going down here to the variations tab and see what else is good. And this is how you get in an endless rabbit hole of good products, guys. And what I always do for variations is I know, okay, let's go to Nautica. We see all these are the same price, right? So that means they're all going to pay about $9.72. And if I want to FBM them, I know to get my like 18 or so % margin, even if I want to take 15% on the low end, I have to be $24 or higher. So I can just scroll down here and look, because you're sorted by buy box already, highest to lowest price. I can just sort by saying, okay, what has the highest buy box, right? What buy box prices are above $24, I should say, where the offer count, like we saw previously, is moving. Like this is not moving great. None of these are moving great offers. So let's see. All right, here we go. We see this offer count is moving all right, not the fastest, but look at this one. This one's going crazy. But what you can note is that was also KPF brought it up already. So let's just open that up anyways on another page. And let's keep on scrolling. See if there's anything else good above $24. And really, as of right now, with a good offer count movement, we're not seeing anything. So all these variations don't really sell. Let's see if anything pops up while we're above $24 that has a great offer count movement. This one's a little slow, but it does sell. But I'm not going to open it up because we want fast. All right, here this gray. This gray is not terrible at 24.9, right? But let's open up the navy one that was up here because this was a little better. Yeah, the navy. All right. So now we just have another listing. Wow, it's even higher than what the buy box said before. So buy box has recently gone shot up. So you do, since this just went up like 2 days ago, you do not want to base your price off this. I see a lot of people do this mistake. They just look at current buy box. Okay, I'm paying $9.72 with sales tax. And then they go down here to their FBM and they put in, all right, FBM is going to cost me about $6. All right, nice. 80% ROI, $7 profit, good to go. And they walk away. But that's not the way you want to do it, guys, because you got to look, okay, price has been consistently at $24. So at $24, am I still good? Yes, I'm still good. Yes, I can still sell it. So yes, I would buy a few of these. But what I know is FBM, there's only 3 people on the listing right now, and FBM's at $27.99. And as FBM received buy box recently, you can just zoom in and see Vinco stores had the buy box. Vinco stores had the buy box mostly. Go to data, buy box statistics, we see FBM is getting buy box. Vinco store is getting it relatively consistently, his 7% buy box share. That's good. So for me, I'll be like, okay, as of right now, I got list this for $27.99. $6 cost, 70% ROI. This is good stuff. And of course, you can always go to data, product details, and just see 50-ish sales a month. We're estimating. Of course, we won't know for sure until we sell it. And now you guys got to remember, you made your Google Sheet, right? You made that Google Sheet. So you just click your Google Sheet, shoot it over there, copy and paste your details. And now you have 2 good products, right? 2. And now we had the other one that we saw that KPF brought us up is this navy or black one, triple XL here. Triple XL is in stock, just to make sure navy was in stock in all sizes, right? So this is $9.72 as well. Remember, triple XL is going to be about $6 to ship as well. But we're still making $6. Now let's look at this Keepa chart. Okay, this Keepa chart is a little interesting. We see it's been consistent. We see FBM is getting buy box. Vinco store is on a lot of them. So let's come back to that in a sec. See $27, $28, and Vinco stores here. But it was at $20 for a little bit. And it was at 22. And it was at 23. So what would happen to us if it dropped to 22.50? Let's see, what would happen? I mean, we'd be okay. So I would probably prefer the other 2 over this one if you're brand new. If you're a little more experienced and have a little more money to play around with like me, I would probably buy like 3 to 5 of these, test them out, because the price has been stable since May 8th. Today's May 28th. So the last 20 days, 3 weeks, it's been stable. And I would say, okay, yeah, I can probably get some sales. Anyways, I wouldn't list this FBA. Most people watching this are new sellers, right? So we just buy this, make it compatible with the FBA or FBM. We see here, we zoom in. Vinco store is FBMing it consistently at $27.99. Probably go to data buy box statistics. We'll see he's getting it decent sales. He's getting 40% of buy box share at $27.99. So solid stuff. But one thing I want to note is here, let's go in here, because 40% buy box share for an FBM seller is quite high. But I'm about to show you why he's getting so much right now. Look, this is free Prime delivery, but it doesn't say till Tuesday, June 3rd. Tuesday, June 3rd, June 5th, June 17th, June 3rd. Where's Vinco store? He's June 5th. But what you gotta know is this guy and most of these other guys, their products are in something called FC transfer. That means they sent their items into Amazon. Amazon received them, but Amazon's now moving those items between different fulfillment centers to give them the fastest prime shipping. But in the meantime, they're not really available to ship. Versus Vinco store here, Vinco store is ready to ship. Vinco store can ship today. So that's also helping him get higher buy box share because he's ready to go today, right? Now, go back over here. And now you see we have tons and tons of more items. So let's open up these shorts, just see what's popping, see what's going on. And like, okay. All right, this Keepa chart, offer count is moving. It's not as crazy as some of the other ones, but it is going up and down, up, up. And price is relatively consistent around 44. But we see here there was a dip. And why was there a dip? Offer count went to an all-time high. But if you were like somewhat confident in their buys, you'll be like, hey, one seller did tank the listing. And yeah, I'll just hold it out a bit. Let's see if it ever happened before. Honestly, that was the worst that ever happened. Here was a more steady incline and steady decrease. So this was like the biggest just drop. But what you'll notice is FBA, people were still getting the buy box at a high point. It really was just this one guy, Rogaland Retail Center, who kind of screwed it over for everyone. And that happens sometimes. And that's why it's important to analyze your listings when price tanks. See like, why is this happening, right? And also that's why it's important to have like a group of Amazon sellers who you can talk about your purchases with together to be like, hey guys, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? To get your feedback. When I started, I had a group of 3 or 4 friends chat every single day about everything we bought. That's what's so important. And that's also why I've made this WAP group for y'all to come in there and chat amongst each other, but also to have me in there to chat with y'all about all your questions that arise on both live calls and just in the group chats. That's why I think it's important. So let's just Google search it. All right, we see 8.5 inch. Is this 8.5 inches? 8.5-inch solid chino deck shorts. Yeah, it looks like the same thing. We see it at $25 here on Nautica. All right, now we just gotta make sure they have the size in stock. So what size is this over here on Amazon? It is a 33. Waist size 33. It is in stock. All right, now we know paying $24.99. Sales tax is already calculated. And so is inbound shipping for FBA if we're doing FBA. And now we have minus 15% for our sign up code. And then minus another 12% for our gift card. Now we just brought it to $18.69. We just made this a 25% margin product from a 10% margin product. You see, a lot of Amazon sellers will just see $24.99 and be like, okay, 10% margin, I'll take it. Or they'll be like, nah, I don't want to sell this. Either way, not a good thing. But we know, that's why the course is here to teach you guys how to make these products good, how to take that 15% up sign up code with the catch-all we talked about, how to use our discounted gift card to bring it down to $18.69, to sell it at $45 and be good. Remember, are we FBMing this? Yes or no? I would probably just recommend FBMing, since most of these guys are new, most of y'all are new sellers. FBM it. So we FBM it, we price it around what, $45, like Vinco store here. And we say, okay, how much does this weigh? It weighs 12 ounces, so it's probably around $7 to ship. And don't worry guys, that FBM document we talked about earlier is down in the description with all the other course docs, because I'm not here to hide anything from y'all, giving it all for free. And yeah, $10 profit, 55% ROI. That's a good product to me. And you know, the nice thing about this, these are variation listings, guys. These are variation listings, right? So we just come over here and say, okay, we want to find things around like $40+ What's 20% ROI? $43 sale price. So we want things $43 and above with decent offer count movement. So let's scroll down to where we start with 43. And look, guys, this is good offer count. Good offer count movement. Good offer count movement. Good offer count movement. Like, wow, there's a ton of good. Oh my gosh, guys. All these products are great buys. Okay, let's look at this. Good offer count movement. Of course, you got to make sure in stock. Let's just click on one of them and see it. Is black size 32 in stock? Let's see. Black 32, yeah. Oh, look at that. $48.99. So we're paying $24.99. $24.99. And then we're taking off our 15% off code. We're taking off our 12% for the gift card. $18.69. $18.69, guys. 29% margin. Remember, the normal guys stop in here. The normal guys stop in here and just taking 15%, but we're greedy. We're greedy, guys. We're greedy. And we want 29% margin. And now we come down here, it's like, okay, look at this Keepa chart. In the last 3 months, the lowest it's ever been right here, 39.40, but consistently it's been around 44. So I more so want to be confident, can I make money at 44? Yes. I'm still a 22% margin. That's incredible. Now the thing is, okay, do I want to FBA or FBM this? Let's see. There's one FBM in Vinco store. We really need to think about that, but we'll come back to that in a second. Vinco store won it here at $49.24. I like to do this to see how often. So he's not winning it that much, honestly. He's not winning it that much. Let's go to data buy box statistics and see. Last one. And he's only getting 3% of buy box. So this kind of means to me two things. One, it's more so an FBA listing, which is fine. I can send these in FBA, sell them at $48 and turn off and leave it there. All right, solid stuff. Or if I want to FBM it, all right, put in my $7 shipping price and be like, okay, FBA is at $48.99. If I want to FBM, I may have to undercut a teeny bit. Obviously, this is something you're going to have to test and play around with. So let's say I sell it at 47, I'm solid. And I still have room until like 44 to hit my 20% margin to play around with. So really what I know is sometimes FBA is just a more FBA friendly listing, which is fine. You just got to adjust your price a bit down to see where does FBM start winning the buy box more. Because Vinco store here, he's not winning it that much pricing with FBA sellers. But if you lowered it a bit, he'd probably win it a tad bit more. So yeah, that is how to use Keepa Product Finder with one brand. The next video, I'm going to go more into why Vinco Store. In the next part, why Vinco Store is such a good product or such a good store to keep in mind. You know, so now that we found some good products, you know, using KPF, right? Remember I kept on saying Vinco Store, Vinco Store. He's on all these Gap listings, right? So let's use a powerful feature of SellerAmp. It's really SellerAmp's bread and butter. If we scroll down here to the bottom, we can click on Vinco Store, right? And the key why we're doing this is because we see he has over 1,400 ASINs in stock on his store, right? He has so many items, guys, like so many. And you know, the thing is, you can sort it by like clothing and shoes and all that stuff. And even most of them aren't even Gap. Like he has so much Tommy Hilfiger, Nautica, Columbia, and all that stuff. But if you scroll down through his store, you can see, you know, we were just sourcing Nautica, right? Because we found him on these shorts. He has 1,000 Nautica items, 1,000 guys. And all you got to do is you can go through his store and find them. Of course, I wouldn't recommend certain items like these with Amazon on the listing. You should stay away from like this with Amazon on the listing because you see the yellowish, that's all Amazon. Amazon has like 1,000 stock on some of these. You don't really want to compete with him and Amazon. But, you know, chances are he has some good items. So, you know, we just scroll down here and be like, okay, this is the one we just saw him on. But, you know, we didn't see this one, right? So let's open up the Amazon listing. And then we can see, all right, this is $43. We can see, you know, buy box is decent. It was at 35-ish for a little bit. So maybe you want to, you know, keep aware. Offer count is moving up and down. So it is selling. You know, do a quick Google search on that. Come to the Nautica website. It's $29.99. And then we think our normal Nautica discounts, $29.99, 15%. Let's make sure we actually put $29.99 in there. $29.99 minus 15%er, then minus our 12% gift card from before, we're at $22.43. So I mean, it's nothing crazy, but you know, 15% margin, 30% ROI is not bad. And we just found this product by going onto Vinco store and just looking at what he had. You know, let's go into the next one that doesn't have Amazon on the listing. This one, the sales rank's a little high, so you know, I'll skip past it. But you know, this one looks pretty decent, 15K sales rank. Let's Amazon listing this. Let's open it up. See, okay. Polo shirt, navy, $29.20. Let's scroll down a bit. Okay, pretty steady Keepa chart. It's been around the 27s for a little bit back here. Besides, it's been at 30s. It's recently gone down a tad. But let's see, can we find it profitable? We know it's coming from the Nautica website, right? Because we know everything on the OA Mastersheet tells us where it comes from. Like Walmart, these brands only come from Walmart for the most part. Yankee Candle is only found on Yankee Candle, guys. JCPenney, these brands are only on JCPenney. Well, Stafford and Jockey are found on other websites, but these are the two best websites for those. Toys in general are good. Nautica, we really only buy Nautica from the Nautica website. Jockey, same deal. Tommy Hilfiger, you buy from the Tommy Hilfiger website. J. Crew, yes, Sephora, all beauty brands. Carter's comes from the Carter's website. Gap from the Gap website. Williams-Sonoma from the Williams-Sonoma website. And so on and so forth. So when we see a guy who has 1,000 Nautica ASINs, you know, well, he's all coming from one spot. There's only one store that sells it, right? So we see this is $29.20. So I don't think this is going to be good, sadly, because it's $19.99. But let's check it out. $19.99 minus 15% for the coupon, right? Then minus 12% for the gift card. Yeah, this isn't great. You know, 9% margin, that's too low for us, so we'd skip past this. But remember, he just brought us to a whole new side of SKUs we weren't looking at. So if we just go to the variations tab and open this guy up, once it loads in here, we know, okay, we want to sell for paying $14.95. We want to sell for like, what, $35? So we see, is anything priced above 35 that has decent offer count movement? Offer count, this one's not bad, you know, but not great. See, is anything with great offer count movement? We want great. Let's see, above 35. Okay, this one's not bad. This gray medium. Okay, gray medium. Anything even better? Anything even better above 35? You know, some of these aren't bad. Like this is not bad. Where is just, okay, this I like. That's nice. That's really good. Oh, that's the same one we're on. Haha, funny guys. But yeah, that's what you got to do. You see, we're going to get sucked down an endless rabbit hole here of all these different items. Look, here's another one. Let's see what else looks really good. You know, 2K sales rank. These were the shirts that we were looking at, right? Medium. And then so on and so forth. And you get sucked down by this rabbit hole. And what you do is you save this guy's seller amp link. I always recommend saving the link that's up here in the URL bar, because that way if you save it in a Google Drive, you can just copy and paste it into your Google and it'll bring you right back to the seller amp page. Versus, let me show you guys, because a lot of people get mistaken and they save this page right here. They save this and then paste it into their search bar, and then they get confused because it doesn't bring them to the seller amp page. It brings them just to the Amazon.com page. And you see this page is not as easy to source as opposed to the seller amp page. So yeah, that's why it's really important to start going down these rabbit holes. All right, so that's enough about Vinco store. And of course you can go through all these other guys' stores as well to get the gist of it. But let's go into more sourcing with the OA Mastersheet. All right, let's go into another example of how we can use the Mastersheet to source using Keepa Product Finder. So let's pick another brand. And for this example, I'm just going to go with the Gap route. Gap is a great brand. Most new sellers are auto ungated. If you're not, you should be able to relatively easily. So you go Gap. It's good 24/7, 365 with 20% sign up code plus gift cards. All right. And gift cards are around 9 to 10% for Gap right now on Cardbear. So let's go source Gap. Same things like we did Nautica, do 150,000 below sales rank, right? And remember, you can play around with these sales rank numbers, buy box, minimum and maximum, all this stuff. The whole goal is just to remember, get this number as low as possible. Amazon out of stock. And it's going to be quite a big number until we come down here and put the brand. Remember, brand just Gap. Put Gap in there. We're at 310 products. Last thing, just make sure, I want new offer count. Let's put, see what with 5 what happens. 102 products. All right. You know, that's a little low, but let's go for the sake of the video. Let's go really low. See what pops up, and that's the stop. And now you got to make sure to sort by price increasing. And let's open up a few of these listings, guys. Let's open up a few, see what is popping. And first, let's always just look at these Keepa charts and see. Let's see what's going on down here. But I've sold these Gap shirts before, like these generic ones. Even if this one's not good, there's definitely other good ones between the different colors and sizes. All right, this Keepa chart is just wow. For me, easy skip. Even though the price is at an all-time high right now, you see Amazon's been on the buy box literally for like the last, year, almost year. And they literally just went out of stock like today. They've been going in and out of stock recently, and the price shoots up when they go out of stock. But for me, it's just not worth it, because also this 300 plus sales a month is like based off of Amazon being stock at $12, not the $24. So for me, this isn't worth my time to buy, because most likely the price is going to go right back down to 12. I'll keep an eye out for it, but I'm not going to buy it. Let's check this one. Similar deal here. We have Amazon going in and out of stock, but not as often since beginning of May. But for me, this hasn't been long enough where I would want to take the risk. Because if they've been out of stock like for 3 months now, okay, I'll be more likely to take the risk. But they've been in stock, you know, relatively recently. So I don't want to mess with it, especially as a new seller, right? Here, this one I like. This one, no sign of Amazon. Offer count moves. The buy box, though, you just could be aware. Right now, the price is around $42, but like literally forever, it's been $32, $33. So we're going to want to base this off that $33, right? Just in case, because when did it go up to 42? It went up to 42 when offer count decreased on May 16th. So literally 12 days ago. But let's search it up to see if we can find it profitable on the Gap website. So let's see what happens. We see Gap $24.99. I believe it was the zip up hoodie, correct? Yeah, zip up hoodie. It's this one. Sometimes you'll notice the colors, like this gray versus the gray on Amazon, is a little different, but that's not a problem. But just remember, it's $24.99, right? Then Gap, remember, go back to the master sheet. Gap has 20% off sign up codes. that we can get by putting our email in on the website. So $24.99 minus 20% sign-up code, and then minus a 10% gift card. You know, that brings us to $17.99. We're close. We're not quite there though. We're close. But the things I want you to keep in mind here is that, remember, if you sell it at $42.99, yeah, you're solid. And a lot of people may make the mistake of buying this, right? Because yeah, it's $42.99, but price has just been up for like 10 days now. And there's a chance it goes back down. But if you really want to be risky, I would be like, okay, is FBM getting buy box? Yes, FBM's getting buy box consistently at 39, all right? So let's put 39 as our sales price. And then how much does this weigh? A little over a pound. That's the issue. It's going to be like $9 to $10 a ship. So once we put in our costs, $9, I mean, 10% margin, 22% ROI, that's not great, especially for us new sellers. So we're going to want to skip past it. But the one thing I did notice when we went to the Gap website, you got to notice these type of things, guys. How there's a few colors that are cheaper. Like the navy is cheaper, the red is cheaper, or like this weird orange. But I'm more so concerned with the navy because that's a very neutral color. So I'm going to come back here and see, okay, is this the right same navy one? Let's see. Yeah, it has like the blue outline with the Gap logo. Okay, so this is the same one. And then the navy here, though, they only have size medium in stock in the navy and only a few left. So if you're like me and you paid attention, because a lot of people, they're like, okay, the product I was looking for is not in stock. They're not going to look at the other colors and sizes. But I see here, it's in stock for 15 bucks. Let's switch over to medium. Oh, but then you see, medium's not good. Medium's at $22. And even us taking our discounts of 15 minus 20% for the coupon minus 10% for the gift card, you know, we're not good. That also 7% sales tax, remember. So I'm going to exit out of here and exit out of here and here. But I want to come back to the shirt because this shirt, even though this one wasn't good, we know the other shirts are probably good on the Gap website. So what we want to look at, okay, these shirts are $12.49 on Gap, right? So we've got to know $12.49. And then, right, we know we got the 20%. And then we know we got the 10% gift card. So we know our buy cost is $8.99, and this is calculated with 7% sales tax like we've been doing this whole course. So we know we probably want to look for anything that's above $24 with good offer count movement. And this shadow tee is honestly not bad. Shadow tee large. This one's just been going up, nothing crazy. So I'm really just looking at shadow tee large as my only option here for a consistent offer count movement. So let's see if they have shadow tee size large in stock on the Gap website. That's the key. And let's also analyze the Keepa chart to make sure, you know, because the other one looked good, it was profitable. Okay, this is great. This is great. Steady offer count or steady buy box. The only issue is the offer count hasn't moved too much, but there also hasn't been many offers on the listing. So I definitely wouldn't buy deep on this. Maybe 4 to 5. Let's expand it a bit. You know, it did go down, but the price also went down a bit. Let's see. Is that even in stock over here for $12.49? I see a white. Is this shadow tee? Heather gray? Is that the same thing? No, shadow tee is definitely a darker color. Yeah, I don't think they have it in stock, so no problem. So now that what means we go back because we only opened 3 products so far. So let's open up a few more. Open up the next 3. And remember, when you're doing KPF, it's not always like when we sourced Nautica just now. Like the first 5 products were all phenomenal. Usually you got to go through a few, but that's no problem. I always just like to look at the Keepa chart first, guys. Always like to look at it first just to see, you know, is it even a good listing? Because if it's nothing great, all right. This is an interesting one. Remember earlier in the course when I showed you some Keepa chart, we saw like, okay, Amazon's in stock, but you know, they're letting people compete. As you see here, Amazon's in stock, but like they're never on the buy box because everyone's priced below them and Amazon's not competing with them on price. So I'd feel solid buying this as long as we're profitable at 25 bucks. Even though right now the buy box is at a high of $29.99, it's literally been 25 bucks for the last 3 months. Steady 25 bucks. So I just want to see, okay, can I get it for 10 bucks? I don't know. It seems a little tough to ask because it's a sweater for $10 is a little cheap. Okay, I'm seeing $19.99 here on the Gap website. So unless there's like some special code when we open up the product listing, because sometimes on Gap they do have like take an extra 50% off in cart type of thing. But you know, $19.99 is not going to be good for us. You know, if we were selling it at $29.99, you know, we might be close when we do all our stuff, but you know, in this time we're not there yet. But I did notice immediately that look at this blue shade at 37. That makes me want to just open it up and see what's going on here. Let's see if blue shade is just one of this. Okay, yeah, guys, look, blue shade, $19.99. All right, same deal here. The price has gone up significantly recently. But you notice this guy's just an FBM seller. So he's noticed, or all the people are FBM sellers. So they've noticed how the price has shot up. They're like, okay, let me buy a few from Gap, FBM it if it doesn't sell or return. That's what these guys are doing. But let's really just go to the variations and see what's above $35 and offer count moves and price is consistent. So what I mean by price is consistent, where the buy box price is relatively consistent, the price is the buy box is, the offer count's moving. So this one, the offer count's moving. So we can open up that one. But the reason I'm a little concerned with that one, guys, is you see the offer count's going up quite a bit, which could mean the price goes down. So I'm looking for something that's more consistent, that above $35, and I don't see it. So let's open up this one. I don't believe that's what we just opened up, correct? No, we opened up black medium. So let's take a better look here at the Keepa chart, because Keepa chart, you know, is what we got to look at. And I know people who like literally went a year selling on Amazon, never looked at their Keepa chart, which is crazy to me. That's why I didn't do well. So like, I mean, the prices, the buy box or the offer count's been going up, but the price hasn't really shot down. So I'd feel confident buying a few of these, preferably just FBMing it to avoid any risk, because we're buying $19.99, right? Minus 20% off coupon, minus 10% gift card, $14.39 with 7% sales tax factored in. And then I would probably list it FBM. Let's see, as FBM getting buy box. We do not see, oh, right here he did. $38.97. All right, let's look at the buy box statistics, see how well it's rotating, because that's not super promising for me. Yeah, buy box, FBM's not really getting buy box well. So in my mind, I'll be like, okay, I got to undercut a bit so I can start winning that FBM buy box, guys. So what I would personally do is put FBM, put $37, and then how much does this weigh? A little under a pound, so let's put $7. So yeah, this would be a solid buy. I would personally throw it in my sheet, buy 3 to 5 of them, list them FBM. They should sell as long as price doesn't go down. If any worst case scenario, return it. Now let's go into the next one. All right, here's a nice polo shirt. This one doesn't sell fast, so I'm going to close it out. You see the offer count's not really moving at all, so I don't want to deal with it. All right, this one's a little interesting. Offer count does move. It's definitely a slow seller, but let's see if we can find it for... So, excuse me, yawning, guys. I'm filming this video for y'all, so it gets a little tiring at points. You know, I'm just being completely real in this course, not here to sugarcoat, not here to tell you false information, just here to give you the raw, authentic, organic truth selling on Amazon. That's why I'm taking you through me sourcing, because it's important that you guys watch me source to learn from me, see how my thought process is. If you want more of my thought processes, you can join the walk group. If you don't want more of my thought process, you want to get rid of me, you can click off the video. But yeah, let's get back to this. $33.50, $17.49, all sizes in stock, $17.49, and then say we're going to take their 20%, and then we're going to take the 10% gift card, $12.59. This is really good. Price is steady as well. Price was down back here, but I'd be okay to take a risk with FBMing a few of them. I really want to look at the data and the product details. Sales rank drop last 30 days, about 15 sales. Yeah, that's probably somewhat realistic, but it's really only like there's a few competitive people on the listing. So like 3 to 5 is all I would buy and expect to sell them in a month. But really now we know that we can get $12.59, $33.50, and then 26.51% profit margin. We go here to buy box statistics. Sorry. Buy statistics are rotating well. FBM's rotating. But I really want to look at variations and see what's selling for like above 30 bucks where we can get 20% margin. But we want good offer count movement, like really good offer count movement. Like this one isn't bad. So the khaki in size large, green size medium, nothing great. It looks like, oh, look at this. This went down like crazy, this heather gray. Let's open this one. The offer count shot down on here. All right, let's see. Is this it? No, it's white. They may not have it. Or heather gray. Is that more? No, it's not the same one. No, they don't have it. They don't have it. But remember, the khaki large was good. Let's actually, I want to double check. Stretch peak polo shirt. Type it in here because sometimes there's another listing for certain colors on Gap. Let's see what's going on. I do not see. All right. Let's go back to Product Finder. See what's popping. All right, here's some women's hoodies, guys. Look up 2 more because I think you guys get the gist at this point on like how Gap. I'll definitely do a few more store examples, but they're all pretty similar. And then I'm going to really dive into in a little bit on how like not use Keepa Product Finder and really just storefront stock to find new items that aren't on the OA Mastersheet. And how we can really efficiently source Walmart as well, because I know a lot of y'all love Walmart. But stay tuned for that. All right. 25 bucks, 32. So we basically want to say we can sell it at 25 because that's where the buy box has been. This is really the point I want to get across. If buy box is at 25 consistently, you do not want to base your sales price off of like this $35. A lot of people do that and you do not want to be doing that. So can we get this for sub 10? I'm going to say probably no because it's a hoodie, and I'm right because it's at $24.99. Now let's see this. Okay, this one's not bad. All right, this is a very good Keepa chart, but same thing. Price has been around 35. So I want to base my sales price off of 35, not just the recent highs. So can we get this for 15 bucks? I'm going to say there's probably a decent chance. What color is this considered? Turkish coffee? Is this Turkish? That's not Turkish coffee. Does it look the same? Could it be called something different? No, it's definitely different because Turkish coffee got the pink Gap logo. Let's see. Is it one of these like discounted ones? No, I do not see it. It may just be out of stock, if I'm being honest with y'all. Let's go back to Google, see what's popping. Yeah, it may just be out of stock. Yeah, I think it's out of stock, guys. All right, but anyways, that's the gist of sourcing, right? And this was just me talking visually to you guys for like the last 15 minutes and going through this Gap stuff. And if I was doing it by myself, it'd be way faster. And of course, if you first start, expect to go a little slower because you're brand new. But just got to practice, y'all. But yeah, I'll see you on the next part with some more OA sourcing. All right, now let's dive into some storefront stocking with SellerAmp directly. We're not going to be using Keepa Product Finder. We're going to be using directly on SellerAmp storefront stocking. And what is storefront stocking? Storefront stocking is where you open up seller stores on a listing and you start seeing what they have. So we'll walk through it. Don't worry about it. But you may be wondering, Michael, why did I pick this Pure Balance variety 6-pack of dog food or cat food? I'm not sure which animal it is, but why did I pick it? So typically how I storefront stock is I'll go to my OA Mastersheet and I'll pick one of the several brands on here, right? And then just for this example, I just happened to pick a Walmart brand, Pure Balance. It's sold at Walmart. It's a good Walmart brand. So I was like, let me search that up and then let me show you. When we search it up, I'll show you what happens here. So you'll see a lot of different items come out based off these other companies running ads and so on and so forth. But you know, we have DS Amazon Quickview installed, right? So we can see, all right, this is sold by Amazon. Like there's no FBA sellers on these listings, right? So I just scroll down and see, okay, this has 9+ FBA sellers. So that is why I picked that one personally, because it has a lot of FBA sellers, which means that's a lot of stores for us to stop, right? So once you open this listing, it may be good, it may not be good. Honestly, I have no idea. But once SellerAmp loads, you can really start stalking these people's stores. I mean, it's a pretty nice Keepa chart, relatively steady, so we can check to see if it's profitable real quick just while we're here, because why not? We see it's sold here at Walmart. I don't know if that's the same one or not, but we'd have to double check. Let's just double check what the Walmart listing is. It is 6-pack of chicken, 6-pack of beef. All right, this is 6-pack of beef. Oh, so I think you would need both of these combined, if I'm not mistaken, because it's only 3 of each. And the Amazon listing is 6 of each. So it doesn't look like that's it. This kind of looks like it's it, but so you might have to bundle. You could bundle this, right? So you could buy 6 and 6 to get the 12. We got to make sure it's the exact same thing. Beef dinner. But this other Walmart listing looks more so the same thing, and it looks like it is sold by third-party sellers, so you don't want to buy it. This looks like it is it, so you have to buy 2 of them, and obviously at $17.94 we're not profitable. But that's not really why we're here, right? We are here to storefront stock these stores. So what we do is I really only look at the prime sellers, and then what I'd like to do is hover over these Amazon stores, right? And an OA friendly store is typically a store with like 300 reviews max and less than anything below that. So like 0 to 300, the more reviews, the more experienced of a seller they are. So as you see, some of these people, like this guy is 64, so he's probably a good store to look at. 140, probably a good store to look at. 225. All right, so now we have a few stores on our radar to take a peek at. And you know what? The first thing I notice here is I notice they have some brands that I'm familiar with. They have Yankee Candle, which is a super OA friendly brand. They have, what else do they have here? They have Jellycat, which is a very good OA friendly brand. Spirit Halloween, that's good around Halloween time. This, I wouldn't buy it right now. So he has a few brands that are OA friendly, nothing crazy. Let's look at this guy's store. All right, I see Colgate. I know you can get that usually from Sam's. Equate's only sold at Walmart. Almay, that's a pretty popular brand. Dr. Bronner's is usually from Vitacost. So I'm kind of noticing different trends already. And obviously you wouldn't notice these trends immediately because you're brand new. But as you get going, you'll start to notice things like, okay, Equate, Spring Valley, both from Walmart. Golden Rewards is a Walmart brand, right? And we can, let's say, open up one more store. Let's open up this guy who has a lot of reviews at the top, just to see some guy with more reviews. And it doesn't always mean that a guy with a lot of reviews is not an OA store, right? Because typically a lot of people like to say, once you pass like the 500 or 1,000 reviews, we start getting to more so wholesale sellers. But that's not always the case. There's people doing crazy numbers with online arbitrage, millions of dollars a year, and they have thousands of reviews. And what I can see immediately, guys, is this guy's an OA seller. Yankee Candle. From the Yankee Candle website, Equate, Better Home and Gardens. These are both Walmart. Gatorade, just, probably sourced from different online retailers. Olroy's, Walmart. So this guy's a lot of Walmart SKUs. So what we can do to start sourcing, guys, is just pick one of these stores and go down their list. And I'm not going to open anything that has a super high sales rank, or really anything that looks like Amazon's competing with them greatly on. So Amazon's on here, but this Jellycat item seems relatively steady. But one thing you want to notice is this guy's priced at $59. Meanwhile, Buy Box is at $41. So he's not competitive right now. He's not selling anything. But we can do a quick Google search just straight from here to see, okay, can we buy this for like 20 something dollars? And I mean, first glance, it does look like we can, but like from the Jellycat website, it's out of stock from $23. But we can see some other websites, and I'm gonna immediately assume like this Walmart one is a fake, because why would it be for $6.99, right? So here's $23 from Borsheim's. And one thing you'll come to note when you start sourcing a lot of niche toy brands is there's a lot of little tiny retailers that do sell these things, like local shops, and they have online presence. So like this guy's just probably a local shop, if I had to assume. Yeah, you see it, this one's sold and shipped by Goobuku, whatever. Like this is definitely a fake of the original Jellycat, so you don't want to buy this. But this is $23, and then this could be decent. Let's just open up the Amazon store link. And the thing is, you got to know about Jellycat is they come in a lot of different sizes. So we got to make sure this is the right size. It's kind of, okay, it's width 3 inch, height 6 inch. I believe that is the small size. Let's see if the dimensions are here correctly. probably not the correct, a height 6 inches. All right, perfect. This is the same size, $23. All right, well, we can come, oops, I just clicked that credit card thing. Let's go back here. What's nice is you see customers usually keep the items that are not returned. So let's look at this Keepa chart. We can see it's a quite unusual Keepa chart. $49.99. It's dropped down to $21, $24. It goes up and down between the two prices. So what does this tell me? This tells me this guy Hippo Tails is most likely getting it wholesale, and I know he is because I've looked at Jellycat very extensively. So I'm well aware of who's the main seller on Jellycat. But what I can tell from this listing is he goes out of stock quite frequently, and whenever he's out of stock, price jumps back up into the 40s. And so if I can say like, all right, Hippo Tails goes out of stock, I sell it at 45, I pay, what do we pay for this again? We pay 23 bucks. We pay 23 bucks, and this is already factoring 7% sales tax, and remember from seller, and we've factored it in the back end. So I'd make good money. But the thing is, something like this, I probably wouldn't want to FBA because like Hippo Tails can go in and out of stock, and like I'd rather just FBM it. As you can see, like FBM gets buy box like quite frequently. So let's just click FBM. This weighs literally what? Yeah, these things are tiny, guys. Like if you ever get one in hand, they're like this big. They're like super tiny. They're definitely not even 6 inches. And it costs like $5 to ship. And like, bro, you're making $8.64. So this would be an item I would personally buy like 10 of these, just keep them in my house, list them Amazon. When they sell FBM, ship them out. Easy route to take. But let's go back over onto this guy's store and see what else we can find. This doesn't look bad. Let's Google search this. All right, 1062 I'm seeing off the bat. Oh, I mean, that's looking good off the bat because is he price competitive? Oh, look, guys, he's messing with us. He's not even priced close to competitive. Like, buy boxes at 22. But let's open it up because we may still be good if we can get it for sub $10. Let's see here. Because if we get it for sub 10, we're probably good. All right, yeah, there's a 15% off Memorial Day coupon that ends on May 30th. So we got to make sure they have the correct color in stock and everything. What color is this? Broad spectrum, tinted face. Gotta be careful with these different like makeups and stuff, guys, because it's hard to know which one's the right color you're looking for. Tinted face mineral lotion, broad spectrum, water resistant. I'm not seeing a color. Interesting. But let's see. Tinted face cream. We just know it's tinted, but we don't know the actual color. It's not quite clear. Sometimes I like to look at the reviews to see like if someone posted a picture of what they got, and then from the picture we can kind of base it off of mineral, non-greasy, water resistant, tinted, broad spectrum. Let's see, tinted face spectrum, big cream, fair to light skin tones. Let's see, does it have that over here? It doesn't even have that. So this may be something new for the company. Let's look at some of the other listings and see if they have like different stuff on them, because sometimes that happens. Let's open up here as well. All right, okay, it's just the same thing, medium tan. Let's look at this again. The Amazon listing is 50, broad spectrum 50. That's 70. This is 50. This is 50. All right, here's one more website, or if not, I'm just gonna assume it's the same one, and we'll go from there. And this just says rich to deep skin tones, which I'm assuming is, yeah, so it's probably just one of these. We would have to read the listing more to figure out exactly which one. And also one thing I want you to know is a lot of times Amazon, they will change the pictures up on these listings compared to what the current product is. And that's not good, but they do that quite a bit. So I'm sure based off UPC and stuff, we can figure out exactly which one it is. But let's see just based off price, are we good? So we add this to our cart. Let's say we add like 2 or 3. All right, view cart, and it's 15% off with Memorial Day. Apply code 15 Memorial, apply this thing. Let's add another to cart to make sure we are good and not paying shipping. All right, another one to cart. We don't want to pay shipping. You see all my Chrome extensions, they're popping up. Sometimes they get a little annoying, but they're here to help you save money. So we see 5308 for 5. So let's go back. And remember, that's calculating with sales tax. We're gonna have to want to take our sales tax out of there. I believe it calculated our sales tax, right? No, it didn't add it. All right, 5308 divided by 5, 1062. All right, how steady is a Keepa chart? All right, this is like where we get a little funky because you see it's quite frequently around 1999. And if it goes down to 1999, what happens to us? We are not that good. Current Keepa charts, we're okay. So if you're willing to take the risk, they can sell it at current price. That's cool. But remember, there's a chance it does go back down. And is that a chance you're willing to take? As a new seller, personally, I would not recommend it. Maybe for more advanced, but have some money to play around. Sure. All right, now let's go to more. I just see here price going straight down, so I'm staying far away. All right, this looks OA friendly. Let's see. Got to pay around 18 bucks. Let's Google search it. Okay, I see 18 right here from cosmetics. Let's see, 1876. This website is legit if you are wondering. It's an online website. 1876, A to R, 360 degrees. Let's make sure this is the same thing. 360, and then it was, how much was it over here? 18. Oh, we're going to be close, guys. And that's based, okay, let's look at the Keepa chart real quick. Sometimes I just come over here to see it really quickly. It looks like Keepa chart does fluctuate quite a bit. So let's open it up fully to see what's going on. Because we may be close. We may be really close, guys. 1876. And one thing I like to do is just add like 10 to cart or so, and then see if there's any coupon extensions that pop up when we're at checkout as well. Any hidden coupons. See, Coupon Bird came up with 6 hidden coupons. So we'll see what happens here. But in the meantime, I'm going to go back here, analyze this Keepa chart. All right, let's see what's going on. So offer count just went up like crazy, which resulted in price to go down. But if we look at the offers, most people are priced a little higher. One thing we want to see is, let's zoom in more and see how this price fluctuating. Because I see a lot of fluctuation between 31 right here and 37, and same right here. So let's zoom in more deeply right here to see like what is happening. So we see FBM buy box 3450, FBA 37, FBM 31, 30. FBA gets it consistently higher. So let's see how the FBA sellers are right now. So if you're selling FBA, you probably, based off history, be able to sell at 34. And let's see if we have any coupons. No, that's the best price. So 1876. And remember, this is already adding our sales tax. And honestly, 29% ROI is not bad. Now let's think, do we want to FBM it? 2 ounces is going to cost like $5 to ship. So we come down here, click FBM, put 5. All right, you're making not that great if you FBM it. So FBA, not a bad buy. All right. Now, essentially what you're going to want to do is keep on going down this guy's store. But for the sake of the video, let me switch to another store. Let's go to the guy with the lot of reviews. I believe it was him. And let's see what he's got going on. So like, for example, it's nice when you start knowing where these brands come from. Like, you know, these equate items only come from Walmart. So we Google search it, see how good it is. 856, you know, based off 856, it's not that great right now. Even with gift card, we're not going to be good. So like, kind of you just got to go through these and see what is good right now. Because remember, prices fluctuate. And also a lot of it depends on the gift card rates, guys. Because gift card rates fluctuate a lot as well. All right, Spring Valley, $7.51 buy cost. Let's see if we can get it for $7.50 for under 10 bucks. Ooh, is this the same thing? Papaya enzymes, 180. Oh, it's a pack of 2. You got to pay close attention. Okay, we might be close, honestly, with this. Let's open this up. Okay, we're seeing the 2-pack is $9.76. And then let's go check what Walmart gift cards are, right? We always want to check Walmart gift cards. All right, they're really bad right now. If you'll note right here, you see Walmart gift cards recently were really high. And that happens every once in a while. Typically, they're around 10% though. Sometimes like 6. But like right now, we're really missing out on all the good Walmart gift cards, unfortunately. So we would be at that $9.76 price as of current, which would not be great. But remember, if you were getting those special deals back in the day, you know, you would be sitting a lot prettier. And one thing I want you guys to note about Walmart, and this is for y'all who are watching this part of the course and didn't skip past this part, Walmart has a special, super special thing called the Walmart Employee Code. And how the Walmart Employee Code works, it gives you 10% off everything on the website. And you can only get it if you're an employee. And not all employees have it for some reason. We've been searching, it's like, seems like 50% of employees even has a 10% code. But basically, it's just a code that they have. You put it into your Walmart account, and once it's there, it never leaves, and you get 10% off everything at checkout. And it makes half of Walmart profitable when you combine it with gift cards. I have several friends, and they print off Walmart. And if you look at a guy like this, like Equate, Better Home and Gardens, Olroy, Golden Rewards, Better Home and Gardens again, he probably has a Walmart employee code, and just combining that with gift card is how he's able to get half of these things. It's really profitable, and how you can get what you may be asking. So what my friends have done is they go to their local Walmart and just ask employees like, hey, are you willing to sell me your Walmart employee code? I'll pay you $200-300. And you'll get a lot of no's, but they have had great success with it. And all my boys, I've paid somewhere between 200 to 300 bucks and got the employee code. And that's how you hook on Walmart. Just straight up, that's the secret code to cook. Walmart employee code plus gift card. You get 10% off everything plus another like 10% off on gift card when those gift cards are available. But for the meantime, let's just keep on scrolling back here. So if you made it to this part of the course, you're welcome. Yeah. So let's see what else is going on. To equate, okay, I like this. 568. Let's see what's going on. 836. It's gonna be too expensive because we don't have good gift cards right now. Let's see what's going on. All right, there's something different. 345 is quite cheap though. Old Spice. Let's not do that. And you'll notice, like, I like this. I skip past a lot of things because I've done this for a long time. I would like to say I'm pretty familiar with what's good and what's not good. Like, I'm noticing, like, okay, these are too cheap for me to make good. But like, let's talk about Yankee Candle, I guess, for a minute. And right after this, I'm going to go into some extreme Yankee Candle specific sauce. This doesn't only apply to Yankee Candle, but also applies to literally any brand. And you'll see why. And it's probably the best Keepa product finder sauce you'll see on the internet, if I'm to be completely honest with y'all. And I'm super excited to show y'all. But let's just source through here. The thing you got to know about Yankee Candle is if you look at my Google sheet, with the sale pattern, Black Friday is the biggest sale. Additionally, they have a new sale every month. It always changes, to be on the lookout. One more thing I should note, only buy when the sale is 50% off. All right, because what they do is they run a bunch of sales. Sometimes they're like buy one, get two free, or like it's 40% off, but they run 50% off sales all the time. And that's the only time you want to buy from this website. But this is essentially storefront stalking. It's how you find new items. It's how you go through seller stores, find new brands. And then when you find good brands, you figure out where they come from. Then you go to Keepa and search those brands, right? Because once we figure out, okay, Golden Rewards is strictly Walmart, right? Then we just source that on our Keepa product finder and find all the good stuff. And you do it. So I'll see y'all in the Yankee Candle sauce coming up. All right, now I'm going to show y'all a super unique tool on Keepa product finder that allows you to search super nichely inside of a brand. And I'm going to be using Yankee Candle for an example. All right, guys. So Yankee Candle is interesting. And this would be for a more advanced person who knows a bit more about the brands that they source. So for example, say you're sourcing Yankee Candle, right? And Yankee Candle's a phenomenal website when it's 50% off, like they're running right now. 50% off almost everything if you make an account. And what you'll notice is, let's come in over here. These big candles, they're $31 normally in price, right? 50% off makes them $15.50. And what you got to notice here, if you come into Amazon, you see the big candles right here. In their titles, they all have the word large jar, large jar, large jar, large jar, large jar, and so on and so forth. They all have it in their name, large jar. And the thing is, you might be thinking here, Michael, okay, I see it's $15.49, so it's literally the same price at 50% off price. So how is this going to be any good? Well, the thing is that I know after selling on Amazon for a long time, right? And I've sold thousands of Yankee Candle candles. What I can tell you is, and you'll see right here when we open up one, is obviously like this one's not good, right? So say we put that we're paying $15.50. And the thing is, we can also get extra discounts on Yankee Candle. They offer 15% off email code, 15% off your entire purchase with email. So remember Catchall, we put our Catchall on, we get an extra 15% off. So $15.50 minus 15% off, $13.18, okay? And remember, or you can make it a mobile sign up with a text and get 20% off. But remember when we talked about how to get text verified codes, that costs about 75 cents per phone number. So it's not always worth it. I'd probably just stick with the 15% off. And then remember, we have Card Bear too. So let's see what price we're really paying for these. So Yankee Candle discounts are 6% right now, 5%. So let's just say 5% to keep it safe. So our buy costs of these candles is actually $12.52. Remember, Seller Amp is calculating 7% sales tax in the back end. And now we're paying $12.52. We need to be at least like $31 to make our profits, right? To make 13% margin, 34% ROI. $31. So the cool thing is in Keepa, there's a cool way where you can search just large jar candles that are priced above $31 with a good sales rank. And then you can find all the good ones and you know, okay, if they're in stock on Yankee Candle, I can buy them. So let me show you. So since we're going super niche, let's go sub 200,000 sales rank. Now buy box, this is where we're going to put, say Right here, we were talking, okay, I need it to be at least $31. So here, I'm going to put buy box minimum has to be $31. And then Amazon out of stock. We don't want to compete with Amazon. And then the next thing is we got to type in, and here in brand, we only want Yankee Candle items. So Yankee Candle. And that brought us to 151 Yankee Candle products. But now, title. This is super important because this is where we're going to put the word large jar in to just get the Yankee Candle branded items to have the word large jar in their title. And you're probably thinking now, okay, so I could probably do this for any brand and any product within a brand. Yes. And it's nice thing about Yankee Candle, because I do it a lot for this brand. We know like the car scents have like wax melt in the name, all of them. Or there's the word car plug in a bunch of them. So you can search it really nichely and okay, it's on sale for this price. I need to sell it for this price. Let me just search these items with that price and see what's going on. So now we see it brought us literally 10 products. So we got it down from all this other crap to just products that sell at a decent speed, have a good buy box so we know they're profitable, and pretty much it's just profitable products, right? We don't even have to filter by offer count because we're at 10 products. So we know every single one of these, assuming Keepa showing it us correctly, they're all profitable. The only key thing is they may not all be in stock. So as long as they're in stock, we just found 10 profitable products if Keepa showing it us correctly. So we'll see this product, Strawberry Lemon Ice, is $37.90. This guy's selling FBM smart. He probably caught the price increase. Like, I'm just going to list the FBM, pick them up from my local Yankee Candle and sell them on Amazon. And you can see here, Amazon was in stock for a while. They went out of stock and price shot right up. And it's been high since when? Since April 25th, so for the last month. So I feel confident FBMing this. All right, we see on Yankee Candle USA, was it Strawberry Lemon Ice? And it should be 50% off if you make an account, right? Oh, it's out of stock. Wow. All right, so obviously you can't sell this one. But the thing is, I would definitely, lock this down in my back pocket and be like, okay, Strawberry Lemon Ice, let me put that on my Google Sheet. Remember, we have our Google Sheet here. Throw it in there. Make sure you're on lock. You don't forget about it so you can come back to it when it comes back in stock. Because I promise you it will come back in stock at some point. These candles always go in and out of stock. Now, let's go back to our next item. Citrus and sea salt here. And we have Christmas cookie. I'm assuming Christmas cookie is probably an out of stock item. All right, sugar, citrus and sea salt we have right here. All right, we see price went up. It's okay. It's a weird Keepa chart, but it's why we just FBM it at 32. Let's Google search it. We have buttercream. That's not citrus and spice. Citrus spice, no. Creamy, let's see. Here, juicy citrus and sea salt. Let's see if it's in stock. Oh, it's out of stock. Wow, we're getting a lot of out of stock products. And just so y'all know, Yankee Candle is more so great in the fall time. Like in the fall, like in November, October, December, you can sell literally like 100 Yankee Candle SKUs and you'll be killing it. I'm going to already assume Christmas cookies out of stock because I already know personally that we sold this back in December and they probably don't have any in stock anymore. They may. Let's see, it popped up. Oh, it is in stock. All right, $21.70. Make sure the one on here, because different size jars, still the 20 ouncer versus the one on your website, it's a 22 ouncer. Let's see, do they have the 20 ouncer in stock? And you can change the style here to like all the different styles. Let's see. Now this 20 ouncer is out of stock, but in my opinion, and this is where things you gotta like think. If someone orders a 20 ounce jar, they'll be pissed if they get it like a 10 ouncer, right? But if they get a 22 ouncer that's the exact same candle, just slightly bigger for the same price, would they care? Probably not. So would I sell it on that listing? Yeah. And you see it's $15.50 because it's back to that $15.50 minus the 15% off and then minus the 5% gift card. We're at $12.52 with 7% sales tax factored in. $32. Now you may think, okay, this listing is really weird looking. Would I buy it? What I would do, maybe buy 2 to 5, 3 maybe, and then list it FBM. If it sells, you're good. And remember, you got to calculate your FBM here. Shipping on this is probably going to be like $8 to $9. So you'd still be at $5 profit, which isn't bad. So this one's not bad. Let's see the next one. Berry Trifle. Wow, this one, really weird Keepa chart. Maybe thinking like, oh, this thing doesn't sell, but it does. You notice here, it goes from 3 and then goes out of stock. This guy comes in stock and he's probably selling it like every day. And then he goes out of stock. He comes back in stock, goes out of stock, back in stock. So it is selling. And it's only one guy pretty much selling it for the last month and a half. So it's easy competition to compete with. The key is it in stock? Berry, I don't think that's the same one, right? This is Berry Trifle. Let's see, those are the returning favorites out of stock for the summer. It was on clearance, so it's out of stock. So this guy who's in stock probably just bought up a bunch. He's holding out until he runs out of stock. Let's see if any more are good. You know, the nice thing if Keepa would add, guys, would be like a quick Google search button here to see if it's in stock on Google. All right, let's just check real quick. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, it says it's in stock right there. It's out of stock too. But would it have been good is the question. Yes, it would have been phenomenal. Phenomenal product. All right, let's see the next one. Apple pumpkin. Pumpkin apple parfait. That sounds yummy anyway, guys. Pumpkin apple. It's out of stock. All right, but that is essentially the gist, guys. You do this on any brand and you'll find the only profitable ones. And you see only these 10 that are profitable, right? So if I'm coming on Yankee Candle, there's no reason for me to source anything besides those 10 items because there's only 10 profitable ones. And then if I come here and be like, okay, the small tumblers, you know, one of my favorite things are the car stuff. These car hanger things, because they're super cheap, especially the hanging jars, because you can just type in the jar in there and it'll bring up all of them. It's good stuff. And this is something I really want to emphasize. Most people don't know about this trick on Keepa. And I'm letting you all know because you guys should know about it. So play around with it, learn something. And if it goes well for you, shoot me a DM, let me know that it was helpful. And yeah, I'll see you on the next part of the course. Video, I'm going to go over how we can make money sourcing just off Walmart. It's really good for new sellers as most of Walmart's brands we can get ungated in pretty easily using a Walmart invoice or your auto ungated in it. And also there's so many good replens on Walmart. The thing is most people don't know how to make Walmart good. So I'm going to show you how to do that. First things first, Walmart, of course, right? But one thing most people don't know is Walmart has many of their own brands. For example, like Great Value and One, Nature's Valley or Spring Valley, they're all Walmart brands. So if you go to ChatGPT, you can type in brands only sold at Walmart. And ChatGPT will bring up a ton of brands once it searches the web here. So see Great Value, Sam's Choice, Marketsite Equate, Spring Valley, George, tons of brands. And you can use for any website, and there's more than just these, but you can use for any website to find brands that are only sold at a certain website. So for example, if you're going through a seller's store, for example, I have this person's store pulled up and you can see right here, they have lots of like Fruit of the Loom, Vanity Fair, Time and True. Those are all Walmart brands. So this person's literally selling thousands of SKUs just from Walmart. And same with this seller too. No Boundaries, Time and True, Avia, George, all Walmart brands. They're buying this from Walmart. So if there's many sellers like this, there must be a way to make money on Walmart. So let me show you how we can do this here. So let's close out these guys' stores. And for example, over here too, on my OA master sourcing sheet, I have a ton of websites and brands that you can source, how to make them good, when they're good. But for example, here's Walmart. And so let's pick a Walmart brand. For example, Red Heart is a brand only sold at Walmart. If you go right here, type it in, you will see it's a yarn brand. So they sell like string, super cheap stuff, light, easy to ship. So how would we find the good red yarn items on Walmart? Because we're not going to go search through the Walmart website just stupidly. Or Red Heart, sorry. So what you do is you come into Keepa Product Finder. You know, that's my favorite tool. And then you type in the brand here, Red Heart. 6,700 items on Amazon, but we need to get this down even more. So let's go Amazon out of stock. Always do that. We're at 6,000. Sales rank, let's go sub 200,000. Now we're at 1,100 products, buy box. I'm not going to hit the buy box price just yet because there's a little cheaper items, but you'll see in a sec. But offer count, let's go at least 3 offers. Typically, a good OA product will have at least 5 offers. I'm going to go 5 offers just to get it pretty niche. So here we're at 321 products. I'm not touching the lowest buy box price because you don't always have to, especially when searching a brand. We're already at 320 products. So let's dive into it right here. And of course, this is the general Keepa Product Finder search. What I would do is I would sort by price increasing. And yeah, let's dive into it. So general rule of thumb, let me close out some of these extra tabs. We're going to open a few of these and see what we can find. These are bundles here. So All right, for example, first one here is a 3-pack bundle, sells 600 times a month. Keepa chart is not my favorite because Amazon has been in stock for quite a bit and then they just recently went out of stock. So I probably wouldn't recommend this product. But let's see. See, this person's FBMing it. So this is a smart FBM play for sure. You see Amazon recently went out of stock, and then you can go into your local Walmart and try to buy it in person and then sell it on Amazon. So let's see if my seller amp here loads. All right, so my seller amp here is loaded. So let's go to Google search, see if we can find this yarn. So seems like Walmart does sell the 3-pack. They also sell a 2-pack of it. Is this just a single pack? Super Saver, 3-pack of 7. I think it's the same thing. All right, let's see. So obviously this one's not a good spot, but this one, let's see. So it's $3.38 per thing. So in order to make this a 3-pack, here we go. Oh yeah, this is the one. So 338 times 3. But one thing you got to remember, Walmart's tax exempt. So this is already no tax. But the one thing, actually, let's make sure mine has no tax on it. Because sometimes I like to play around with the tax savings on. Just double check here. By doing this, you can go to your settings and seller amp and double check down here. So for me, I have, this is where you would put in your sales tax, no tax. Walmart's always no tax because you can use your tax exempt at Walmart. And then, but the other thing you got to keep in mind, discounted gift cards. This is key for Walmart, discounted gift cards. Right now it's kind of high, so looks like we're getting about a 9% discount. Let's just double check to make sure there's some decent ones in stock here. And to find discounted gift cards, always card bear, search up the store, and then see who has the best prices. Oh yeah, really good discounted gift cards. So let's say just average these two 9.5% off. Let's see what we can do here. Minus 9.5%. See, most people would stop here, but we can get an extra 9.50, 9.5% off. See, this is not good, but if we FBM it, let's see if we click FBM. And then how much does this weigh? 1 pound. And then say our FBM is, it would not be profitable because $9 shipping, about a pound could be close to $10 a ship. So not a good one. But one thing you can also do is go down here in the variations tab, because to see this variation listing, what I like to do is I like to come down here and sort by, see, I don't like these listings because Amazon's in stock on a lot of them, so I'm probably going to skip past this. But typically I look for ones that where the offer count is moving quickly. For example, like these ones here, and then pick up this listing, and then you see this one sells 400 times in a month. But it looks like this is one of these listings where Amazon goes in and out of stock. But it looks like you can definitely grab some FBM sales at $9.99 because they go out of stock pretty frequently. So this is honestly not a bad purchase. So say you FBM this at $9.75, like, let's see, what is that? Is FBM getting buy logs? Yeah, FBM getting buy logs at 9 all the time. And then say, what is this? You buy this for $3.38. Is that what it is? $3.38, $3.38, and then you get that extra 9.5% off from discounted gift card. So if you FBA it, you get a decent 17% margin, 56% ROI. Obviously, the profit's low. This is one of these things. If you're going to FBM it, you would just try to fit as many as possible in one box, get your shipping costs dirt cheap. I already have it factored into my seller amp as 80 cents per pound. So it's already kind of factored in there for me at a pretty high rate. Something like this would be even cheaper. But if you FBM this, FBM, it's 2 ounces, probably like $4 to ship. FBM, so come down here, putting your FBM costs at $4. I mean, it's not terrible. it's like a decent replan. You could sell like what, sell 100 of these a month. You make $100. Just a decent replan to have on your store. I would mostly FBA this. And it looks like you can definitely, Amazon goes in and out of stock all the time. So I feel pretty confident about getting something at $9.99. Not of anything crazy, but if you have 10 of these on your store, you make $1,000 a month. So not something terrible. Here's another 3-pack. We already know at 22 we're not good, so I'm going to skip past that. All right, this was the white yarn we actually just looked up. Let's see, what are these prices at here? 33. Woo. Let's open up this guy here. Let's see. How much is this blue yarn at? Because, okay, this is at 14, so let's open this. All right. So we already found some decent products. Okay, this looks pretty solid. Recently the buy box has been more around 20. So I would say it's kind of tough to say because the price recently just went up a bit. So it's probably not the strong. Yeah, it's definitely not the strongest one unless you can get it for a decent price. But let's double check what it is on Walmart here. Okay, it's one of those things, $3.38, and then so it would not be profitable. Wait, actually, free delivery for Prime. No, this is not anything good. So skip past this. All right, this is a 1-pack for 15. So it looks like Amazon comes in and out of the listing all the time. But from what I can see here, this specific variation does not sell well. See, the offers is not really moving. I mean, it does sell, but nothing crazy. We can check at Walmart, see, is this it? $3.38. Super Saver, Jumbo. It's not a Jumbo though. Might be the same thing though. All right, say it's 338. This is not bad, of course, because 338 minus 9.5%. Not bad at all, of course. Especially if you FBM this, not bad. It's like $4 for FBM. Pretty good product. Issue is it sells slow. But what we do is here come into the variations tab, see if we can find other listings at a decent price with good offer count movement. So this one, let's see, $14. This one's moving decent. It looks like a lot of them are going out of stock, but I'm looking at the buy box prices. They're quite low here. So I'd probably skip past most of these. This one actually doesn't look that bad, so we can look at that one. Interesting, it popped up right here too. So $14. Okay, let's see if we can find this guy here. So these definitely move because we saw the offer count going up and down. Price is pretty steady around the $14 range. Google this thing, see if we can find it. I don't think it's this one, but could be mistaken. It's a similar one. I'm sure it's on Walmart somewhere because it's mainly sold at Walmart. So say you're buying it at $7.48. 748 minus 9.5%. So not good, but we would just have to keep on going through this list. I've only been at it for what, like 6 minutes. So not bad, but what we can do is we can also search up another Walmart brand. So let's try to go like the vitamin route, maybe like Spring Valley here, and see what we can do. But this is one of the ways I love sourcing, especially for a newer seller. It's just so efficient because you can just go off my brands that I already know where they're sold at and then source through them. And once you find a good product, go through those other sellers' stores. And then when you're going through these stores, you can surely they have other good product from there, and you can find other brands, figure out where they're sold from, and do more like that. So for example, Spring Valley, there's already a lot less products. We go Amazon out of stock. I don't think, yeah, Amazon doesn't even sell these products. And then we go sales rank. Let's go sub 200. Oh, wow. That already brought it way, way low. And then let's just put new offer count above 3. All right. Oh, everything is above 3. Let's put it above 5. Let's get it's not even lower. There are 55 products. This is pretty solid here. All right, now what we're going to do is drops up. All right. And then this one doesn't look like it sells that well, but let's open up the ones that sell. We close out the old tabs. We already know the gift card rate at 9.5% right now. All right, let's open up this one. Cranberry 500 milligrams, standardized extract. Pretty nice Keepa chart. Went a little low right here, but it's back up. So as long as you held, you should be chilling. And cranberry 500 milligrams, urinary tract health. Urinary tract health, 500 milligrams. This is plus vitamin C. This one looks like normal one. So this one looks like it is. Yeah, this one is it. So it's 988. It's 988 minus that 9.5%. So it's 10% margin. We're close. We're not there yet. What's the weight on this? 2.5 ounces. So this could be a decent FBM product probably. $4. I mean, no, not that great. You're close, but not good. If you can get this a little bit cheaper, then you would be chilling. But so what I would do personally is I would be coming in here into the track product, and then I'll be putting a Keepa alert here to notify me if the price ever hits 20. Because if it hits 20, look at this. If it hits $20, you get a 50% ROI. It's chilling. So click start tracking, get notified by Keepa on our email if this product ever hits that price. And it's probably always in stock at Walmart. So decent first find here. And let's open up. I'll open up like 3 more here. And let's see. All right, Spring Valley magnesium citrate, 100 milligrams for bone health. That Keepa chart relatively steady over the last like 3 months, so not bad. Offer count, it's not a crazy seller by any means, but the offer count is going down. It'd be something good to have in your store, a good replan if you can find it for a good price. Oh, is this it? Calcium citrate, 600 milligrams bone health. Is that it? 100 milligrams bone health. Let's see. Okay, 100 milligrams. Okay, it looks like it's out of stock at my local Walmart and for shipping. But this will be something good to keep in mind to see if it's profitable, because I recommend having a spreadsheet anyways for your out of stock items. Oh yeah, it's chilling before even any discounts. So what I would do personally, check your local Walmart because this is sometimes wrong. But besides that, I would put it in a sheet with other products that you have that are out of stock so you can come back and check it at a later date. So not a bad product at any means. Ooh, cinnamon. I didn't even know cinnamon was a dietary supplement, but solid. We're in the 16 range, almost 17 right now, but pretty steady chart. Offer sales rank going up and down. Offer count moving, so not bad. Okay, cinnamon 500 milligrams, 796. Okay, this one looks going to be good. 796 minus. See, most Amazon sellers would stop here. Be like, okay, I can take my 13% margin and move on with my day. But we're greedy. We don't want to do that. We're going to go take our 9.5% discount off and get that 18% margin with FBA. And remember, my seller amp has 80 cents per pound as added in here for FBA shipping. And if you're shipping something like this that only weighs 4 ounces and is only 4 inches long at the longest part, you could probably fit like 50 of these, if not more, inside of a box and ship it out FBA and get your cost per shipping like 10, 20 cents per unit, because stickering these does not take long. And all these people here, let's see what the FBM rate. FBM is like at $15.99. So FBM, you're probably gonna be selling it down here like this guy. So if you FBM it and then say it's $4 for FBM, $2, 14%, still not bad if you want to prove the concept to yourself and FBM it. It's a pretty decent product. All right, let's see. Vitamin B12, 500 milligrams supplements. Let's go into this. Looks like it's going to be something tiny for sure. So is it raspberry flavor? Yeah, it is. 500 milligram, 100. It's definitely this one for $5.94. And then we take off our 9. See, it's already not bad at 31% ROI, but now we're going to take off our gift card and then be chilling. So 16% margin, 45% ROI, not a bad replen for in our store. Our Keepa is glitching, it's not popping up right now. But if we look at the seller amp Keepa, it is pretty chill. It recently went up, but what are we looking at here in price? 14. Even if we went to like the 14 flat range, would still be chill. See, these products by any means are not life-changing money, but the thing about these, oh, too, if you were FBAing this, you could probably get it for the 15s too, because you can get the FBA extra price on it, because these people are not taking advantage of FBA. So it's like, I wish let me load this, see if my Keepa chart pops up. Let's see. Yeah, this stuff's really good replens. All right, so let's see. It's been in the 12s. FBM. We recently had an FBA seller at 1560. So FBA, you'd probably get in the 1550-ish range and get that 20%. But if you want to FBM it, 1460, it weighs 8 ounces, probably like a $5, $6 shipping. If it's $5, you're not doing too bad. But these supplements, I'd really just probably FBA personally. Oh, keep in mind, it is a meltable. I didn't even realize. So since it's a meltable, you can only FBA it until I believe mid-March or April, because in the summertime, you can't send in meltables because it could melt. But you can FBM them year round. And keep in mind, most people, when they see meltable during the summer when they can't send it in, they just skip past it like, oh, I don't want to deal with it. No, the listings go down in volume. I mean, they don't go down in volume, they go down in seller count, and you could sell these for the high. You see, like here, March, people offer count went down to like the 12s, like year round, and people haven't even hopped back on it. So you could sell it year round, solid stuff. So this is essentially how you can use Source on Walmart to find replan to do a good job. I'll make more videos on this, but this is a good one. So I'll see you on the next vid. All right, now that you all know how to find products and stuff, let's talk about outsourcing. What is outsourcing and why is it so good? So first things first, if you're going to outsource, you're going to want a virtual assistant. And a virtual assistant is an overseas employee based in the Philippines who is going to help you do all your Amazon stuff. And this person can do anything. It can be a boy, girl, she or he can do whatever you want for your Amazon business. And for example, I'm showing you an old job application I had this is in 2023, guys. So it was a while ago that I was hiring an Amazon wholesale specialist, $400 a month for full time. And yes, you can pay $400 a month for full time. That's good money over there. And of course, you try them out. If they're not good, you find someone else. And if they're good, over a few months, you can raise their salary up. Because remember, $400 a month is not bad for someone who's taking hours and hours and hours off your plate. So as you see my job overview, it's pretty simple. As an Amazon wholesale specialist, you'll be given wholesale lists to source products from, giving product requirements, addition to sourcing given sheets. You'll have to find new wholesale suppliers that can reach out to, and all the basics. And your job application does not have to be anything long. It does not have to be like a formal, like corporate America job application, right? Just basically put some basic requirements. You must be able to work full time. Self-motivated team player. You can work on their time zone or mine. The big thing you want to put in every application is put some sort of weird question. For example, in the application, you must put the answer to 12 times 12. Somewhere in here in your overview, put something like that. And the reason being is a lot of these people, they don't read your application and they just spam apply to people, all right? And spam applying is terrible because they're just applying to everyone. They're not reading. They're just very generic. They probably won't care much about you. But if someone reads your application, that's already a start. And let me show you over here. We go to my messages here. And we can see one of my recent job applications. I was hiring a short form video editor. And I got like 100 plus of these in a day. And it's hard to go through them. But you see how this person has the number 7 in her title, right? That means she read it. This guy just applying for video editors, mass applying. He didn't read my thing. This person couldn't follow the rules. I said put the answer, not put the equation. So I wouldn't even open this guy, which I didn't. This guy didn't read it. This guy didn't read it. This guy didn't read it. This guy doesn't know how to follow the rules. This one answers 7. Perfect. 7, right? 7. That's what I want to see. So if you put the answer, I'll read it. Otherwise, you don't know how to follow directions. So why would I hire you if you can't even follow the most basic direction of reading the job application? Like this person, like he's just mass applying. So we don't want him. And then once you apply, all I want you to do is, for example, we can open up like this guy's application and you see, what was the first thing I said to him? He said he's pleased to apply. And then I said, hi, Vaughn, please schedule a time on the link below to talk further. So make a free Calendly and they can click apply on there to schedule a Zoom call with you. Hop on a quick 15 to 20 minute Zoom call with them and see if they're good or not. And if you like them on the Zoom call, then you'll be like, okay. So for example, Vaughn, I'll be like, okay, Vaughn, now we're going to go on a quick 2-week trial. So during this 2 weeks, I'll start teaching you and see how you perform. If all looks well after the 2 weeks, you can become a full-time employee, right? Now you may be wondering, how do I communicate with this guy and all that stuff? So communication is going to be done on WhatsApp. That's what I use. That's what most people use. Some people like to use Discord or Telegram. I like WhatsApp. It works well. Everyone in the Philippines uses WhatsApp, and it's free for both of us. Payment-wise, you're going to use a platform called Wise. I'll show you guys again, wise.com. It's an online banking. It's free to set up. It makes it the easiest way to send money overseas, and everyone in the Philippines likes it. So you're going to set up Wise, send them money through there. And I recommend sending money bi-weekly. So if it's $400 a month, every 2 weeks, you send them $200. And just make sure you stay on top of it, because the key is your VA is only going to be as good as you are, right? So if you're just brand new starting Amazon, don't go hire a VA. And when they say they're experienced, they're not experienced in how you want them to be. You need to train the VA. You need to spend hours training the VA. You need to spend a whole month training the VA every single day, making sure that that VA is good as you. So I recommend, after you feel confident in your sourcing abilities and you'd be like, okay, I'm spending so much time sourcing, let me get an OA sourcing VA. Let me train this VA to source just as good as me. And you guys are lucky because you have a lot of resources. Like you can basically tell the VA like, all right, today you need to sit down and watch Michael's 10-hour Amazon FBA course to learn everything he is. And then if you're in my WAP group, you can be like, okay, get your VA in there as well. Be like, all right, you got to go to all of Michael's weekly calls and listen to everything he says. And you got to look at all the Keepa review channels. You got to watch the course videos just to help them iterate the thing. And then also you got to train their VA. You got to treat your VA like a real employee, right? That's what a lot of people don't do. They just think like, oh, my VA's already said he's experienced, but then they find nothing for you. And the key is, like, say you hire an OA sourcing VA, you need to have that VA put your stuff on the leads list, so like documents they have, and then showing you the stuff they found, right? And if you find one for wholesale, you know, there's going to be different requirements depending on what you want them for. You can even make your VAs do shipment creations. You can have your VAs do purchasing for you. I wouldn't recommend that till you're more experienced and you trust your VA after several months of working with them. Then you can say, okay, I want to transition you to a sourcing VA. So you're going to be purchasing all the products for me. So then you got to figure out how you want to do that, right? I personally have a purchasing VA. Or maybe eventually you're going to have a team of 5 to 10 VAs who are all product sourcers. And you'd be like, okay, I don't want to manage them all. My longest VA, who's the best, I'm going to make that VA the manager. That VA is going to have weekly team meetings with the other VAs. And then you just meet with that manager VA once a month or once a week. And you communicate with the manager communicates with the employees. That's what you can do. It's really scalable. And you're going to go to onlinejobs.ph, make an account. Pricing though. You're going to want to get the pro subscription at $69. You can pay for it once, cancel it immediately, because it allows you to create or allows you to get a lot of job applications and allows you to post your job application instantly. And you're allowed to message them and hire them. Essentially, you can't really do anything except list a job application with the free one because you can't even message them. So pay $69, get it for 1 month, cancel it. Hire your VA, test the VA over that time. If you need a new one, get it easily. It's all good. You're going to get, there's a plethora of VAs. There's millions out there. They all want to work for you. And Philippine employees are phenomenal. Like, I've almost never had a bad experience. I've had a few who like doze off, you fire them. But most of them are great. So That's VAs. Any more questions, you know, shoot me a message. I got you, and we'll. All right, guys, now let's talk prep centers. What are prep centers? Why are they so useful? And why are they useful for OA? So currently, if you're doing Amazon or if you're about to start, you may be buying your inventory from your online retailer, right? And sending it directly to your house. And the thing is, that's cool. You know, you get the inventory to your house, you prep it yourself, you ship it to Amazon. But when you're doing that, one, it's taking you a lot of time to prep the inventory. You got to receipt the boxes, unbox it, label it, sticker it, repackage it, ship it to Amazon, right? Versus a prep center, you would send it to them, pay them a small fee, and then they would ship it to Amazon for you. Okay, now you're thinking like, but then it's just going to cost me more money when I could just do it myself. Yes, that is true, but for most of you, you're probably going to end up saving money. And it's because of no tax. When you get a prep center, you're going to want a prep center in a sales tax-free state. And I made this cool sheet here to show you guys exactly what I mean. So Montana, Delaware, New Hampshire, and Oregon have no sales tax on anything in the United States. There are a few states that have different sales tax rules. For example, Pennsylvania has no sales tax on shoes, and I believe New Jersey does as well, and a few other states. But these 4 states have no sales tax on anything, all right? And what does this mean for me? So let's talk about it like this. If you're in Florida, you have a 7% sales tax. And say your unit, you're buying a $100 item, right? Sales tax is $7. Your total cost is $107, right? But the issue is here that you also have to do it yourself. So that $100 item becomes $107 plus your time. Versus if you send it to a sales tax-free prep center, your item costs $100. Your sales tax is 0 because there's no sales tax in that state. The prep center charges you around $1 per unit to prep the item. And just so you know, this fee varies depending on volume, items, the prep center. I've seen as low as 60 cents a unit. I've seen as high as $2.50 a unit. It's really going to depend on the item. If you're sending super big stuff, maybe more. Super tiny, be less. If you're sending in thousands of the same item, maybe less. Shoes are typically around the $1.50 to $2 mark because they take a little more to prep, so on and so forth. But you get the average dollar per unit prep fee. Your total cost is $101. So think about it like this. You just saved $6 right here, plus your time for not having to do it yourself. And this is game changer. This is personally like what I did my first like year plus. I still do it for all OA inventory sent to a prep center. There's no reason for me to do it myself here in Florida when I'm going to be paying 7% extra. When I get sent to the prep center and not have to touch it, not have to do it, save me a ton of time. In college, you know, sending it to Montana, like, didn't have to touch it at all. The nice thing about like this, all right, what if my items aren't 100? What if they're just 20? Sales tax is $1.40, brings me to $21.40 buy cost plus my time. Prep center, $20, $0 sales tax, dollar prep fee, $21 out the door. So you might think 40 cents is not that much, but you got to think about your time. Your time is super valuable. The time that you're spending prepping could be spent sourcing inventory and doing other Amazon backend stuff. So even at this point, that 40 cents starts to add up. 10 units, that's $4. 100 units, that's $40, right? And then that adds up really quickly. 1,000 units, that's $400 right there, right? So you got to think about it like, sorry, I don't even know if I did that math right to you guys. 1,000 units times 0.4. Oh, it is $400. But like, you just got to be aware, like, the prep center is going to save you time. They'd be wondering, when's the right time to get a prep center? If you're brand new, you're just starting today, you don't need a prep center. And a lot of prep centers will have like minimum fees. You'll notice like they'll be like, we want at least 100 units a month or at least 500 units a month. And when you're brand new, you may not be able to do that. So if you're brand new, just add your sales tax in, do it yourself, get your foot in the door. Maybe 1 month, 2 months in, you're doing a few thousand sales a month. More than welcome to go get a prep center, guys. And I promise you, it will be game changing when you get one. I got one, I think on month 2 of selling on Amazon. It was so worth it. Helped me so much. I still did do some prep myself, but most 90% of it went to the prep center. So yeah, that's prep centers, and you can find them on prepcenter.com. Just go to their map feature here, and there's a ton of them. You can just zoom in over here, like on me, for example, and there's a ton of them over here on their website, and you can pick one and go from there, right? Like this one. And what I recommend to do is before you get one, call them up, get on a video call with them, learn more about their operation, you know, make sure you can trust them. And of course, if you guys are in the WAP group, I'll give you guys prep center recommendations and help you all get that set up, because it's super important to find a good prep center who has quick turnaround. Usually the good ones are 24 to 48 hour turnaround business days. So not on Saturday or Sunday, don't expect them to be working. But yeah, They're great use of your time, save money, and make more money. So I'll see you on the next chapter. All right, now let's talk credit cards. And credit cards are really one of the ways you are going to scale your business quickly. So if you're not using credit cards yet, or if you haven't started building your credit yet, promise you need credit cards, because without credit cards, my business would not have grown as fast as it did. Some of these credit cards I'm about to show you can get $100,000, $200,000, $300,000, $500,000 monthly limits over time. Personally, the highest I ever got on my Amex Gold card was a $300,000 limit. And that's one of the ways we're able to cook so much on Amazon. So over the next few minutes, I'll be going over the strategies on the credit cards, which are the best ones, and just how we can make this so efficient for everyone. So let's go through this. So we can see here I'm on the Chase website. Chase has great business credit cards. I'm gonna go over my 2 favorites, and then we'll move on to the next brand of credit cards. So we have the Chase Ink Business Premier and the Chase Ink Business Unlimited. They're both great cards. The Business Unlimited here, the silver one, is more beginner friendly than the Business Premier. So as for most of you guys are beginners and may not have the highest credit history or the best credit history, the Business Unlimited will be good. And if you are already a Chase customer, say you've been banking with Chase your whole life, I'd recommend going the Chase route because they're more likely to give you a higher limit and approve you because you've been a long-standing customer. So essentially the Business Unlimited card gives you 1.5% unlimited cash back on anything, and it's unlimited. So every $100 you get $1.50 back, and that may not sound like much, but over time it really does accumulate. Say you're spending $1,000, right? That's $15 in cash back. And then, $10,000, $150, and over time that accumulates. And I've personally generated over $100,000 in cash back. It's absolutely insane. And cash back for me just pays for my vacations and stuff. That's what I use it for. But anyways, you also get a $750 bonus cash back if you spend $6,000 the first 3 months. But the key about this card is going to be right here, the 0% intro APR for 12 months. What does this mean? So this means that for the first 12 months you own this card, you can carry a balance and not be affected by interest. And this is big because if you are a new Amazon seller and you don't have a lot of capital, right? Say you may only have like $5,000 in the bank, right? And then Chase approves you for a $15,000 limit card. And this card has 0% APR for 12 months. So you could theoretically spend all $15,000 in the first week of getting that card on inventory. And then since you're not in a rush to pay it back in those 30 days, right? So you can just hold that balance on that card until you get your money back from Amazon to then pay it off and buy more inventory and keep on repeating this process. And for the first 12 months, you won't get charged any interest. It won't really affect you at all. Of course, do your own research, but it won't affect you. This is what we personally do in our business. I love 0% APR credit cards. All my friends love 0% APR credit cards. It is the way to go. You won't be carrying interest, right? So you can basically spend the money and not have to worry about it for the first 12 months. Now, Chase Ink Business Premier. You can see here, $200 annual fee. They do charge interest. So you might be asking, why would I ever want to use this card? It's going to be for this, the 2.5% cash back on every purchase of $5,000 or more. And then besides that, 2% unlimited cash back. So immediately you can see this card has better cash back, but no 0% intro APR. But the 2.5% unlimited cash back on purchases over $5,000, if you are doing wholesale, this is the #1 card for you. 99% of wholesale purchases you do are going to be over $5,000, right? And then if we use this credit card to get the 2.5% cash back, we are cooking on cash back. This card's brought me in thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on cash back since I've got it. And they give relatively high limits. I believe they gave me $80,000 on this card. Phenomenal card. And remember, both of these cards, you can apply for them below. I have my affiliate link down below if you want to support me. And I believe you guys also get an extra bonus as well for using that link. Now let's switch over to Amex. Amex is a phenomenal card company. And without Amex, I would not be where I am today. Amex is known for giving high credit card limits. That's what they're known for. On my Plum card, I think I have like 250 grand. On my Gold card, they give me like 300. Just so you know, they're not preset spending limits. So what this means is most Amex cards are charge cards, which means you have to pay the balance off when the time comes, and your balance essentially grows, or your spending limit grows with you over time. So say when you first get your credit card, it's gonna say you have no preset spending limit, okay? But then after using the card a bit, say you hit $10,000 in spend, Amex will give you like a soft limit, which essentially is like, hey, you can't spend any more until you pay off the card. And then once you pay it off, your credit limit, the soft limit, may increase to 20,000. And then it just keeps on increasing with your spending habits. As long as you're paying off your card, your limit will keep on increasing. So I keep on getting it up and up and up. Right now we have about 300,000. So the Plum card, what's great about this? $250 annual fee. That's quite high, but what's great about it is, one, the high limits, and two, extra days to pay. So basically you get, instead of a 30-day statement cycle, you get a 60 days to pay without interest. And that's a perk of this card. It's a charge card with a high limit that gives you 60 days to pay. And this is why so many Amazon sellers have this card, because high limits, $250 annual fee, which isn't too bad, but high limits and 60 days to pay. And theoretically, if you're buying good stuff, like we talked about in this course, you will get your money back within 60 days to pay it off, no problem. Next, we'll have the business blue cards. And the business blue cards are great for beginners. So if you don't have a high established credit and you really don't have a lot of capital, where you really need that 0% intro APR for 12 months to help you boost your money and to help boost your sales and ultimately make more money, the business blue cards are great options. They're not going to shoot you a super high limits like the Plum card, but you'll still be able to get, like, I believe up to like 50, 60,000. You might start off with like 5 to 10,000. Just depends on who you are. But they both give you $250 statement credits. Basically, the difference between both of these is just the rewards. One gives you cash back, the other one gives you points. The business cash gives you 2% unlimited cash back until you hit $50,000 in a calendar year. In spending, that goes to 1%. And same with the business plus, it just does it in points. So it's up to you. I personally prefer the cash back, so I'll go the cash back route. But it's a great card. Typically you need about a 680 credit score to apply, and you get 0% intro APR for 12 months. Phenomenal card. Now the last bit to Amex cards we have, it's gonna be the business platinum, the business gold. Both of these cards, if you're new to selling on Amazon and you don't have established credit, don't even bother applying for them. But say like you're spending a ton on Amazon, your cash flow is good, and you just want a better credit card, it's gonna give you a really, really high limit. Business gold card all the way. Go to business gold. You know, great sign up bonus, $175,000 membership points. They have really good point values on different categories. Personally, I love it because just the high limit, so we use it a lot. They do have 0% APR for 6 months, which is not a bad deal. That offer isn't always around, so maybe when you're watching this video, it may not be there because these offers fluctuate. And then the business platinum card is just like, you know, if you're a big baller, you know, you're spending a lot of money, like you're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, I recommend getting this, especially if you're traveling. If you're traveling a lot, you'll really like it because of all the lounge access, extra points on travel, and all that good stuff. I personally have the business plat, I have the business gold, both great cards. I travel a lot, so it's really nice to have the lounge access. But yeah, but now let's go to Bank of America. And Bank of America is honestly a really slept on credit card program. And there only really is one card that's worth it. And it's only worth it if you bank at Bank of America. And let me tell you why. It's going to be this one, the Business Advantage Unlimited Cash Rewards MasterCard credit card. And you might be thinking, say, 1.5% cash back, $300 statement credit offer, like nothing super great. But the key is the Business Preferred Rewards program, which is only for people who bank with Bank of America. And you see here, you could earn up to 2.62% cash back on all purchases. And you can come over to this page and do the math. Say if you're a Platinum Honors member, and to be Platinum Honors, you have to hold an average balance of 100 grand or more per month in your account. I personally have Platinum Honors. We do most of our banking with Bank of America, a decent amount with Chase, but most Bank of America. And we get 2.62% unlimited cash back on all purchases. And you see if you spend 25 grand a month, that's $656 in a month, which is nice. We spend more than that every month. Nominal card for cash back. This is actually the highest cash back card that I know of on the internet for business use at least. But Bank of America isn't known for high limits. Like we only have a $20,000 limit. So personally, we have to pay it off multiple times a month. It sucks. But if your cash flow is good, you bank at Bank of America, you want the highest cash back card on the market, there you go. Links in the description as well. A lot of people don't know about this card, honestly, but I love it. Now, last thing, let's go into Capital One. Capital One has great credit cards as well. The Spark, 2% unlimited cash back. Remember, you need excellent credit, so it's not going to be your first card. Your first card is either going to be the Business Amex Blue or one of the Chase cards. But if you have good credit, get this one. Unlimited 2% cash back. Besides the Chase card, the Chase Business Premier, and the Bank of America, this has the best cash back because it's actually unlimited 2% on anything. And You also get a $2,000 welcome offer if you spend 30 grand 3 months. So if you're getting this card, you're probably at that rate where you're going to get it. But you remember, you have to pay in full because it is a charge card. And that's why the balance, that's why you get such high limits, is because it has flexible spend, because it is a charge card. You can spend a lot of money. I believe we spend around this 120 grand a month on this card. That gives me about 34,000 in cash back in a year. And basically what I'm trying to get the point across is, between credit card rewards with Amex and Chase and cash back with the other ones, you can make a full-time salary just off cash back to use for all your personal expenses. And the nice thing about cash back, guys, is cash back is not taxable. Of course, consult with your tax advisor. At least in Florida, it's not as of me recording this video. Of course, that could change. But consult with a tax person, because in most states it's non-taxable, which is really good. And yeah, best card by far, Capital One Spark Business. Love it. And last thing about credit cards. So say you get a bunch of credit cards, right? You may not understand what this means, but you will in a second. Say you get like 5, 6, 7 credit cards, right? The key is to rotate the spending on them, so the way you get the longest to pay them back. For example, on the days 1 through 5 of the month, so June 1st through June 5th, you spend on Amex 1. June 5th through June 10th, Amex 2. And so on and so forth. So every 5 days you're rotating cards. Of course, you have 2 cards, it might be every 14 days, 3 cards every 10 days, whatever it may be. But basically what you want to do is you want to call up the banks of each of these cards and ask them to move your statement closing date to, like, all right, it's card 1, I want you guys to have the statement close on June 5th, on the 5th of every month. Card 2, I want this card to close on the 10th of every month, and so on and so forth. And basically what this means is you're going to get the longest time possible to pay back that card. So you're technically going to get like about 45 days or so to pay back each card. And ideally, you should have your money back from Amazon in those 45 days. And that is what this means. So you really want to rotate your statement balances to be layered, so they're not all falling on the same date, so you get the longest time to pay back. But yeah, that's credit cards. I hope that was helpful. Of course, any questions, talk to me in WAP. I got you. We can talk about credit cards as much as you want. I love talking about credit cards. If you appreciate the credit card stuff, I would really appreciate you guys use the links in the description to sign up for any of them. But yeah, I'll see you all in the next section. All right, now we're going to talk order cancels. What are order cancels and how can we avoid them? So when you start doing OA, you may get your orders canceled here and there. Some websites more than others. Some websites will never cancel you, some will. And the reason websites do this is just to prevent reselling. For example, a lot of websites do not like when one person checks out 10, 20, 30 times in a row, even 5 times in a row, or someone's buying 50 units per order. All that stuff, they don't like it. Meanwhile, other websites, they don't care at all. Like at Kohls.com, you can check out 99 per order. You can do that 50 times in a row and they won't cancel you. Dick's Sporting Good, 99 per order, do it nonstop, they won't cancel you. But for example, like I was at like Dick's Sporting Good, since I bought from there a lot, what we notice is if you use PayPal, they won't cancel you. But if you use credit card, you'll probably get canceled. So there's different tricks like that you'll learn over time. For example, if you're getting canceled, okay, try using PayPal. But the big thing is there's a few things that usually trigger cancels. One is going to be just your name. Just use a different name. All right, instead of using Michael Shenbaum, might use like Michael Bill or like something random. Your name doesn't matter too much. Next is the simplest thing, your email address and your phone number, right? We already talked about catch-alls, so you guys know how to make unlimited emails. So use a catch-all. Phone number doesn't matter. When's the last time a retailer has called your phone number after you place an order? Probably never. So random phone number. And then next would be your credit card. We probably talked about this at some point, but Capital One and or privacy are great. So if you have a Capital One credit card, all you have to do is go to Google and type in Cap One Eno. And when you go to Google and type this guy in, basically what this is a Chrome extension that's free with Capital One, and it will allow you to create credit cards on any website. It's more so also their AI assistant, but what it does is you can click on their little Chrome extension up here. You'll have to log into your account and it'll give you a virtual credit card number, and you can do this on any website. And this is great because it's going to allow you to get different credit card numbers nonstop, okay? And it also allows you to lock these credit cards to say, well, remember, we sign up for these subscriptions, right, to get the 5% off on autosave, right? You use a Capital One credit card, you do one purchase, and then you lock the credit card to never get charged again, so you can't get charged again. And if you don't have Capital One, there's a website called Privacy. It's essentially the exact same thing, except Privacy is linked to your bank account. So it's basically a debit card that's a virtual card. So you get unlimited of them. You can make them for every website. You can lock the cards afterwards for the subscribe and save, but they are linked to your bank account. So it's going to debit the money exactly like a debit card as opposed to a credit card like Capital One. That's why Capital One is by far the best move to go. Now, besides that, we can also do something called jigging. Jigging your address. What is that? This is actually something that a lot of people probably don't know who are watching this video. I'm very familiar with it because back in the day when we were doing lots of sneaker botting, we had to jig our addresses like crazy because I was buying thousands and thousands of shoes to one address. So there's a few things you can do. There's the 4 or 3 letter jig, I like to call it. And essentially what you do is you put 4 or 3 random letters in front of your street. So HFGB 123 example street, right? And then you can also do the number letter jig where you put them in the front and back. So example 123 example street DSF, and then you put numbers. You can put different things. The other jig I like to do is the apartment jig. This is honestly my favorite jig, but it won't work if you live in an apartment because obviously if you live in an apartment, your apartment number is very important. But if you live in a home, you can essentially put anything in line 2. So you can put apartment 123. It's like obviously like the UPS truck comes to your house, there's no apartment there. It's probably just on accident. That's what they think. You'll end up at your house. You can always do the misspell jig as well. This one actually works very well because sometimes websites don't recognize these, but the misspell jig is almost always a winner because you can just, how I misspell it's like you still get the point across, but you can create a lot of random letters, or not random letters, there's extra letters. So see Main Street, but with like 4 M's, 1 A, a few I's, and a few N's. Same with street. And you can always put the random letters as well, but these all work. And all these jigs will work. Your package arrives. I've tested them all literally thousands of times. And if you want one more secret jig, that this is very low key. Like when I say very low key, I mean like no one knows about this, guys. It's called the zip code jig. And the zip code jig, you probably will never have to use. But so little backstory. Back in the day when we were buying Adidas Yeezy Boost 350s and all the Yeezys that were coming out back in 2020, 2021. So for the longest time, for years, we could do these simple jigs. And then all of a sudden, one day they implemented a zip code ban. So my zip code is 32940. And zip codes all across the country are getting banned. And these zip codes typically were areas where someone was botting a ton of shoes. So for me, I was shipping all my shoes to the 32940 zip code. Basically, Adidas just say like, hey, we're going to ban 32940 because that area is getting way too many shoes. So someone's probably botting in that area. We'll ban them. And then no one in that area can buy anything from that zip code, which is crazy because I had friends who were like not botting, right? They were just buying a few here and there. And I knew a few other resellers who were just buying a few here and there, and they couldn't buy anything because their zip codes got banned. And they text me, it's like, hey, Michael, have you experienced this issue? And like, yeah, that's probably my fault, bro. My bad. Like I banned the entire zip code. And I didn't just ban 32940. I had a few other addresses in neighboring zip codes around the area, like 32935 or 32903, I believe, because these are different friends and businesses I would ship shoes to. And we banned like 5 or 6 zip codes in the area. But this wasn't just my area. This was happening all over the country. And basically anywhere where there's a lot of resellers botting shoes, their entire zip codes got banned. And we figured out a workaround to this. And for example, if this ever happens to you, which I don't know why it would, or you just want to use it, because as soon as you switch your zip code, the system thinks it's a completely different address, right? Because there could be a 123 Main Street. And for example, I live in Melbourne, Florida, but there could also be a 123 Main Street in Miami, a 123 Main Street in New York, right? And the way the systems and the postal service differentiates it is by zip code, because zip codes are standard. You know, there's only one of each zip code, right? So differentiate it by zip code. So what we would do to still make sure the shoes arrive to my house that had a banned zip code is we would switch it from, instead of 32940 to 32941 or 32942 or 32943. And we would essentially continue this all the way until 32949. And basically what happens is these zip codes, they don't exist. Like 32942 does not exist. And that's the key. You got to make sure the zip code doesn't exist, and you don't want to change more than just the last number, because when you change the last number, basically what happens, like say it's getting to FedEx, right? FedEx's system will notice that like, hey, this zip code doesn't exist in our system. But you know, their system's able to match the address and notice that, okay, oh, this person just messed up the last digit on accident. So they auto-correct it and it gets sent to your address. And I would think like, Michael, what if it doesn't get sent to my address? Hey, I promise it will, because I think we probably shipped like 20 to 30,000 sneakers over the course of a few months doing the zip code jig to my house. So I know it works, and I haven't had to use it in the Amazon space because no one's ever banned me this terribly. But if that ever does happen to you, that's the zip code jig. So yeah, if you ever have any questions about your orders getting canceled, feel free to shoot me a DM, especially if we're in the WAP group. Ask us in the live streams, because I promise you, I probably have some idea to help you get around your canceled orders, because there's a lot more ways you can do jigging, avoiding cancels, than just what I showed you here. It's just going to take me literally hours to talk about it, so I'm not going to include it all here. But if that ever arises to you, shoot me a DM, and yeah, I'll see you all in the next part. All right, now we're going to talk about major US holidays that are great for Amazon sellers. Here I have a list that I actually made up with ChatGPT of all the favorite holidays that I have for Amazon sellers. And we'll go through them one by one and why they're so important. So Valentine's Day and Easter. These are pretty much your two biggest holidays for Amazon sellers in the first part of the year. And these are both great because they have sales. All websites run major sales around Valentine's Day and around Easter. And these sales can just be different discounts, different big promotions, websites. Any reason they can run a sale, they'll do it. And Valentine's Day and Easter are typically the first two of the year. Besides that, you can also take advantage of seasonal trends, such as selling like Valentine's Day chocolates, any like thing that's pink essentially. And the same thing with Easter, selling like Easter like stuff, right? And then after Easter, we basically go into Mother's Day and Memorial Day. These are the next two in May, and these both have major sales. Mother's Day sales are always huge. Memorial Day sales are always big. Like right now, Memorial Day just passed, and we're having some great sales this past weekend and that are still going on. Now, Father's Day is almost the same thing, just giant sales again. And then really the best part of the year happens the second half of the year, back to school season. So starting in July through early September, there's so many sales for back to school stuff. Remember, school supplies, backpacks, shoes, clothes, anything that someone wants for back to school, the volume on Amazon increases drastically. The sales are amazing. Everything's great. And this is actually the first time I ever hit my 200K month in Amazon, was because of back to school season. I was selling hundreds of backpacks, hundreds of crayons, color pencils, shoes, all that good stuff. So this is really important to keep in mind. Next, we got Labor Day, and Labor Day is just more so, just some more extra sales post back to school, nothing crazy, similar to the first half of the year holidays. Then we got Halloween going into October, and costumes, candy, party supplies, and like different Halloween costume accessories all print in October. Thing you got to keep in mind is people return a lot of Halloween costumes, so I wouldn't sell many Halloween costumes, but all the different accessories that go with it, go for it. You're going to want to start looking at this like mid to late September, and then into the first half of October is when sales really spike. Like after like October 25th, they start to slow down. So if you can get on the trends early October, you're good. You're just going to want to do KPF searches on Halloween stuff, the different brands, Shop Spirit Halloween, all that stuff. Early Black Friday weekend is phenomenal. This is usually the first weekend, if not the second weekend of November. Basically, all the major stores run Black Friday sales, but early. They do it for one weekend, and it's phenomenal. This is usually when, for me, I buy like 90% of my Q4 items early Black Friday. I get them in the next week, send them into Amazon. We're good to go by Black Friday. Then Veterans Day, you know, minor bump in sales, just some extra sales popping around, nothing crazy. Then we got Black Friday, Cyber Monday, the biggest shopping days of the years. Your sales on Amazon are going to skyrocket. This was like my first 30K day on Amazon and Black Friday. Or I think it was Cyber Monday actually. Yeah, it was Cyber Monday. I remember I was driving back to school that Monday and I hit like a 30K sales on the highway. Crazy stuff. And plus all these retailers are going to have crazy sales, like absolutely crazy sales. You're going to buy so much, and you're really going to want to FBM at this point because you won't have time to send in these items to Amazon because you're going to be too close to you know, Christmas time to get them checked in by Christmas. They're just going to FBM like crazy. And the cool thing is a lot of retailers, they continue their Black Friday sales into like the first and second week of December. Some will cut back the sales a bit, but a lot of the sales continue, which is pretty cool. Then we got Christmas, December 25th, of course. Your sales on Christmas on Amazon typically aren't crazy because people aren't shopping that much. So Christmas just like cool down. But post-Christmas, it's called gift card season essentially, and we have people using their gift cards they got for Christmas like crazy. So your sales spike again. You don't really want to take a break after this. You want to like stay on top of it because a lot of things are super high in price and people kind of like doze off on vacation. But like if you pay attention, you can take a lot of advantage. I remember like right after Christmas, we were FBMing these Stanley Cups 2 years ago. I was selling hundreds a day. A lot of people weren't on it because like, you know, they took a break post-Christmas. Then December 31st, January 1st, you know, it's New Year's Eve, New Year's Day sales. So, you know, you can buy some extra stuff on New Year's. And that's about it. And of course, if you guys are in the WAP group, we'll have notifications on all of these new sales. We'll be doing live sourcing on these sales and all that good stuff. So love to have you in there if you want to join. But if not, this will also be, you know, linked. These calendars and all that stuff's linked in the group as well. So now we'll go into the next part and we're going to start diving into some wholesale stuff. Let's get it. All right, guys, let's talk wholesale now. All right, we're done with online arbitrage. You know how OA works. Let's get into wholesale. So this is for y'all who want to know about wholesale. If you don't really want to know, feel free to skip past it. If you do want to know, listen up, because the next few hours, I'm going to give you all the wholesale knowledge you need. Let's dive into it. So there's 3 types of wholesale that I like to talk about, guys. There's brand direct, the distributor model, and closeout liquidation. And you can see next to each of these models, I have either amazing, good, bad. And I'll go through this real quickly, why they're good, why they're bad. So let's start with bad. Closeout and liquidation. This is where you're buying products that are exactly like you hear, closeout liquidation. So where do these products come from? They come from retailers at the end of their seasons. They're just liquidating products as fast as they can. They're just like, all right, this big company will buy all our products for pennies on the dollar. They buy it and then they sell it to us, right? And the issue with this is a lot of closeout and liquidation suppliers don't have good supply chain documents. And what this means is invoices. So closeout and liquidation, there's typically a lot of layers to this. So like there's one giant company who buys all the inventory from Walmart. Then they disperse it amongst a bunch of other companies and then it comes to you. And by the time it gets to you, it could have gone through like 10 different people. No one really knows where it came from. Some of the products could be fake. Some of them could be legitimate. Some could be expired. Some could be spoiled. You don't really know where they're coming from. There are a few closeout liquidation suppliers that if you can find the right ones who are actually buying directly from the retailer or the brand itself, then they're good. But even then, I would just stay away from closeout and liquidation. You may find really good margins from these places. Like you may find a great place like, okay, 80% margins, but they can't prove where the inventory is coming from. You don't want to buy it. Because the number one thing with wholesale, you need to make sure whoever you're buying from can prove to you that they bought it directly from the brand or manufacturer or retailer where it's supposed to be sold at, right? Now we go to distributor model. What is a distributor? Distributors are the people, so basically the manufacturer of the brand, they sell the products to distributors and then distributors disperse it to retailers and other people around the country. And distributors are good, but not amazing. Like I personally buy from lots of distributors. We also do brand direct, which I'll get to in a second. Distributors really probably the easiest way to get into wholesale. Just gotta be careful with who you're buying from. Because the same with closeout, there's lots of distributors in the country. And not all distributors are buying directly from the brand itself. A lot of them are like 3rd, 4th, 5th in the food chain. And what I mean by that is like distributor 1 buys from the brand, then distributor 2 buys from 1, and then 3 buys from 2, and then 4 buys from 3. And by the time you're getting it, could have gone through 5 distributors, and there's not good supply chain documents as well. And you'll see here the overall theme I'm going at is you need to make sure whoever you're buying from has proper supply chain documents. That is the most important thing. So when you go reach out to them, which we'll get into a little bit with reach out and how we verify distributors, you just want to make sure they have verifiable documents that shows that their products are legitimate. But distributors are great. Most distributors like sell to retailers like Target. They sell to Walmart, you know, like the trucks that pull up in the morning, those are all distributors dropping off inventory. And it's a great model. It's a great model, relatively easy for new wholesale people to get into. I personally buy from mostly distributors, but now let's get into brand direct so I can tell you why brand direct is the best model and why we're shifting to basically 100% brand direct, and why I recommend most of y'all who are watching this, like, you might as well just start off with the best model and go from there. But don't worry, because I'm going to go over brand direct and distributors in this whole wholesale part of the course, because it's important that everyone knows both parts. Now, brand direct is where what you think it is. You're buying directly from the brand. So you're buying directly from Nike. Like, you're not going to get a wholesale account with Nike, but for example, you're buying from Nike. You're buying from Clorox. You're buying from Tide. You're buying directly from the brand. So you're calling up the brand, you're emailing them, you're talking to a sales rep, you're opening up an account, buying the products from them, selling them on Amazon. And you can think about it like this. Typically, if you're buying from the brand, well, one, you know it's legitimate. Two, they have proper invoicing directly from the brand. So there's no room for Amazon to say it's fake. But three, you got to think about this as pricing. Brand direct will typically have the best pricing, but not always. For example, you think, okay, I want to open a wholesale account with Procter & Gamble. Procter & Gamble is a company who owns Tide, Clorox, all those major CPG brands, consumer products, right? They own all those big brands. It's like, if I call up Procter & Gamble to open a wholesale account, which I've tried in the past, they have like a minimum order quantity of like 1 million units or $1 million worth of inventory. And none of us can afford that, right? So, and even if we could afford it, that's their minimum, right? So if we buy a minimum order of $1 million of inventory, we may not be getting their best pricing, opposed to a distributor who can afford it and they're buying directly from Procter & Gamble. They may be able to give you better pricing than Procter & Gamble could ever give you. And this is the thing you got to know. It's like, a lot of times the first distributor who buys directly from the brand may be able to give you better pricing than the brand would give you, because they're buying at such large quantity. And you'll see this is a recurring theme as well, is volume discounts. The more you buy, the cheaper things are going to get. Okay? That's why also I don't recommend, if you have $1,000, $2,000 to your name, anything less than $5,000, you shouldn't be doing wholesale, because you're not going to get the best pricing. All right? For me, one of my distributors, our first order was $100,000, and we got really good pricing because we spent $100,000 right off the bat. And that really solidifies your relationships. And relationships is big as well, which you got to build good relationships with your wholesalers. You're going to be talking to a sales rep. You're going to be assigned a sales rep. You want to build a good relationship with that person. That person's human. That person wants to make money. You want to make money. So you got to talk to them like a human, get to know them, get on a good relationship, talk about other things besides work. But we'll get into wholesale outreach later down the line. But ultimately, brand direct, you want to try to open accounts with brands. You're not going to be aiming at the giant brands, but smaller brands that are doing a few $100,000 a month on Amazon, brands you may not know of because they're smaller, right? But they're easy brands to get your foot in the door and get an account. And later in this wholesale modules, we're going to go over how to find these smaller brands that you can reach out to and how to position yourself correctly to get these accounts open. Now, also with brand direct, there's two types of brand direct. There's one brand direct where you're buying from the brand, but a lot of resellers are buying from this brand as well. But then you can also get really intricate and get an exclusive partnership with the brand. And what does this mean? This means you can be the sole seller of that brand on Amazon. This is harder to get, and it's typically not going to happen on your first brand direct account. Typically how it works is you'll be selling the brand for a while. You'll notice different things on the Amazon listing, like, okay, other sellers are like screwing up the price. The listing needs a revival, other different things. And you can pitch to the brand like, hey, we've been selling with you for a long time. I think we should become an exclusive partner. And then typically this process could take a few months of discussing back and forth with the owner of the brand and different things. But if it comes out to you, you could be the only person selling that brand on Amazon and doing hundreds of thousands of sales a month, just that brand. And you know you're not going anywhere. You have a contract with that brand. It's good to go. Now you may be thinking, you know what this means, the gist of it, but you think like, okay, wholesale sounds way more official, Michael. And yes, it is. It's way more official, and that's why it's also not recommended for super beginners, right? You need a few things to start, and this is the list. A lot of people will say like, hey, Michael, not all of this is required, but for me, if I'm going to start wholesale, I'm going to do it right. I want to look professional right off the bat, and these are things you need. Website, domain, professional email, email signature, logo, LLC, resale certificate, and business bank account. So let's go over to super basic things first. LLC, you have to have official business to do wholesale. Okay, it can't be like OA where you start with just your name out of your garage. You need an official business. And most times wholesalers will require a commercial address. You can't ship to your house because you look unprofessional. So you need either a warehouse or you need to ship to a prep center, okay? Resale certificate, you just apply for that with your state like we talked about earlier. Once you get your LLC set up. Business bank account, same deal. Once you get your LLC and your EIN number from the government, go get a business bank account at any bank. You can go to Chase, Bank of America, whoever you want. I personally use Chase. I'll have a link down below that you guys can sign up for a Chase business account. Now, logo. You're going to want a logo made for your company. You can go to Fiverr and just search up logo creation. Email signature. Go to Fiverr as well, right? Go here, Fiverr, type in email signature, and just buy one of these. Email signatures are typically $10. All they need is your logo and a picture of you, and they'll make you something fancy that looks like this. That way, at the bottom of every email you send in, you'll have this right here, and it's cool because they're clickable as well. So if they want to click on your email, then click on that. Click on your phone number, click on your website. It brings you all directly to them. So that way, in your initial outreach email, when they scroll down, they see everything about you, right? Personally, in mine, I have my website, my phone number, my email, our address to our warehouse, and my LinkedIn, so they can see some more about my past businesses and experience. It's $10. It's easy to make. They'll make it for you on Fiverr. Same with logo. Logo, 10 to 50 bucks. Or you can make it yourself. Your logo doesn't have to be anything professional, guys. And now, website and domain. And professional email. So remember, like we bought the domain for our Catchall in the OA module, right? Same thing. You're just going to come here to Namecheap and buy a domain. I would buy whatever your business is called, .com. So your business is called Wholesale 321. Buy that. Wholesale321.com. Buy that. $10. You're good to go. And then you're going to have to get your website made with that. So there's two ways you can do this. You can go to Fiverr and just type in website, right? And get a basic website made. And I'm about to show you guys some website examples so you can show the people on Fiverr what you want to make. And typically they'll charge anywhere from 100 to 200 bucks to do this. Or the second way you can go about getting your website made is if you join our WAP group. I have my boy, he's from Pakistan. He's made me several websites and made all my friends our wholesale websites. And he makes a lot of people in the Amazon Spaces websites. And he's offering a special rate if you guys are in the group. And he will make your website, logo, email signature, basically everything for you. And you won't have to do anything. And join there. I think it's going to be about 150 bucks for everything. So it's pretty good stuff. And he'll handle all that stuff for you. He's personally made my wholesale website, my other website, for a few other businesses I have, for my parents' business. Made a ton of my websites, all my friends' websites. Great guy. And so now you may be wondering, professional email. So how do you get professional email? Once you get your domain, go to Google Workspace. I'll have a link in the description as well to set this up. And just go buy this $7 a month starter plan. And you see right here, it gives you a custom business email. So basically just put your name. For me, it'll be michael@wholesale321.com, right? That's my custom business email. And now when I email all these wholesalers, it's coming from my company's email, right? Versus a Gmail. I know a lot of wholesalers and they will not look at your email if it comes from a Gmail or a Yahoo or AOL. They want a professional domain because it shows you're actually a legitimate company. All right, $7 a month, good to go. You don't need more than this unless you have multiple employees. So say you hire VAs who do wholesale outreach and you want to email from them, then it would be another $7 for them. All right, so now let's go into what some example websites look like. All right, and some example websites are I'm about to show you. Here's ProStar Brands, Brand Rocket, Prominent Supply. So these are all websites from people who sell on Amazon. The guy who operates this website actually does like 25 million plus a year, maybe even 30 million nowadays on Amazon. And this is his website. So what I really want to get the point across is your website doesn't have to be anything fancy. Your website can be a POS, a piece of, trash. I don't know if I can say the S word on here because I don't want to get unmonetized, but you know what I mean. It does not have to be good. Basically just to say your trusted e-commerce marketplace partner. And this is a website for someone who's targeting brands directly. This guy's not targeting distributors. He's targeting strictly brands. He wants to build a relationship with the brand to eventually be their sole seller on Amazon. That's why it's like trusted e-commerce marketplace partner. You see, develop your brand's entire product line, grow your sales, increase your outreach, and shows where he sells on. He's not hiding that he sells on Amazon. A lot of wholesalers will hide that they sell on, or a lot of Amazon sellers will hide that they sell on Amazon, but then you're just going off with a bad foot, especially if you're selling the brand's products directly. If you're going for brand, you want to make sure that you don't lie to them. You tell them straight up, hey, I want to help grow your brand on Amazon. That's the route to take for Brand Direct. Here with Brand Rocket, you can see the same thing. Pretty much the same thing. His website's a little more professional. I'll be completely honest. He has a brands we carry page, and you can have a brands we carry page as well. But for example, he has most of these brands he doesn't sell. I can guarantee he doesn't sell 99.9% of these brands. He just has them here so it looks bigger than he is. But you can do that as well. I personally don't recommend doing it. I personally just recommend being simple, not even putting that up unless you actually sell them. Because what if they want to reach out to these brands and say like, hey, how is your relationship with Brand Rocket, right? Say Melnor calls, or say you're trying to get an account with Tide, and Tide calls up Melnor and be like, hey Melnor, how's your relationship with Brand Rocket? And they're like, who's Brand Rocket? And they're like, oh, he's selling on your website. It's like, oh, we don't do anything with that guy. So then that goes off on a bad foot as well. And then here's a website of another company who's more so an Amazon seller who's targeting distributors instead. Because you see, he's not saying anything about elevating your brand success on Amazon, partnering with us for retail experience, and then just some brands that they sell. And you see, the point of this website would be you really just targeting distributors. And distributors don't need to know you sell on Amazon. I would never tell them unless they ask. If they ask, of course, it'd be like, yeah, of course we sell on Amazon. It's the biggest platform in the world, right? But I would never straight up tell a distributor, because a lot of distributors, they get a bad taste. In general, anyone, they get a bad taste when you tell them you sell on Amazon, because a lot of Amazon sellers are just like so dumb, guys. They'll call up and be like, hey, what products do you have that are at least 50% margin that I can sell on Amazon? It's like, bro, like, why are you saying that? That's just so unprofessional. And an email from a Yahoo, they don't know how to type an email. They're not professional at all. They don't know how to talk on the phone. So that was in the next part of these videos. We're going to talk about how to act professional. But as long as you're not like super dumb, like just common sense, guys, really. It's just common sense. Don't call up being dumb. All right? So that's what you need to start selling wholesale on Amazon. That's the basics of wholesale. So now let's go into the next part where we can dive a little bit deeper into all this wholesale stuff. All right, now I'm going to go over how we can start finding distributors and wholesalers. And just so you know, wholesaler and distributor is pretty much a term that can be used either way. They mean the exact same thing. So I'm going to go however we can find them here on Google. There are going to be a few methods that we can use, but I'm going to start off with Google as the simplest one, and then we'll go down the line and eventually also get into how we can find brands to contact as well. So wholesale distributors, finding them, the simplest way, I'll be completely honest, is just Google search it, wholesale distributors, and then a state or a city. You really always want to do this or not, because if you just search wholesale distributors, it's going to be a super broad search, most likely just local. But I would always do a city. And you may be wondering, okay, Michael, how are you picking the city you want to do? And typically what you'll notice down the line is a lot of wholesalers, they like to position themselves around major ports where they're getting product in from overseas, right? Because most companies manufacture overseas, so product comes in the boats, in the ports, and the major ports, New Jersey, New York area, giant port. So like Los Angeles, Miami's giant, Savannah, Georgia's pretty big as well. And then in Texas and Houston, there's a big port. But the biggest ones are New Jersey. You'll really notice a lot of wholesalers are in the Northeast. Just take that with a grain of salt. A lot of them are in the Northeast. A lot of mine are in the Northeast. Now, what do we do to find them? Wholesale distributors, New Jersey. Come over here and then just open up the Google Maps and go down this list. And the thing, you see there's 10 plus pages. There's so many here. The thing I want to iterate though is you need to find as many as possible. Like you need to create a list of hundreds of them, if not 1,000 plus distributors. And you need to contact every single one, because the key is most of them aren't going to respond to you. All right. Most of them will never respond to you. And then a lot of them you'll open up an account with and the products will be terrible. All the products will have terrible pricing, just overall bad. So you need to have a big chunk of them, right? Think about this. You contact 100 of them, right? Maybe you open accounts with 10 to 15 of them. And maybe 2 of those 10 to 15 are any good. So that's 2% out of 100. It's a volume game, which is why you need to have your wholesale account tracker. Just make a simple Google sheet. This is linked in the Drive, in the WAP group with all the documents in this course. And just basically make a simple Google sheet. And in here, just fill out all the info. And what I would personally do is you spend a week, right? Say next week, I am going to sit down and just make a list. Every single day, I'm going to try to find a bunch, make a list, compile a list of a few hundred. Then the following week, I'm going to sit down and email and call every single one of them. And you may be wondering which one's better, calling or emailing. Typically calling's better because email is really easy to do. Calling, a lot of people are scared to call and get on the phone. And both is fine. Typically what I recommend, you shoot them a call. If they don't answer, shoot them a quick email afterwards, just saying like, you know, follow-up email. We're going to get into all calling scripts and emailing scripts in a little bit. Right now it's just finding the distributors. So what do you do here? What we're going to do is open up their websites and just start seeing what's going on over here. Because the key is some of these will not be good. Some may be scammy, some may just be good, terrible off the bat. And some may not even have a website like this guy, Direct Wholesale Distributors. And I don't want you to be afraid if there's no website, all right? Because I found wholesale accounts that have no website and they were phenomenal. So some are just really old school. Remember, some distributors have been around since like the 60s and 70s, right? They've been around for 50 years. And they just had really good clients, really good relationships with their brands, never need to make a website. It's just all word of mouth. So let's look at this guy's website. We see we have PD Distributors, Pardon Wholesale. They have soda, beverages, and Latin products. They have their own trucks. They look legitimate. And they have lots of brands that looks like candies. I see Nestle. I see different sauces, soda, beverages, cleaning products, candles, general merchandise. All right, so this would be a guy who I would copy and paste, you know, his website and all his info and put it here on my sheet and then come back to him. One thing I do recommend is, which we're going to talk more later when we talk about calling, emailing, definitely know a few of the brands they sell so you can mention it in your first initial outreach email or phone call, just so at least shows you like, okay, I'm interested in like Tide detergent. I see you guys carry that. We sell it on Amazon. You know, it'd be good for us. So they look like they've been around since 2005. So you would put that into your sheet. And I see Nova Warehouse Outlet. Nova Warehouse Outlet is immediately giving me liquidation. Warehouse Outlet, just it sounds warehouse outlet. And typically I've noticed over my years, anyone who sells tobacco and nicotine products is typically a terrible wholesaler from what I've noticed. But you're new. So I want you to contact every single one. You need to get your reps in. You need to learn how to handle rejection. You need to learn how to talk to them on the phone. So you would still put Nova Distributors in your thing and call them. Same with Sun Wholesale. I'm looking at Sun Wholesale. I mean, it doesn't look bad. It looks relatively like a basic distributor. You can't judge these people based off their websites. Just put them in your account and call them. All right. Same with this guy. In our wholesaler, go to Wholesale Solution. Furniture, they have like household items. They look be a relatively big company. But you now be wondering like, okay, say you open an account with them. You need to start checking if they're legitimate, which we'll get into a bit. It's the same thing like online arbitrage. Whole point of this part is just to really show you how to find them on Google. So say you go through this list, all 10 pages, and don't stop after page 1. You better go all 10 pages because sometimes the best are in the worst page. And also you want to go through like these pages of Google. You want to go to page 7 on Google because a lot of them like see A and B Wholesale US TDB Distributors, McKesson, Medical Supplies Wholesaler, Bros Coffee. See, all these things are on page 7, guys. Because like I said before, a lot of these distributors are old school. They don't update their websites. They let their websites fall down to the end. And then that's room for us who are persistent, who go to page 7, page 8 of the Google search, and we pull them out to contact them. Like, look at this guy's M&M's, 10,000 plus items, paper towels, Kool-Aid, vitamin water. Like, this guy's got everything, so it'd be worth contacting. Same with this, the coffee people. Probably they have some good coffees we can sell. Furniture. You don't want to sell furniture on Amazon, so they're probably not great, but they may have other things that are good. The point is, you want to fill up this sheet down here to like line like 500 and then just contact them, mass contact. And that's how you find them on Google. And then you think, okay, Michael, can we like switch up this search? Yes. What are other things I like to do? So obviously we switch up city, right? So let's just put Atlanta. Other things I like to do. I like to put a category. I like to put like say beauty, because then we're going to get more niche. Or general merchandise. General merchandise typically just means like more like gas station type general. So we would be looking at HBA products, which stands for health and beauty aids. So we'd be getting soaps, we get soaps, dish detergents, different household cleaning supplies, stuff like that. General merchandise wholesale distributors brings up different ones. You can look at consumer electronics. Consumer electronics is typically going to be smaller household electronics, so it can be anything from like small speakers to microwaves, toaster ovens, air fryers. Air fryers are great for Amazon. So consumer electronics, you see here, there's lots of them. I didn't bring up the Google map, but there's still lots of them. So this is what you want to do, and you want to switch it by city, because now if I put Los Angeles, it's going to bring up different ones. And the key is, like, say you are based in Los Angeles, you're based on the west coast of the country, you may want to first start looking, in states that are near you. So like Los Angeles, Nevada, and me being based in Florida, I start looking off like in cities like Florida and like Miami, right? Because Miami is a huge port, so I'm going to look on the East Coast. And say I do open a distributor in California and I'm in Miami, right? I preferably don't want to have to be shipping our products from California to Florida because the shipping is going to be expensive. So at that point, maybe worth you looking into, okay, if I'm opening up an account across the country, maybe worth me looking into getting a prep center over there to ship it within the same state. So that way it's faster shipping and cheaper shipping. So overall, that's the basic gist of doing the Google search wholesale method. Next, we're going to get into some more advanced methods that aren't as well known, but they're super favorites of mine. All right, let's talk sourcing distributors on ChatGPT. This is actually a pretty good method, and this method sadly wasn't around when I first started doing wholesale, as ChatGPT is relatively new. But I actually made this whole SOP for when you're searching wholesalers on ChatGPT, how can you go about it? And it's pretty good. It's going to be linked in the docs with everything else in the WAP group, so don't worry about it. Join the WAP group, you got it all. And this is just pretty straightforward. You can use it for yourself. If you're training a VA, you can give this to your VA, whatever you want. It's free for you guys to use as much as you want. So basically what you do is you go in ChatGPT, and there's a few prompts you can use. You can do distributors similar to. So for example, say we know Kohl. And for those who are new, Kohl is a giant food distributor in the United States. You've probably seen their trucks around if you're paying attention at all when you go outside. They deliver everywhere. And they're actually very good for Amazon. You have to negotiate your pricing a bit. You have to get an account open, but they're pretty good for Amazon. So if you're able to, you can make a lot of money from Kohl. And we personally do buy from Kohl, so highly recommend them. So for example, we know Kohl is a good distributor, right? So let's find places that are similar to them. So right here, just type in distributors similar to Kohl. And here it just brought up a bunch of them, right? And I could say, give me some more, give me some more. And ChatGPT, give me some more. It looks like my ChatGPT froze for some reason, but let's see, give me some more. And it will give me a few more distributors, and you can keep on doing the same thing. And you can go as far down as you want with it. Like you can even tell ChatGPT, narrow the search down to just in Florida, and it will bring you just Florida ones. And then you can even tell ChatGPT, like, can you give me an exported list of just distributors that we've talked about today in an Excel or Google sheet. So like, hey, can you put all the distributors that you found in an Excel sheet? And it should be able to do it. Sometimes you got to play around with the prompt to make it do it, but it almost always will. It might take a second. But essentially, that way we just have everything. You can save it. It's good to go. Now you see back on the SOP, we can also base it off of a brand. So say we really want to find distributors that carry Tide. We see Tide on Amazon. We know it's good. We really, really, really want to sell it. So do distributors that carry Tide, because now ChatGPT will do a Google search for you for distributors that carry Tide. Only they have to have Tide somewhere on their website for them to pop up. And then you can refine the search even more and more by putting specific state or like city. You can go super niche with that. And of course, there's always the basic ChatGPT prompt, just like we did on Google. So it could be like beauty wholesale distributors in New Jersey, or wholesale distributors New Jersey, whatever it may be. Then you throw them in here and you're good to go. And look, took them a second, but ChatGPT gave me everything. And I can also like say it didn't include phone number, right? So it's like, please include phone number. And then it will search the website to see if the phone number is available and then add that in. And then let's try one of the things. Let's say distributors that carry Procter & Gamble products, like I have here on my sheet. And look at that. We have their phone numbers, their website, and you can just copy and paste that into your wholesale accounts tracker and you're good to go. And honestly, guys, ChatGPT is one of the most powerful tools you can use right now. So please take advantage of it. please, 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 because it would save me so much time. Like honestly, like Google search is great, but you don't even have to Google search half the time because you can just go straight on ChatGPT. And you see here it's bringing me up, okay, Paper Enterprises Inc. We got Pallet Fly, we got QM Distributors, DuraPro Health, P&G Professional, all these places. And we can just keep asking, give me more, give me more, give me more. And it'll keep on giving me more, right? That is what's so great. And it remembers everything. So it's not going to forget. So that's how we can use ChatGPT to find distributors that carry products that we want for Amazon. And then from there, we're going to have to do the work and call and email them. But we'll get to how to do that later in this course. All right, let's talk trade shows. Trade shows are in-person conventions where you can go and meet brands and distributors to hopefully open accounts. And how you find trade shows, it's really just Google, guys, like trade shows for health and beauty products. You see like literally the first one that pops up is Cosmoprof, Las Vegas. I actually went to the Cosmoprof in Miami last year. It's actually a great show. I'd highly recommend going. But what you can note is you don't even have to go to these if you don't want to. The participating attendees on their websites, like they literally have all the brands and distributors that are going to be there. And there's definitely more than this. If you go and find like the show directory or different things or like the show floor plan, you'll be able to find all the exhibitors. Like I'm looking right here, and you can go through this list and just call them up and email them without even going, right? Now you have a list of 792 exhibitors. Not all of them are going to be good, but you go through this list of like, okay, I haven't heard of half of these brands. Let me call them up, email them, like do some research on them. And no matter what, even if you're going to go to a trade show, you should be doing this anyways before you go. Because as you see, there's 700 plus people there, right? 700 plus companies. You don't physically have time or energy to talk to every single one. So kind of the plan is when I'm going to a trade show, a few weeks before we come and look at their directory, right? And we go through it, either myself or a VA goes through it and matches the brands that are on Amazon, right? We go check, okay, is this brand on Amazon? Yes or no? Is it worth looking into? Yes, then we write on our list and we go talk to them there. So the goal is to ultimately have a list of like 20, 30 brands or distributors that when you get to the show, those are your goals to talk to every single one, all right? And then hopefully, get a good foot in the door. And when you get at a trade show, you're not really, the goal is to like open an account or place an order. The goal is really just to meet the sales rep in person, get a good feel for them. And then essentially how it usually works is they'll give you your business card, you exchange phone numbers, and then when you get back home, so like say it's on a Friday, you get home on the weekend, and then on Monday, you sit down, you shoot them a quick follow-up email or phone call, say, hey, it was great meeting you. This is Michael from my company. Like, love to get the account set up to start getting the ball rolling. And that's really how it works. And typically trade shows, in my opinion, are like the easiest way to open an account because meeting someone in person is unparalleled to meeting someone online. Like, it's all chill, easy to open accounts. When I went to Cosmoprof, we opened like 20 accounts. I think we currently still buy from 5 of them. It's a great place to open accounts. And you can always use ChatGPT like you do here. Like, just put trade shows specialize in HBA, health and beauty products. We see like Cosmoprof's first, great trade show. Natural Products Expo West and East. These are both phenomenal shows. Beauty World Middle East, I have not been there. Supply Side West, this is a phenomenal show as well. And then like you can do other Google searches and ChatGPT searches, right? So just do like, so you want home products, so like home and kitchen products. Let's see what pops up. We see some event in South Florida. We see, Inspired Home Show. This one's really good actually. This is actually where we got one of our accounts, one of our really good accounts back in the day at the Inspired Home Show. So same thing, you go look at their catalog, see who it is. And really guys, if you want to get a good starting point, if you don't want to Google wholesale distributors, just go to one of these trade show websites. Go through their catalog list of who's attending and just contact every single one of them. Trade shows are powerful, guys. And the one thing you should note before you go, recommend is printing business cards, guys. Print business cards with your information on it and take them to the trade show with you. At this point, you already have your account, your logo, your email, all that stuff set up. So just throw it on a business card. That way you can hand them out to people that you meet. And typically when I leave a trade show, I have like a list of like 50 business cards. So that way I can go through and contact people in case I didn't write their phone number down, put it in my phone or anything, you know, just contact them that way. So that's trade shows, super valuable. Any questions, you know, drop a comment in the description. You can shoot me a DM, you know, I got y'all. So I'll see you on the next part. All right, now that we have our list of distributors, guys, let's talk about how do we contact them efficiently. So I have this document and I have a few more documents going over all this stuff. Like always, it'll be in the drive in the WAP if you guys join that, or now you can just watch it here. So first things first, you're gonna wanna go to your sheet that you kept track of all your distributors, you know, look at your notes tab, see any notes that you should be aware of in there. And this notes tab especially is useful if you have a VA doing all this, because your VA would put anything they would want you to know in the notes tab. All right, and then before email, I really recommend reviewing their site to see if there's any information you should include. For example, I usually recommend including 3 brands that you see on their website that you want to sell on Amazon. For example, you see on their website, they have Tide, Clorox, and Arm & Hammer, right? And if you've done your research on Amazon, right, and you're just like, okay, I know these brands are good for me to sell on Amazon if I get my hands on them. So including your email showing that, like, hey, I'm interested in those 3 brands. I'll show you all in a second how I would actually write this. And basically doing this shows the distributor that you at least looked at their site and you're not just copy and pasting the same email 100 times, right? Now, you're gonna wanna use one of the scripts on the next page. Of course, you wanna edit any part. And then once you send the email, you wanna mark it down the sheet with the date contacted. And if you don't get a response within 3 days, follow up. Now follow up again after 7 days. And then follow up again 7 days after, follow up 2, right? So say you contacted them today, and then 3 days later, contact them again if they didn't respond. And then if they didn't respond after a week, follow up again. Then another 3 to 5 days later. If you still don't get a reply after this, I would 100% call, but I would have called first anyways before you even email. Just shoot a quick call. They don't answer, send that first email, right? And then if they don't respond, you know, after like 4 or 5 emails, you know, just put them on your list. Be like, okay, I'm going to follow up with this distributor once to twice a month via phone and email just to see maybe I can eventually open that account. And that's really all you need to know. But let's talk about scripts. So these are some scripts that I use when emailing distributors and even just calling them. But we'll go over a sample call next. So example script would be, hello, my name is Michael with my company. So my name is Michael with Supply Corp. We are a wholesaler based out of, for your city, so we are a wholesaler based out of New York City. I saw on your website that you carry brands Crest, Dove, and Neutrogena. This is showing them that you are aware of what they carry on their website, and say, these are some of our best sellers, and I would love to start buying additional products from you. Please let me know how we can get started. Best, Michael, and then your email signature would be right there with all your website information, picture, your logo, all that stuff would be in your email signature. You see, this email is straightforward. It's about 3 sentences. It's not too much information because a lot of people make mistakes including too much information in their initial email. They'll include like 3 paragraphs. Like, no one's reading that, man. No one wants to read your 3 paragraphs. I've written a lot of emails. The shorter, the better. Get your point across quickly. And I always like to put, please let me know how we can get started. Because you're not even asking, you're just telling them like, we want to get started. Please let me know how to do that. Another script is like, hello, my name is Michael with company name. We're a wholesaler based out of the city. And say many of our customers have been requesting the brand. Say many of our customers have been requesting Tide. I'd love to see how we can establish a relationship and start carrying your products. Please let me know how we can get started. Best, Michael, email signature. Same thing, except you're saying your customers are requesting that product. And that also shows that you're a little more established. You know, your customers want that product. Of course, you may not have any customers asking for that product, but like technically you do. Your customers on Amazon want those brands. So like, it's not technically a lie. You're just like exaggerating the truth, I would say. Now, these are like the 2 scripts I use for every email. They're basic to get the point across. You're not acting like a child by saying, what you wouldn't want to do is essentially say, hi, my name is Michael with Supply Corp. We are a wholesaler based on New York City. We are an Amazon seller and we're looking for products we can sell on Amazon. Do you have any products that are great Amazon sellers? Can you send me a list of ASINs that we can look at Amazon? That would be terrible. That's so unprofessional, especially if it came from a Gmail too. And then spelling mistakes, like, and you might be thinking right now, like, Michael, who is sending emails like that? I promise you, there are hundreds of people sending emails like that. That's why wholesalers get pissed, guys. And I've had my wholesale website up for 3 years now, and I get those emails occasionally. I'm not going to show y'all because like I don't want to like blast those people in case you're watching this video, but like I get emails like that and they're bad. And now your follow-ups should be really simple as well. Just put like, hi, just following up my previous email, still love to do some business with you. You know, you just reply to the first email. Same thing, hi, just bumped in my previous email, hope to hear from you soon. That's it. It's that simple. When contacting a wholesaler distributor, it is really that simple, guys. When you're contacting a brand, it's a little different. So we'll go into that in a minute. But when contacting a wholesaler distributor, it is really that simple. Now, sample distributor sales calls. For example, I'm going to make it that we're calling Keepa and I'm calling ourselves Supply Corp. So for example, they answer the phone, right? The distributor answers the phone. Hi, thanks for calling Keepa. How can I help you? Then I say, hi, am I speaking to a sales rep or can you connect me with one? Distributor's like, sure thing, transferring you now. This is important to ask in my opinion, because a lot of times you may get like some random person who's not in sales and they can't help you at all. All right. Then distributor says, hi, this is Amanda with Keepa. How can I help you today? Hi, Amanda. This is Michael, Supply Corp, a distributor based out of Miami, Florida. We're looking to add new vendors to our company and think that we could do great business together. That's pretty standard. You can even make this shorter, honestly, but don't make it any longer than this. All right. Now the distributor's like, that sounds good. Could you explain to me more about your companies, about what your company sells, so who you sell to? And then sure thing. We operate in a few categories of the bulk of our business being non-perishable grocery and HBA. You see, even if we sell electronics and stuff, the reason I said this is because Keepa is a grocery and health and beauty product distributor. They sell like shampoos as well as food. So that's why I said that, because we want to act like that we are a main seller in that category. And then I would say then our main customers tend to be smaller retailers and some other distributors. This part is of course a little bit of a fib because we sell on Amazon. But for the most part, when I'm contacting a distributor, I will never mention that I'm selling on Amazon. They don't need to know. They don't really care. If they find out down the line, if you tell them down the line after a few orders, they won't care because you have a good relationship with them. All right. But remember, when we're contacting brands, I would tell them so. And the next part, we'll go over brands. Distributor's like, okay, got it. That all sounds good with us. We do work with lots of smaller distributors and retail stores. However, one more question, do you sell online at all? And then this is what I would say. No, we only sell to the previous mentioned locations. Only online presence we have is our website and the occasional ads. Pretty simple. I would do this. This is what I personally do. It works fine. Distributor, got it. All sounds good. I'll just need some information so I can send over your documents to fill out. What's your name, email, phone, and company name? And then just send that over. My name is Michael. Email is Michael Supply Corp. Phone is this. And my company Supply Corp. Distributor's like, understood. Sending all the info over to fill out. Once you do, send it back and I'll get processing for approval. Should take 24 to 40 hours. That's standard. Got it. And once approved, how do we go about placing a PO? You'll receive an email with all the account log information. Here you can do all that stuff. And then that's pretty standard. Some distributors do have online portals where you can view their whole catalog and place orders directly on the catalog. Other distributors, they will send you like a Google sheet or Excel sheet with their whole product list. And then it's like, okay, got it. Sounds good. Thanks, Amanda. No problem. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. That's it. It's pretty simple. But the thing is, what I want to really get a point across with sales calls, guys, is you need to practice this. Your first one is going to be rough. Like when I tell you rough, it's going to be rough. Especially if you never talk to people on the phone, it's going to be rough. That's okay, because you need to sound confident. And the only way to start sounding confident is by practicing. Your first few, you're going to be stuttering, not talking clearly, but down the line, you're going to become way more confident and you'll be good to go. Now here, the next page, I have some common questions asked by distributors. And one more thing I wanted to mention is like, if you all join the WAP group and you start doing sample like outreach calls, you're more than welcome to record your calls and post them in the sales call review channel. And I will personally, and we can have other people in the group or even review them live as a group together on our group calls, review your calls and give feedback on why I think you can improve and how you can improve, right? So these are just some common questions you maybe ask on the phone so you can prepare with them. And then they ask you like where you're located, what does your company do, what are some products you sell. I would tell them you sell mostly whatever category they mostly sell and list a few brands. And then they may ask why you're opening an account with them. I'll just be like, our company's expanding. We need to meet demands of our customers, right? And then a lot of companies, I have noticed this. They do ask, are we able to buy from you? Because if you're telling them you're a distributor, it's like, okay, can we buy from you? And what I usually say, just to be like straight up, is like, no, we aren't selling to new customers right now. As I stated before, we need more product to suit our current clients' needs and we don't have room for new clients. But if the time comes where we have extra inventory, we can definitely do some business. I've actually sold to many distributors in the past because like we've had extra product that we just didn't need. We bought a little too much of, or I just noticed a good deal from this one distributor and I knew I could flip it to another one. So is room for the business to business side. So there is room to sell to distributors. And then do we sell on Amazon? No, we currently only sell to local retailers and other distributors. I don't think I've ever told a distributor, guys, that I've sold on Amazon right off the bat. All of them now do know that I sell on Amazon because as I became friends with the sales reps pretty much, we started chatting more over time. It's like, oh yeah, we also just started selling on Amazon. And they're like, oh, okay, that's cool. How can we help you? None of them have ever said, oh, we're going to close your account now. It's just like the start guys, they just don't, like Amazon sellers are unprofessional. They're unprofessional. They're high school kids. They don't know how to talk on the phone. That's why they have a hard time opening accounts. And then, like I said here, this is exactly what I just told you. How many years have you been in business? I would just answer with the correct number. Whenever you open your LLC, say that. So if you open it in 2020, 5 years, you just open it, just say, we just a recent business. Just say like we just started selling in the last year. Do you have a warehouse? It should always be yes, because you should never be shipping. If you're a distributor, you're not shipping out of your home, right? Even if you're using a prep center, that is a warehouse. Keep in mind, a lot of distributors won't even ship to residential, guys. And these are some questions I would recommend asking before placing your first order or right after. Obviously, only ask these questions if they apply to you. These are questions I have personally asked. Is all stock in hand and ready to ship, or are there lead times? This is important because I've seen distributors where they have it on their inventory sheet, but the products aren't ready to ship for like 3 to 4 weeks because they're in back order from the brand. So that's important to ask. Now, after placing the PO, what are typical pick and pack times? Can we expect the order to be shipped in 48 hours? This is important as well because a lot of distributors, they have like different processes on how they ship orders out. So it's important to know their typical processing time after receiving payment. So say I pay them on Monday, will be shipped out within 24, 48 hours, especially if you're picking it up yourself, which I'm going to get into next. Like if you're arranging your own freight, then you really need to know this. And then here's the next question. Do you cover freight or should we arrange it with our own freight broker? And essentially what this means is, are they going to, because wholesalers are shipping on pallet, right? So they're going to come on an 18-wheel semi-truck. And then, so you got to ask them, are they covering freight? This is important to ask at the start anyways, because a lot of them do free shipping once you hit a certain number, like $5,000 order, free shipping. Or we do free shipping to select states. Like if they're in the Northeast, they may only be like Northeast states, they give free shipping. Or should we arrange it ourselves with our own freight broker? This essentially means like, or should I buy the freight myself? In a little bit, I'm going to go into how we buy freight. It's super simple. Do you split cases or is everything shipped in factory case? 90% of the time, they do not split cases. This basically means like, you know, when things are shipped from the factory, they come in like a case of 6 units inside that box. And then when you receive that case of 6, you're going to like take it out and sell it one by one on Amazon. But a lot of distributors, like they're not going to say it comes in cases of 6, right? They're not going to sell you 7. They either buy 6 or you buy 12. There's no in between. That's what you want to ask. Are there discounts for large orders or buying full pallet quantities? Most do have discounts on large orders, like 10,000 order, $15,000, 50,000, whatever it may be. Buying full pallet quantities is a good question to ask as well. Because for example, like say buying shampoo. When shampoo gets shipped from the manufacturer, it comes whatever, like 500 units on one full pallet. And a lot of distributors, they'll offer discounts if you buy that full pallet, because that way, as their workers don't have to go and take off like 50 cases off that pallet. They can just leave the pallet how it is, wrap it up, put your label on, and send it right to you. So it's less work for them. And I've noticed a lot of distributors do offer discounts for full pallet quantities. Even if you're not meeting their total order value discount, but if you buy a full pallet, they do offer discounts. So that's important to ask, and most people do not know that. Are you able to get other SKUs in one of the brands you carry? I see you carry XYZ brand, but don't carry a bestseller. And we could 100% place a large order if you can get it. This is important to ask too, because say they carry like every single Old Spice deodorant, but there's like 2 SKUs that you see on Amazon that are insane movers, right? But a distributor doesn't have it. And then just ask them, because chances are if they're getting all the other ones right from Procter & Gamble, they can get you the other 2 SKUs. They may just be out of stock currently. So it's important to ask. And then this is something I would always ask right before you place the order, saying, before we place the order, I just want to ask you, are you guys buying the products directly from the brands? or have some supply chain documents that you can prove to us that the products are legitimate. And just say, reason you're asking is because there's a lot of fake / stolen goods going around recently. When placing a large order with a new company, we just like to make sure, you know, this is like pretty professional. It's normal because you just say like, we're just doing our safety checks because this is our first time buying from you. So we need to know. And most companies, if they're buying directly from the brand, they have nothing to hide. They'll show you. It's not that big of a deal. We buy from a distributor who sells, they're the largest electronic distributor to Walmart. And they like give us supply chain documents every single time because they buy from the brand. They have nothing to hide, right? And then one thing you can ask them is, could we hop on Zoom call one day and meet face to face? We would love to talk more and get this relationship going. I typically do this with all my sales reps because we can start building an actual face to face relationship. I love talking face to face, like talking on their phone or just text or email. It's hard to get a good gauge without seeing facial expressions. Then we start talking to them in Zoom or like Google Meets or whatever it is, online video. We get to know each other more on a personal basis, and then we can really get this relationship growing, get better pricing, so on and so forth. Last thing, do you guys accept credit card or only ACH/wire? Most distributors, guys, are only going to take wire transfer or ACH, and ACH is just transferring from one bank account to their bank account. Like that takes 3 to 5 days versus wire is an instant transfer. And the reason most take is because there's no fees, right? Except like the $20 your bank charges you to send the money. And credit cards have about a 3% processing fee no matter who you go through. And a lot of them, they will take credit card, but they may add a 3% fee. So it's important to ask. And I know for a lot of y'all, you may want to pay with credit card, but like they only accept wire. There's actually platforms called Melio. I'll show y'all right here, Melio. And there's another one called Plastic. And basically you can set up accounts with both of these people. And how they work is you put in your credit card and then you put in the company's bank account information, their invoice, and they'll allow you to wire transfer them, but paying with your credit card. So say it's a $15,000 order, it will charge your credit card $15,000 and then send them the $15,000 via wire transfer right into their bank account. So the distributor doesn't get charged anything, but you will get charged that 2.9% credit card processing fee. That's just how it is. Like there's no way around it. But for a lot of people, and Plastic's the same thing, but for a lot of people it is worth it because, you know, paying with credit card, it allows you as a company to not have to like pay off that balance like instantly, and like it's not out of your account. You get like an extra 30 to 60 days depending on what credit card you have, even longer if you have a 0% APR card, which in the credit card section of this course you can learn all about how that works. But you know, you get extra time to pay off your invoice versus just losing $50,000 right out of your account all at once. So I personally love using Melio and Plastic, especially if you have one of the credit cards that gives like 2.5% unlimited cash back, like the Chase Business Premier card. Like it's a great card because the 2.5% cash back basically covers the entire 2.9% fee and you're good to go. But yeah, those are common questions. That's how you contact distributors. That's all that stuff in contacting the distributors. Next, we'll get more into brand specifically and all that good stuff. So I'll see you all in the next part. All right, so now that we talked about contacting the distributors and wholesalers, let's talk about how we would position ourselves if we were contacting brands directly, right? Earlier, we looked at several websites such as like ProStar Brands here to see how they position themselves as e-commerce marketplace partners. And that's essentially how we want to go about it when we're getting a brand direct account, because we ultimately want to be selling that brand for a long time, build a good relationship with the people who work at that brand, and then with our end goal being to eventually be the sole seller of that brand on Amazon. You know, we're the only people allowed to sell that brand on Amazon. So below is the script that I would use to initial cold email when contacting a brand. In a bit, I'm going to get into how do we find these brands the most efficiently, and that will be with using the software Smart Scout. But yeah, let's dive into the script. So I'd be like, hello, my name is Michael with company so with Supply Corp. We are an e-commerce marketplace partner based out of South Florida that specializes in helping brands like yours scale on online platforms such as Amazon. We noticed a few things that we could do for your brand on Amazon to significantly improve sales. If you're open to discussing more, please let me know and we can schedule a meeting for next week. And this email is simple, straightforward, gets the point across. I personally use this email and it works quite well. And the key about scheduling a meeting next week, for me, I try my best to get them on a video call. So whether that be Zoom, Google Meet, Teams, whatever video software you use, I would get a video call going, talk to either like the sales rep, or if it's a really small brand, you may be talking to the owner. And the key is also when you're doing this, you want your email signature to be flawless. You want it to take it to a nice website. You know, obviously it doesn't have to be super professional, but like website that gets your point across like this so they can see a bit about what you do. And of course, if they don't follow up, just do a simple email like this. Hi, just bumping my previous email. Hope to hear from you soon. And this is something I like to do. I also attach some of my recommendations for your brand below. Here, we're really taking initiative. Obviously, when you first start, you may not want to do this on your first initial email because it could take you a lot of time. But if you really think this brand's good, on your follow-up email, I would include some recommendations. So go do some research on their brand on Amazon, right? And see, all right, are their product pictures terrible? Because that's a way we can help improve their listings. Is there a lot of sellers on the listings and the price fluctuating like crazy every day? Yes, mention that. Like, hey, we notice a lot of people on your listing is violating MAP pricing. What is MAP pricing, you may be asking? Minimum advertised pricing. Most brands, they tell you, okay, this is the minimum price you're allowed to sell it at. So that could be $30. And that's a rule. Like, you actually sign something when you sell it. But a lot of people never follow it. And they may be pricing things at $20 because they're buying it from the brand at $8. And you tell the brand, like, hey, we notice people are violating your MAP pricing. And we would love to help you fix that. And different things like that to really show them that you're taking initiative. But of course, the best way to reach out to a brand is call it. And then you think, all right, Michael, if I'm calling a brand, what are they going to ask me? So here's some calling questions. Of course, they're going to ask where you're located. What does your company do? You know, we are a company that partners with brands to bring into e-commerce platforms such as Amazon and Walmart. Our goal is to build a strategic partnership with the brand to improve your brand's online image. It's important. Now they may ask why you're looking to work with us. This is a pretty common question. A few reasons. One, I love what your brand stands for. Here you should definitely know what their brand's about. Like, read like their About Us page at least so you know who you're calling. Two, after reviewing your brand on Amazon, I have noticed several things that could be improved to your listings. For example, most sellers aren't following the MAP pricing. And like I said before, this is a huge issue for brands, like huge. And here's some reasons you could tell the brand that you want to work with them. Most brands will never actually want you to do it or even ask you to do it, but offering this to them is very nice as it makes you stand out. They run PPC ads, which if you're not familiar with, that's pay-per-click ads. So you know on Amazon you see like sponsored products, basically run ads to make your product sponsored. We can help improve your listings by optimizing the keywords and even updating product images. We will monitor your listings for anyone who violates MAP and report it to you immediately. Okay, just so y'all know, I offer this to my brands and they've never asked me to do it. It's just good to put out there, you know, letting them know that you're available. And if they do ask you, that's great, because if you start getting down that line, you're one step closer to eventually being an exclusive partner with that brand. And then if you're working with other brands, they may ask. And of course it helps saying like, yeah, I sell this brand. But if you're not, just be honest, be like, hey, we don't have any other brands we're working with. We're a relatively new company, but that also means I am going to be focusing 100% of my time on your brand. And because I ultimately want to have success, right? So I can get other brands, I need to do a great job for you. So my job is going to be focused solely on you. And one thing they may ask as well is, okay, so are you just going to be managing our Amazon account? Or are you going to be buying the inventory from us and then selling on your own Amazon account? And you're most likely going to be buying the inventory from them and selling on your own Amazon account. A lot of brands like this, and let me tell you why. Because it helps them with cash flow. Because they have so much inventory sitting, and if you're sick, I'm going to buy $50,000 worth of your product, buy them, and then sell them on Amazon, that helps. And just so you know, some brands are really irrational. They may say like our minimum order quantity is like $50,000, and then you look at their products on Amazon, and like most of them suck. Go back to them and tell them that. Like tell them like, hey, you guys have way too many sellers on these listings. They're all violating price. There's no way I can pay this and be profitable and help you guys. And then start getting them thinking like, okay, like maybe an exclusive partnership where they're helping us, it could be worth it. But typically an exclusive partnership, guys, is not going to happen until way down the line after you prove your worth to a brand. And some brands still may never want it. And of course, they may ask how long you've been in business, just state the truth. And about the warehouse, same as before, you know, they're going to ask you a warehouse, keep it real. They either work from a prep center or you have your own warehouse. No, none of this like shipping out of my house stuff. But the main point is you want to get them on a sales call, you want to get them on a video call and pitch yourself well, and to buy directly from the brand. Just so you know, a new business model that's going around recently, and I think it's quite good, and I talked to a few people who do. I personally don't do it myself, That's why it's not like super covered in this course, because I don't cover things that I don't personally do myself, as that's not right. But I'll let you all know. So instead of buying the product directly from the brand, what you guys can do is you can partner with the brand as like an agency somewhat. So basically the brand will sell the products on their Amazon account, but you're the one managing their Amazon account. So every day you're checking their sales, making sure things aren't running out of stock. If they are running out of stock, let the person at the brand know we need to ship more product in. You're running ads for the brand. You're doing market research. You're updating their pictures, updating their keywords constantly, all that stuff. You're basically doing everything for the brand without buying their products. And basically how this would work is you could charge the brand like a 10% fee. Basically, if you guys do $100,000 in sales this month, you get 10 grand. And that's like essentially called the brand agency model. It's pretty popular now. You could either charge a 10% fee, a 5% fee, a $3,000 flat rate fee. It depends how much work it's going to take you. But this can help you especially as well if you struggle like on cash flow, right? Say you're a new Amazon seller, you don't have a lot of money to your name, so you don't have like $50,000 by brand's inventory. You pitch them like we're an agency. The same thing, like same type of website as this, more so an agency who's going to help them optimize their listings and all that for a revenue share, and that's all you do. And then eventually you could train virtual assistants and all that cool stuff to do it all for you, and you're just kind of the big boss who goes out and calls and gets accounts, and then your virtual assistant manage the images, manage the PPC ads, watches for map violators, watches for people who are unauthorized hopping on the listings, all that stuff. But yeah, that is brands, and now we're going to dive in to more wholesale stuff. All right, everybody, in this video, we're going to be going over why it's so important to utilize LinkedIn and Apollo and combine them both into searching for wholesale suppliers. This is a method that honestly I've never seen taught by anyone. I only know about it because in college we were showed both of these like for job searching, but when it comes to wholesale, super valuable. And that's why I don't see any videos on the internet about it except here in the inner circle. So I'm going to show you exactly how we can go about it and why they're so important. So first of all, first things first, what is LinkedIn? LinkedIn, if you don't know, it's a website where, it's like a social media platform for jobs, corporations, businesses. So basically, anyone who has any sort of job probably has a LinkedIn profile, and then on their profile, it lists all their achievements. So for example, on mine, this is my wholesale company, Prominent Supply. I have founder Prominent Supply. And then connections are people who you connect with on LinkedIn, for example. So if over here, you can connect with people. And then I just have a little about me, the school I went to, all that good stuff. So if people went on my LinkedIn, they could find me. And first things I recommend, make a LinkedIn profile, make it look somewhat professional, get a nice picture of yourself. Honestly, this picture isn't even that great, but it's there, it works. And I also have LinkedIn Premium, which if you're going to do a lot of LinkedIn outsearch, I would recommend as it gives you some extra features. And I would make a homepage for your company on LinkedIn, so that way if someone were to click on your company, it shows them like exactly like what your company is about on their dashboard. So if you view it as a normal person, it's what it would look like kind of. So super valuable because it makes you look way more professional. Typically people who are on LinkedIn are professionals in the business. So if you're doing that, it already gives you a level of credibility. And plus these people, when you reach out to them, they can see on your profile what you look like, who you are, all the cool things about you. All right, so that's what LinkedIn is. And how to use LinkedIn. So basically what you want to do is you want to join LinkedIn groups and you want to be searching on LinkedIn for popular things. So for example, down here you can see I am in a lot of groups. And these are all groups that you can join. You can join cosmetics distributors, distributor sales executives, trade shows, all this stuff. And basically in these groups, you just have different sales executives, different distributors. They're all posting product that they want to sell. And it's a great way to meet new distributors and to find them. So you could find someone's profile, for example, like this person, but this person more advertising. But you just got to scroll through these. You'll find people and then you can message them. Personally, I found one of my biggest distributors inside one of these groups here. So how to find these groups? You could just type in wholesale, really. and then they'll start, like, sorry, we're searching wholesale there. Type in like wholesale up here in the main search, and then groups will start popping up. But of course, you can get way more niche on this depending on how you like. All right. So next thing, how to find people on LinkedIn. Because the big thing about LinkedIn is you are going to the source, as opposed to say you go on Google, you find a wholesale website, then you're emailing the sales@wholesale.com website. Meanwhile, on LinkedIn, you're finding the person who works at the company to contact them directly. So that way your email is not getting flooded with all the other Amazon sellers who are emailing. Your email is going to the salesperson individually. And then you're way more likely to get a response. And in my wholesale experience, I've noticed that as well. Even I've used Google search and LinkedIn combos. For example, when I find a wholesaler on Google, and I'm like, okay, I emailed them, I got no response. So then I looked them up on LinkedIn, find who works at their company, grab their email, send them a personal email, and also message them on LinkedIn so that way they hear from me personally, because they might not even have seen your base email. So next thing, finding people. So of course, if you just type in wholesale and scroll down to the people's category, you're going to see a ton of people who have, and multiple pages of 100 plus pages of people who have wholesale in their bio in some shape or form. And these are all definitely people you can reach out to, you can connect with them. And when you connect with them, you can even add a note saying like, hey, just like a little introduction about why you're connecting with them, which is all super helpful stuff. And of course, you can change this search up however you like. The same way as we're searching on Google, same thing here, search the same exact way, such as beauty wholesalers, New Jersey, California, electronics wholesaler, California, so on and so forth. But for example, you click on this guy, you see, okay, he has wholesale shoes, handbags, jewelry. He looks like more like miscellaneous stuff, so like probably not the best for us, but for example purposes. And this is where Apollo comes into big play. So if I wanted to get in touch with this person, I'd probably add a note and then send them a connection. I'm gonna put a note for here. Two, I would, after they connect with me, we'll be able to contact them. But you see, he just links us to his website, but the website does us no good because it's just going to be a base email. We want Diego's personal contact information. So over here is cool. So basically, you're going to want to make an account on Apollo, and I'll go into that in a second. But basically, with Apollo, you'll get the little Chrome extension. Looks like this guy up here, the little A. And you'll be able to click on what I just did, and we get his email right here, his exact email, diego@dnchwholesale.com. So then we can send him an email. And we get his phone number too, so we can send him a phone number. I mean, we can call him on the phone. So we get both of those things. And we could even get his mobile phone number too if it's available. And look at that. We got his mobile phone too. So we have 3 methods now of contacting Diego directly, plus messaging him on LinkedIn, rather than just emailing the basic DNC wholesale website. Like info at DNC wholesale, that's no good because there's so many people over there. But now we have 4 more methods of contact for him, which if you didn't know about this Apollo LinkedIn combo, you wouldn't get it. So you can also, if you want, you can send the email directly in Apollo, and you can send that email directly in here. Typically, I'll just put these all on a spreadsheet with my other wholesalers, and then I'll just email them directly from my email. Another cool thing about Apollo is if you're going to write an email, you can put this little track feature on. Currently, it won't work for me because I'm not paying for the premium Apollo subscription. And as you can see here, it's about $40 a month. But basically what this does is it tracks your emails and it will show you if they open your email. So this is super important because sometimes you wonder, like, are they just ignoring me? Are they opening it and then ignoring me? Like, what's the deal here? So you can see if they're opening it to know if your email's even getting through. Also, you can create templates here and a lot of other cool things on here. So like creating an email template so then you can just send the same thing pretty much every time and slightly personalize it depending on the person. But for most of you, the free plan is more than sufficient. Basically, Apollo is just an aggregate of different companies and emails similar to LinkedIn where you can do outreach. So people who use Apollo tend to be like sales executives, recruiters for businesses because they can find people, find their contact information, and get in contact with them directly. Super powerful in the business world. So next, besides just basic LinkedIn search, finding them on Apollo, this is the more advanced LinkedIn search, but for this, you're going to have to pay monthly for it. I believe it's like $70 a month. But it's totally worth it. It's called a LinkedIn Sales Navigator. So if you're going to really get into wholesale, I'd recommend having it like for at least a month. They also have a free trial for a month for most people, so it's totally worth it. And so basically how this works is it's kind of similar to Apollo, but it's different. It's an aggregate of everyone on LinkedIn, and you can search really nichely on it. So basically what you do is you click lead filters up here, and then you can play around with these filters however you want. I'm going to show you my favorite ones that I like to use. But so first things first, you want to put in their job title because you want to be targeting account executives, account managers, account reps, sales executives, all those things. So key account manager is a pretty popular name for people in these companies. Account executive is pretty popular. You can put sales executive. We can really put whatever you want in here. If you want to contact the CEOs, warehouse managers, whatever it may be, you can do that all in here. Next, you're going to want to put in the location. You don't want to be contacting Asian countries. You want to be contacting places in the United States. So put United States here. And you can even go more niche in here. You can go like you see like all these super niche areas. You can put New Jersey, California, Miami, whatever that you want. But for the example, we're going to go pretty broad. Industry. I like to put wholesale here. And I just put general wholesale. So that way it just brings up everyone who has wholesale in their name. And then those are really the three main things I'll play around with. Company type. This doesn't matter that much, but it's obviously a public, not obviously a public company, but it's obviously a for-profit company. And then company headcount. If you want to play around with how big the companies are, you're more than welcome to do that. I don't really do that. Those three that I just showed you is my main three things. So now after we did that, we have a list of 6,000 plus people on LinkedIn that meet our requirements. So through here, you can see we got Matt. He's a key account manager at P&A Construction. Simon, wholesale account manager at iBuy, at Blum, at Mohawk Group, at Consolidated Flooring, Ascendant, and so on and so forth. JML Wholesale. So, for example, say we want to reach out to these people. Obviously, before you reach out, you should research their company a little bit just to make sure that their company is someone that you would want to work with. So, for example, what I would do is, okay, I see this person works at Ascendant. Let's visit their website real quick, see what's the deal, make sure we go back so we don't lose her. All right, Ascendant is a connected 3PL, wholesale distribution, office supplies, food service. Okay, look at their brands. This looks like a place with legitimate 800 plus brands, plus their own private label brands. It looks pretty solid to me. So this is a company I would like to reach out to. So we see Andrea. She works at the company. She's an account executive. She's been working as an account executive since 2019 at the company. And before then, she was sales at Hilton Garden. So say how we could go about this. We could contact them on their website, which is probably get started, fill out this form, and then probably get put in a pool of hundreds of people, which is not the most ideal situation. Or we could message her here on the Sales Navigator directly. We could send her a nice message saying like, hi, what we do, that we're looking to open an account with you. And please let me know how I can get started, that type of stuff. Same as a normal email template that are in the course, same exact deal. And then basically here, we click access email address. And look at this. Now we have her personal email at Ascendant. So we can copy paste this into our Google Sheet, send her an email. And maybe we can even get her actual phone number if it's available. Okay, so this looks like it's her actual mobile phone number. So we could also give her a call, be like, hey, Andrea, found you on LinkedIn. I think we could be a great fit to work together. I would love to tell you more about my company, learn more about your company, and see how we can get started working together. Really personalize it. And plus, also by looking on their website, you could see some of the brands they carry, as we saw on the previous page. And you could tell her like, yeah, like some of these brands I see on your website, you guys tell her like Clorox, Lysol, Dawn, I could really use those brands. I currently buy them from someone, but like their prices have been going up and their communication has been poor. So I would love to see if we can work with you, Andrea. So that type of stuff. And then basically what we would do is we could keep on doing the same search here on LinkedIn, one after another. Keep on going down this list, going through multiple pages. It's going to be the same exact concept. And you can also save all of these, create a leads list, and then you can throw them all in there. So that way you can save them as well. So that is basically LinkedIn Sales Navigator, how it works, my favorite parts about it. Next, I'm going to go more into a little bit on Apollo. And this is how you can kind of do the same thing, but within Apollo. And all these features I'm showing you on Apollo right now are all free, as I have the free version. The only thing that's paid if you want is if you want to track the emails, you got to pay. But other than that, free. So we can go to the people category here on Apollo, and it's very similar to LinkedIn. We can search here for the same exact stuff we did on LinkedIn. So for example, job title, key account. I really like key account manager as I found it to be very effective. Account executive, all that good stuff. All right. Now company. Sorry, not company. We want their, where is it? Industry, sorry. Skipped past me right there. I was like, where's industry? So wholesale. So now we have, and then we want location. We want to make sure we're in the United States. All right. So now we have 3.8 thousand results, 3,800 results, and then we can go through these and search. So, of course, the same thing I said before, you're going to want to open up some of these companies, make sure they fit what you want to look for in a wholesaler. So let's look at some of these. This person looks like he's a outdoor store, but it looks more like a store to me as opposed to a wholesaler. So this wouldn't be a place that we want to go to. Breakthrough beverage. So this is like alcohols, not for us. AFCO distribution and milling. Let's see what their brands. So it looks like they have a lot of like wildlife brands, but this could be good. Pet supply. So these are all different pet brands. So some of these pet brands could be pretty good on Amazon. I'm not too familiar with the pet category, so I can't tell you off the bat, but you could definitely go search these, see if they're good, and then try to open an account with them. And then, if they're good, then which was this company? AFCO. Let's find the person. Here we go. Luis. You could open up his LinkedIn. You can open up his thing right here. You can access his email, access his mobile. Sorry. You can access his email, which is Louisiana AFCO distribution. You can get his mobile phone number if it's available. So now we have multiple ways to contact him versus contacting AFCO as a whole and probably getting nowhere. Because like if we're just emailing this one down here, AFCO at AFCO distribution, there's probably hundreds, if not thousands of people emailing them. So totally not worth it for us. So, and one more thing on LinkedIn, I feel like I didn't show you guys this, but always check out the more profiles, the similar profiles, because here you can find a lot of people in the similar niche and they could be great people to connect with as well. So you can go down many rabbit holes via LinkedIn and Apollo. So basically here, you would want to keep on searching and going through the pages, making lists of people at these companies to contact. And it's okay to get a few people at the same company to contact because sometimes you may get someone who just doesn't respond. So it's good to have a few options. And of course, here you can play around with multiple things, the number of employees at the company, if you want a small company, a big company, and those type of things. But you can also search companies directly. So for example, you can put their industries wholesale. I already had it here from a previous search. And then account location, we want United States. So we want the United States, and then we want a wholesale company. So over here, it's going to bring up something really broad because like obviously it brings up Costco, but brings up any company where their industry is classified as wholesale, okay? Which is super, super, super valuable. And you can also exclude it, make it exclude like retail or something. So for example, make it exclude retail. So then we get rid of all the Costco's. So now we just have wholesale companies. So Ascendant again, that we found on LinkedIn. Wesco. I'm not so familiar with Wesco. They are let's look at their brands. Okay, this company looks solid. A lot of good brands. I know 3M's good. Honeywell's a good brand. I don't know most of these brands, but they may be great brands. But same thing, go through this list, find them, and then you can even go back in, search up these companies directly, find the person who works at the company to contact them versus company to contact, company email or company phone number as a whole. So this is a very good in-depth guide on how to use LinkedIn, how to use LinkedIn Sales Navigator, how to combine that with Apollo, and also how to use Apollo for searching for wholesalers. These are strategies that are not discussed anywhere on the internet, and especially for the Amazon space, they are discussed for other niches like such as business stuff, but not for the Amazon space. So this is personally how I found many of my top wholesalers. One of them I just met in Miami earlier this year. He bought us lunch. We had a great time together. Met him on LinkedIn Sales Navigator. Another one, I met him on LinkedIn. He just cold outreach to me because he sees my LinkedIn. I look professional. He's like, okay. And I connect with all these people on LinkedIn, and then we have similar connections. He's like, okay, oh, this guy does business with him. Yeah, let's get some business going, and then so on and so forth. Excuse that music in the background, but yeah, so on and so forth. And if you really put your time into this, and please understand it's going to take time. I put multiple hours, weeks. Like I was spending days on LinkedIn, like every day, like in class, at school, I was literally just searching on LinkedIn, connecting with new people, sending messages to people. Because in the end of the day, like I keep on saying, wholesale's a numbers game. So stay on top of it, contact as many people as possible, and don't get discouraged because in the end of the day, it's just a numbers game. But if you contact enough of them, you will make progress. So I'll talk to y'all in the next video. All right, so here on my screen, you can see I'm on Smart Scout. When you first get Smart Scout, this is going to be the home page you're on. As you can see, it's pretty basic. You have access to all these different things, but in this video, I'm going to be going over brands, all right? So let's open up the brands tool. It's right here on the side as well. And when you first open it, the main thing you'll see here is that Smart Scout has brought up 441,000 brands on Amazon, all right? And the whole thing that you want to do with the brand direct search is you want to find brands that are good to sell brand direct. This means you want to find brands that you could call up the brand today and possibly open up a brand direct account with, right? For example, you're not going to be calling up Apple, HP, Samsung, Lego, DeWalt, Carhartt to get a brand direct account. You see here, you can see Apple has done 226 million in sales on Amazon in the last 12 months. Apple does not want to open up a brand direct account with you. They want to open up accounts with stores like Target, Best Buy, who are doing millions in sales with Apple every single month. But there are brands that will open up an account with you. These are typically be smaller brands that are doing less than $1 million a month in sales on Amazon. They're going to have less third-party sellers. They're going to be more open to working with a third-party seller, especially if you bring value to them. So let me show you how you can find this. So first things first, you see, we don't want Amazon to be a dominant seller. We want at least 3 FBA sellers. We want to get the average monthly revenue down. So what are we going to do here? We are going to go to the filter button, and there's a lot of filters here, as you can see. Some of the main filters we want to do is we want to do the dominant seller country, all right? Because on Amazon, there's a lot of Chinese sellers, and we can avoid that all with Smart Scout. So as long as we just put in United States down here, the dominant seller on the listing will not be a Chinese seller, which is good for us. And then estimated monthly revenue. Like I said, the max monthly revenue I would preferably want for a brand direct wholesale account would be $1 million in monthly revenue. So let's put in $1 million right here. And then the minimum. So obviously we don't want a brand doing like $0 a month in sales or even $5,000 a month in sales. Because say we go to a brand that's doing $5,000 to $10,000 a month in sales, That could be like a brand new private label seller, someone like you or me who ventured off and started our own private label brand, doing $5,000 to $10,000 a month on Amazon. And chances are they don't have any distributors because they're brand new. But I don't want you to always think that's the case, because there could be brands that are going super hard on their own Shopify store in retail, and they just neglect Amazon altogether. And those brands are doing terrible in sales on Amazon, and you could hit up those brands and be like, hey, I want to help you grow on Amazon, and form a good partnership with them. But for the sake of this video, I'm going to go with $100,000 in monthly sales minimum. All right. And another thing you can do, you can go category wise, say like, I just want to search brands in just the beauty category, just the automotive category, just the tools category. You can totally do that as well. So for the sake of this video, I don't know, let's pick automotive and tools, because typically these are like similar. They fall in the same range. There's some brands like Milwaukee, for example, they have items in automotive, they have items in tools, they even have items in patio and lawn and garden, and probably a few more categories, to be honest. So far what do we have? We've picked primary category. We've picked estimated monthly revenue. We picked dominant seller country. As you can see right here with the purple, that means we already picked these filters. Next, I like to pick average FBA sellers. So I'm going to put a minimum of 3 sellers. That means more than just the brand is on the listing, right? Because if there's just one seller on the listing, that means that one seller could either just be Amazon or the brand. But since we picked 3, that means the average sellers, there's more than just Amazon and the brand on the listing. All right. So estimated 3 sellers, estimated monthly sales. We can definitely pick this as well. Monthly revenue, monthly sales is pretty much the same thing. So I'm not going to do that here. Amazon and stock rate, you could totally put this as 0. But like I said, I already put 3 average sellers. So that means we're probably not competing with Amazon that much. And yeah, besides that, let's just click apply and see what pops up. Remember, we had 441,000 brands before. Now, look at this. We only have 40 brands to choose from. This is great because chances are a few of these brands are good for us and we could go sell them on Amazon. So what do we want to do? We want to open up a few of them on Amazon. So let's do that. Just open up the first 3. As you can see here, the first one, Tool Shack, A.O. Smith are dominant sellers. Blue Penguin, which is the brand, is the dominant seller, but they're only the dominant seller 34% of the time. So that means there's room for us as well. So let's look into this. A.O. Smith, and here you see this extension right here that's loading in is Amazon DS Quickview. And essentially what this is, it shows how many sellers on each listing. So as you can see, there's 4 sellers on this listing, 8 sellers on this listing. So that means it's definitely FBA friendly. Some only have 1. Let's open up one of the ones, and then we see here's one with 5. So let's just look at these 3 and see what we're thinking about the Keepa charts here. And we see A.O. Smith, the brand is a dominant seller 64% of the time, but that means there's also 36% of the time it's a third-party seller. So let's look. Here, A.O. Smith is dominating buy box, but other sellers are getting buy box share. If we go into data and buy box statistics, we will see that, let's move out of seller amp over here, just one in the last days, A.O. Smith 70% of the time, but we've also had these other sellers getting buy box, and it's pretty evident here, offer count does move. So that means we could definitely hop on this listing. But as you notice here, the price is really steady around $69.99. That's something good to note, that A.O. Smith definitely has a MAP pricing policy, which means minimum advertised pricing. So essentially, A.O. Smith tells all their third-party sellers, hey, we cannot price lower than $69. And if you do, you could get kicked off the brand. And here we see there's some sellers on this listing, like CC Solution Retails, only 2 ratings. And this guy doesn't have many ratings either. So chances are we could get a wholesale account. Chances are here, same deal. Yeah, it looks relatively OA friendly. Like this one only has 1 seller. Sorry, not OA friendly. I meant wholesale friendly. So let's go look up A.O. Smith on Google and see what we can find here. A.O. Smith, all right. Let's type in A.O. Smith wholesale and see what pops up. Wholesaler, A.O. Smith. All right, let's see what happens. Wholesale partners, all right. So I see Visit ePortal. Let's see what Visit ePortal does. All right. So they definitely have a wholesale website. So we definitely have to contact the brand, wholesale channel partners, sign up. The website's down. But if they did, we could apply there. If not, what I would totally do is call up A.O. Smith and be like, hey, I wouldn't say you're an Amazon seller, of course. I'd be like, hey, my name's Michael with AO Distribution. We are interested in partnering up with you to bring your sales to Amazon, or we're an e-commerce partner or a wholesaler. Of course, this video isn't technically going over cold calling. I'll release another video going over cold calling specifics, some good scripts and stuff when you're cold calling a brand or cold emailing them. But this would be a great brand to contact. All right. So let's go into another one here. Here we see is the Power Pro brand. There's a lot of FBA sellers on here. I see 8 FBA sellers. I see 5 FBA sellers, 4, 3, 7. So this is definitely probably a decent brand for us to sell. And they definitely have a MAP pricing again, as we see right here. We see the pricing is relatively steady around $130 with several people. Some have a lot of reviews. This guy only has 40 reviews. So it's definitely probably possible for us to get a wholesale account with them. So let's check this listing out as well. All right, the pricing is a little more, not as steady, but I definitely think there's options here for us to get an account. So what we'll do, we'll just look up Power Probe, type them into Google, and see what pops up. Let's type in Power Probe Wholesale to see if they have a wholesale page. I do not see a wholesale page popping up, but we can definitely go on their website and see what's going on. And of course, if their website doesn't have anything for us, we can always just call the brand or email the brand and see here reseller and MAP pricing. Power Pro MAP. It says authorized reseller policy. So they definitely do have third-party resellers. We just have to contact the brand and see if we could possibly get an account with them. So that's the first 2 brands we've opened, right? With Smart Scout, and they both have been decent finds. So let's open up Blue Penguin. Let's open up, we're going to open up Eco Smart here. Let's look up 2 more brands. But it's all going to be relatively the same process. As we see, they all have multiple FBA sellers, which is good for us. And then that's why I highly recommend getting DS Quickview, the free Chrome extension, because you can see before you open them, 10 plus sellers, 6 plus sellers. They are not bad at all. And then we just type in Blue Penguin here on Google and see what we can find. Blue Penguin Wholesale. And then we see not much popped up. Let's see, what is this? Blue Penguin Outdoor Faucet, maybe? Make it more specific so it knows what we're talking about, so it doesn't think we're talking about the toy. All right. So I am seeing a bunch of other places that sell them. So I'm going to assume we got to find the manufacturer. But this is definitely a good brand to do some research in, find who we can contact. Because as you can see, there's 30 plus sellers on a lot of these listings. And the sales rank's really good. Like, look, 62 sales rank. Customers usually keep this item, minimal returns. It's a good item for sure. We just got to find the brand and contact them. And same with EcoSmart. Some of their listings are sold by Amazon, but other ones like this guy right here have 11 sellers on it. So we just got to contact the brand and see how we can get this. And I'm assuming this is a frequently returned item because these are light bulbs and people probably package them terribly and they probably break in transit. But yeah, that is essentially Smart Scout brand research. All right. The key things you got to note here, you want to get this down typically under 100. Make a list of the ones you want to contact, get their contact info on your list, and then spend a day calling up each brand, trying to open up brand direct account with them. Worst case, they say no, try to get their distributor at least so you know who to contact in the future, which may be worth your while, right? And then you can go through all 40 of these. And of course, come in here and play with your filters. Try to alter them a bit to try to get more brands, less brands. Alter your categories as well, because we're just an automotive, patio lawn, and tools and home improvement. There's so many other categories to find good brands. Place your first PO and what to do when you get a price list from a distributor. So as you can see here, I have a price sheet from a distributor that I used to work with over a year ago. So this is an old price sheet. These prices are not in reflection and accurate to this. Plus, you don't even know the distributor's name because I'm not showing you guys it. So anyways, this is what a distributor's price sheet would look like. But keep in mind, every distributor, how they do their price sheets are slightly different. But in general, this is what it will look like. Most of them have some type of item or SKU number. This is their internal inventory system. This is very important for them, not really for you. The description is the name of the product, cases in stock, which is how many cases they have of the product in stock, case packs. This basically means in each case, how many units are in each case. So in one case of these, there's 36 units in there. And then the UPCs, which is the unique product code for every single item. So basically you would search yourself on Amazon to find the matching item. And then the cased price. The case price is also super important because this is the price for the case of 36. So obviously you have to divide 170 by 36 to get the unit price. And also, as you can see in the descriptions, they have the ounces, like how, so this medicated cream is 4 ounces each, and there's 36 units in the case. So you need to very clearly understand what this all means, because you got to remember, this is the case price. This is the case price. It's not the unit price. Okay? So you read all this, and then there's 2 ways to go about searching this. One, you can manually search it. Manually searching something is the best way to do it, but it's the most time intensive and it won't be practical most of the time, as many sheets are thousands and thousands of lines. But the perk about manually going through a wholesale sheet is that you won't miss anything, because oftentimes UPCs don't match on Amazon. For example, that medicated cream, the may be on Amazon, but it may not have this UPC because this UPC may be new and the listing on Amazon's a little outdated, but it's still the same product. So when you go put this in a software, it won't be able to find this UPC because it's trying to just match UPCs. It doesn't know that this name is the same, you know? So that's why it's very important sometimes to do it manually. But of course, not always. You can't do that. So putting in the software is the best way. If you have thousands of lines, you need to get it done quickly, throw it in the software, and it'll give you all the results to the Amazon listing so you can quickly search. All right. So now that you have this, what softwares do I recommend if you go to software route? I recommend Keepa Product Viewer. It's included with your Keepa subscription. It's right here, Data Product Viewer. So it's included with your Keepa subscription, and it'll allow you to search every single product. Meanwhile, there's other softwares like Smart Scout. Smart Scout is way more advanced than this, but it also costs a lot more. It's well over $60 a month. But we do have a 25% off subscription deal in the Discord for all members. So if you want to sign up for Smart Scout, they have a free trial too, and plus you can get 25% off for I think 3 months using our code. So take advantage of that. But basically, Smart Scout will allow you to do a lot more other things. For example, you can throw in the whole price sheet, bring up if it's profitable based off the price they give you, and a lot of other cool metrics. Whereas Keepa is more so just bringing up the Amazon listings that match the UPCs. But I recommend Keepa for beginners just because you don't need to add on another subscription. You already have Keepa, and this is included with it, so it's more than sufficient. So basically for Keepa, you would copy and paste all your UPCs, throw them in there, and then click Load List. You could also do a text file if you threw them all in a CSV file, exported them, and just throw them in there. Also, if you have the ASINs for some reason, you can do that as well. But basically, click Load List, see what pops up. So Keepa's going to bring up all the matching UPCs, and as you can see, there's 102 UPCs that aren't on Amazon. So this is what I'm saying, manually sourcing is a little better sometimes. But of course, going through 1,000 lines is going to take you a long time, so this may be the move. So here you see Keepa brings up the data for every single listing. You see, brings up the sales rank, the reviews, the buy box price, the 90-day averages, who's on the buy. Literally brings up everything Keepa would give you. It brings it up over here. And plus you can hover over everything and see general Keepa charts. So basically what you do is you would start deciding what do you want to buy, what do you don't want to buy, what you need to ask for a discount. All right. And then once you build that order up in your Google Sheet, you build that order up, you need to place a PO, and you need to be professional about sending that PO in, because they deal with big companies, and big companies send in POs that look like this. And so this is a basic PO sheet. You guys all have this in the description. And basically what you do is you would fill this out with your company information. You can, of course, edit it to how you please. This is just an example. I currently use this sheet pretty much, just I colored it blue. And basically you would fill out the information. So the item number, description, quantity, cases, cost, and then this would calculate the total prices. Remember, you may have to alter these lines depending on the information your distributor gives you. But this is the general thing that most distributors ask for. They usually always ask for an item number, a SKU number, which is their internal identification, similar to what you have right here, because it helps them know exactly what product you're talking about. So then at the bottom, you have your totals calculation. Taxes would just be 0 because you have sales tax exempt on wholesale. And then shipping and handling, if the wholesaler is charging you for any shipping costs, that would go there. Then your grand total, put your date, and then whoever made the PO, I would put their name and their date here as well. And then down here at the bottom, you should always put your name, email, and phone number, or whoever is in charge of purchasing within your company. They should go down there. So that way, if there's ever an issue here, they know who to contact. Because sometimes the person sending in the PO is not the person in charge of purchasing within that company. I mean, this applies to bigger wholesale companies, bigger Amazon businesses, but for most of you, you're going to be all in one shop. So this will just be your info down here. So that is the general way what to do when you get a price sheet and how to go through it and how to place that PO. And if you want more in-depth guidance on this, you would obviously need to use Smart Scout to go through that price sheet, which is a whole other video on it. So I hope you all watch that. And yeah, I hope to see you all in the next video. All right, now guys, we're going to talk about buying our own freight, right? So say, you're working with a distributor or wholesaler and they're like, hey, Michael, we don't offer freight. We don't offer free shipping. You got to arrange your freight yourself. All right. So if that time comes, there's an easy way to do it. Don't stress. There's a website called Freight Quote. Make an account and then you'll go to this page where you can request a quote. Now I'm going to walk through it with y'all, how it works to get a quote and get going with your day. Now, the one thing I want you guys to be aware of is that sometimes wholesalers tell you, hey, we don't offer freight for free, but we can arrange it for you. And if they say they can arrange it for you, I always recommend you reaching out to them and saying, hey, yes, can you arrange it for me and give me a quote? And do that, but also shop the quote yourself here on Freight Quote, because your quote may be cheaper than what they give you. But 9 times out of 10, the distributor can get better shipping rates than you because they ship a lot of volume and they get good rates. Now, 2, if a distributor says to you, hey, we offer free shipping, okay? Ask them, how much of a discount can I get if I arrange freight myself? Because I've once had a distributor tell me, oh, we can give you 5% off if you arrange freight yourself. And this was on like a $50,000 order. So yeah, you do the math, that's $2,500, right? Discount. And the freight only cost me $1,000 for I think it was like 6 pallets or something. It cost me like $1,000. But I just saved $1,500 by doing it myself. Most people never think about asking that or will ever do that, but that's a key thing you should always do. So now let's shop freight. So you make your account. It's going to ask you first, LTL, full truckload, small parcel. Unless you're shipping like 15 plus pallets, you're not going to be full truckload. A full truckload is typically 26 pallets. But once you pass like a 15 pallet range, it could work to get a full truckload, because it doesn't have to be they don't have to fill up the truck fully, but it'll just be a truck dedicated to you. But most likely everyone who's watching this is going to do 1, 2, 3 pallets. So you're going to do LTL, which stands for less than truckload. So standard LTL, and then you're going to put where you're shipping from. So put the address. So for this example, I'll just put an address that I'm familiar with in South Florida. It should pop up. City or postal code. I don't know why it didn't pop up. Here it is. And then if you want a more accurate quote, you can put in this, but it doesn't matter. As long as you get the zip code right, it should be good. And then after you click the price you want, it'll ask you for the final address. Now, type of location it's coming from, right? It's shipping from. So if it's shipping from a distributor, it should be coming from a business, right? And then this is an important question. If it coming from any of these places, it's probably not coming from like a warehouse, most likely. So this wouldn't apply to you. Now, do you need any additional services at the pickup location? If it's coming from your wholesaler, it's not going to need anything. A liftgate, is a thing that brings the pallet down from the truck. If the warehouse it's coming from doesn't have a loading dock, where the truck can just back in and just roll the pallet out, or a forklift to take the pallet out of the truck, then you would need a liftgate. But every single wholesaler is a big company. They won't need a liftgate. But for example, you who is receiving the pallet at your warehouse, or if you got it shipped to your house, you most likely will need a lift gate, because most warehouses that are smaller that you guys are getting are not going to have lift gates. So you will need it yourself. So are not going to have like loading docks, and you probably don't have a forklift, so you're going to have to get a lift gate. And just so you know, lift gates typically charge about $50 to $75 extra to get a lift gate on a truck. So it's like no here, request loading date, we'll just do it for tomorrow. And then where is it going to? So I'll put another address here in Florida that I know, and then it's going to a business. If it's going to residential, it's important you say it, because it's going to be extra, and if you don't pay extra up front, they will charge you extra down the line, and you don't want that to happen. Now, lift gate at delivery, because for example, if it's coming to my personal warehouse, we do not have a loading dock. For example, I've noticed, at least in Florida, it's hard to come across warehouses with loading docks unless you're getting to like close to 10,000 square feet, which we are not at. So lift gate. And then what items are you shipping? So item description, we are shipping consumer electronics. This does not need to be specific, guys. But say if you're shipping shampoos, just put shampoos. If you're shipping just like more just like general like crap, just put general merchandise. Just something basic that gets along the lines. Packaging type, you're always going to be shipping 48 by 40. That's standard pallet size. In the United States, all pallets are 48 long, 40 wide. European pallets are different sizes, but unless you're in Europe, we're not talking about Europe here, okay? And then the height. The height's pretty important to get the pretty close to the accurate height. So, for example, we can put 5 feet tall, which is 12 inches by 5 feet is 60 inches. And then the weight. The weight is pretty important, guys, to get the weight accurate. So your wholesaler should be able to tell you all this stuff on what's the dimensions and weight, no problem. If you are shipping a pallet yourself and you need to measure it, obviously you wrap it up and you can measure it with a tape measure. But to get the weight is, you might be thinking like, Michael, how am I going to weigh my entire pallet? Well, here's a pro tip. A pallet weighs about 50 pounds, so that should just be your standard pallet weight. Now, the boxes that you're putting on the pallet, weigh them. And you're most likely, if you're doing wholesale, most of your pallet's probably mostly one item, okay? So if you have a bunch, if you say you have like 20 boxes of all the same exact items inside, just weigh one of the boxes. Say that box weighs 10 pounds. So then you have 20 boxes times 10 pounds. That's 200 pounds plus a 50-pound pallet, so 250 pounds. So let's just say for this example, our pallet is 70 or 700 pounds. And it's a new condition. It's not hazardous. Hazardous would only be if it's flammable, and you shouldn't be shipping anything flammable. And if you have another pallet, you can click add another item. Not a big deal. But just so you know, freight prices are calculated by almost density, for example. So it's hard to explain if you don't understand what density means, but just go look it up. But for example, if you're shipping a bunch of ping pong balls, right? Ping pong balls don't weigh anything. But if you put 1,000 ping pong balls on a pallet, it's going to take up a lot of space. It'll probably be like a 6-foot tall pallet after 1,000 ping pong balls, but that pallet may weigh like 50 pounds. So if you think about it like that, a 6-foot tall pallet that weighs 50 pounds, that thing's going to be wobbling around, right? It's going to be wobbling here and there. Chances of it tipping over is high. Versus say you're shipping air fryers, right? And each air fryer weighs 25 pounds, and then you put 20 of those on the pallet, now my pallet weighs 1,000 pounds. Okay, so 1,000-pound pallet, and the weight is evenly distributed heavily across the entire pallet. That pallet's going to be way cheaper to ship, and it's probably going to be in freight class 70, versus those ping pong balls are going to be freight class 500. And the higher the freight class, the more expensive it is to ship. So something like this, I'm going to assume is probably around 100 freight class. Let's see what it's going to automatically calculate for us. Oh yeah, 92.5, pretty good. If you want to learn more about freight class, you can click this, read about it, and it will explain it to you. Like hardwood flooring, right? So like kitchen floor, that's like expensive. Wax paper, bowling balls, those are heavy. So you see densities, good. But see, for example, if we go higher, we get car parts, gumball machines, windshield glass, ping pong balls. That's the density sucks. All right, now we'll get some quotes. I'm assuming it's probably gonna be like 200 or so. Let's see, unless freight prices went up. And just so you know, LTL rates typically are cheaper based off more pallets you ship. So right now we see the cheapest rate is $239, and we see line charge is $154, fuel is $30. So if we weren't getting the liftgate, we would just be at 185, but since we're getting a liftgate, it's an extra 55 bucks. This company charges $60 for a liftgate. And I would always recommend just picking the cheapest company. Like I've shipped with, I believe, every single one of these companies and they're all solid. AAA Cooper is typically who we use if we're shipping within the state of Florida, as they're always the cheapest. But let me show you, if we go back and pick 2 pallets, remember it was $239 for one. Say we just have 2 the exact same pallet, and then I guarantee you it's going to be a very similar price. It's because they like volume, these companies, so the more you're shipping, the cheaper it's going to be. So let's see. And keep in mind, if you're shipping across the country, like I'm shipping from Florida to California, we may be like at $1,000, you know, or not $1,000 per pallet, but like $500 per pallet. So it's best to, you know, try to ship in your general area of the country if possible. And like I said, if you're buying something from California, it's worth it that you try and get a prep center out in California so you're not shipping it across the country to you in Florida or vice versa. And notice we were at $239, now we're at $245 for 2 pallets. So we only added $6 and got a whole extra pallet. So you see, volume is key, and that's basically how you buy shipping. So if you just select this quote, you go to the next page, you'll fill in your info and you'll be good to go. But I don't want to do that because you guys don't need to see my actual addresses. But yeah, that's how you buy shipping, and I'll see you all in the next part of the course. All right, y'all, now let's talk Boxem. What is Boxem and why am I about to recommend it to y'all? Well, Boxem is a shipping creation software. So I pretty much recommend Boxem to everyone because if you don't use Boxem, you have to do this between or within Seller Central. So for example, if you're going to list your product and create an FBA shipment, there's 2 ways to do it. One, you go into your Seller Central, click create a shipment, make it super clunky process. It takes forever, it sucks, don't recommend it at all. Or you use a software like Boxem. And this is essentially what Boxem looks like. You see shipping details, ships from, you know, add it to your shipping thing. It's very, very straightforward. And right now I'm just going to talk to you all about Boxem. I'm not going to personally do a Boxem walkthrough because Amazon is constantly changing the shipment workflow, which is why I don't recommend doing it on Amazon, which basically what happens is these softwares like Boxem have to constantly be updating their shipment workflows. So just because if I make a walkthrough right now to y'all, that walkthrough could be irrelevant in 2 weeks from now when I even go post this YouTube video. So I'm not going to do that. What I recommend, once you sign up for Boxem, you hop in over here to the Boxem YouTube channel and watch one of their tutorials. Just watch the most recent one. As you can see, like literally 7 days ago, they had to make a fully updated tutorial from something that was posted a month ago, and so on and so forth, because the thing is completely changing all the time because of Amazon. Now, but it's a 4-step process. It keeps track of your inventory and shipments, which is very important. So that way you're able to be aware if anything gets lost in transit. And the great thing about Boxem is, I mean, here's some more pictures of what the software looks like. And also has basic profit and loss. You know, it's getting better as time goes on. Boxem's a relatively new software. I'm personally friends with the owner of Boxem, and I personally do recommend it. Now, these are all the pictures of Boxem, in-depth analytics, all that good stuff. Now you may be wondering, how much does this thing cost? So yeah, go to pricing, and in pricing, they have 2 options you can do. You can pay annually or you pay monthly. I'm assuming everyone who's watching this video is at least going to do their first month as a 1-month plan. They're not going to just sign up for $500 in a year. They're going to go monthly first, you know, and then get the basic plan. The only difference is the professional plan. You get to do LTL shipments. So if you're not doing wholesale, it doesn't matter to you. 2D barcodes. 2D barcodes is a special barcode that allows your shipments to check in slightly faster than Amazon. It's really not much faster at all. So that's what you get for an extra 20 bucks a month. And you also get access to early beta features. So really for anyone who's watching this video who's a new Amazon seller, the standard for 50 bucks a month is really all you need. And once again, I really want to emphasize, you do not need Boxem by any means, guys. You do not need it. You can do it through Seller Central yourself. But do I recommend Boxem? Yes. Do I personally want everyone to get Boxem? Yes, because it will help you greatly. And also, if you all want to help me out a bit for making this entire course for y'all, you can use the link in the description for Boxem. You can use the link here in this Notion document I'm whipping up for y'all that has all the links to every software. And Boxem, you know, you use the link, you get a 2-week free trial like you see right here. You know, price locked for 1 year. So if the price goes up, don't worry about it. And yeah, I'm more than welcome to help you all set it up. And if you're inside the WAP group, just ask your questions. But yeah, that's Boxem. Please get it. It will make your life easier. Of course, when you first sign up for your Amazon account, you don't have to. And if you're just doing FBM, it's really not needed as well. But once you start doing FBA shipments, I promise you, you're going to want Boxem. So I'll see you all in the next part. Now let's talk SellerBoard, guys. What is SellerBoard and why would I recommend getting another software for $15, $20 a month? Well, SellerBoard is your all-in-one accounting software. If you want to know and be up to date with how much money you're making in Amazon, how many units you have in Amazon, where all your fees and expenses are, SellerBoard is for you. And I have a link down in the description and here on our Notion document that also gives you a 2-month free trial. So basically, once you start buying inventory and selling it on Amazon, just get the free trial, guys. It's 2 months free. And if you don't like it after 2 months, cancel it. All right. But basically, SellerBoard allows you to see all your numbers. You know, they have a mobile app that's quite good. Personally, I never look at my Amazon seller app. I'll just look at the SellerBoard app because I like to see my profit, you know. So you can see your orders per day, units per day, returns. If you're spending money on ads, which you guys are not because you guys are doing arbitrage and wholesale, your estimated payout, your net profit. But what I really like about SellerBoard is how you can see all the Amazon fees. You can see the fulfillment fees, referral, if you're getting any storage fees, your inbound transportation, all the fees that Amazon charges. You can see every single one every single day. And it's great because, you know, sometimes you're wondering like, okay, where is all, like I sold 978, but I'm only getting 211 in profit. I know I spent money on my products, but like there's somewhere in fees, and what are all the fees for? That's what I love about it. You can see the whole cost breakdown, you know, your units, costs, shipping, refunds, Amazon fees, your cost of goods, all that stuff. It breaks it down for you. And let me show you guys more deeply here in the pricing section. I'm assuming most of y'all who sign up for this, unless you guys really love it after 2 months, you're going to go with the monthly plan. And basically for anyone who's new, the $19 a month is going to be for you. You know, it's basically allows you to get up to 3,000 orders per month. So once you pass that, you're going to have to upgrade to 29 bucks a month or 39. But anyone who's watching this video, you're probably new. So you're going to be at the $19 a month plan, and it will allow you to track all your profits. I personally love SellerBoard. It's super easy to use. And then just note, once you get to like probably like 5,000 units a month or like higher sales volume, 50,000 sales a month and $50,000 in sales per month, you're going to want to look into getting a bookkeeper as well, who's going to like analyze your books every month at QuickBooks, make sure you're making enough money, monitoring everything else in your business to make sure you're not losing any money, right? Because a bookkeeper is basically going to help you file your taxes and stuff. But you really don't need that when you're first starting out. SellerBoard's more than sufficient, but down the line, when you get more deep into Amazon, a bookkeeper is the way to go. And if you guys want help and recommendations on that, just shoot me a message on WAP and I got you. But yeah, that's SellerBoard. That's why I recommend it. Use the link in the description. You get 2 months free. I'll see you on the next part. So now we're going to talk repricing, specifically Aura. And I don't know if y'all remember earlier in this course where I was showing you guys a Keepa chart, and you see how the price just fluctuates all the time throughout the day. $29.86, $29.90, $29.99. The price fluctuates throughout the day. And different people are getting buy box throughout the day. Essentially what Aura does, Aura is a software that connects to your Amazon account and you set it up so essentially it automatically adjusts your price based off your parameters throughout the entire day to make sure that you are the most competitive that you can be on every single listing. The goal of Go Aura is to help you get the highest price possible, but also get you on the buy box the most amount of times possible. Now, when is Aura worth it? Aura is worth it, in my recommendation, once you get like 15 to 20 different unique ASINs in your store, go get Aura. Because before then, you can just go on your Seller Central account and just click match buy box throughout the day, and that's good enough. But once you get a little bit more, it's recommended that you get Aura. And the nice thing about Aura is that they have an early stage program for new sellers. The only repricer on the market that does this, and it's $27 a month for up to 12 months. And also if you upgrade to their full plan during this, you get 3 months at 50% off. So it's a win-win for you. But essentially It's for sellers who are doing below 10K in monthly sales and who have max 50 listings. So that's probably everyone watching this. So, and besides that, they also give you a 2-week free trial if you use the link in the description down below or on the Notion document, right? Because here on the Notion document, I have the aura for doing 10K a month, $27 a month. And then of course, if you're a bigger seller or once you graduate to doing more sales per month, you can get the full aura subscription, still get a 14-day free trial, and it's $97 a month. You don't need the more expensive ones unless you're a much bigger seller. As you'll see here, once you pass 50K a month in sales, then you'll need to go to the plus. But at that point, you know, you're going to be making enough money. You'll see why it's totally worth to upgrade to $200 a month for a Repricer. Now, Aura, 2-week free trial, $27 a month for the beginners out here. I promise you it's worth it. And if you have any more specific Aura questions, feel free to shoot me a DM and we can talk about it more. Also, just so you know, when everyone who signs up for Aura, they allow you to get a free onboarding class. Basically what happens is you sign up for an onboarding call with someone who works at the Aura team, and they will hop on a Zoom call with you, share your screen, and walk you through exactly how to set it up the most efficient way possible. And just like other softwares, they're constantly changing. So instead of me making you a full tutorial showing you how I set up mine, how I recommend is you sign up for Aura yourself once you see it's reasonable for you, and then you hop on an onboarding call with the Aura team and they'll walk you through the whole process on how to most efficiently set it up. Yeah, so that's Aura, and I'll see you all in the next. All right, everyone, let's talk account health. This is one of the last things we need to touch on in this Amazon course because account health is a little bit important. Well, it's very important, something you should monitor, but as long as you follow pretty much everything I told you all to do in this course, you know, keeping track of all your order confirmations, making sure the people you are buying for are legitimate, making sure all the things you buy have the same information that's on your Amazon account, you should be okay. But I took this screenshot of my account health page just to show y'all a bit of what it means. So here we see the account health page, and what is the most important thing here? So let's start here on the left, customer service performance. This would be order defect rate. This essentially would be any order that the customer receives are they complaining that there's like a defect? For example, did the item arrive damaged or different things like that? And as you can see, I have 0% defect rate, and you just need to keep it under 1%. Once you go above 1%, your account will become at risk of deactivation, but as long as it's not happening a lot, that won't happen to you. And keep in mind, you can see here, there's 7,200 FBA orders in the last 60 days. So obviously if I get a few here or there, it's not gonna affect me much. But you gotta remember, say you only do like 10 orders, right? And then one of them is something's wrong with it, right? That's gonna get you at that 1%. Or sorry, even that's gonna get you at 10%, right? 1 of 10 is 10%. So, you know, the more volume you do, the less these things come to affect you, all right? And then down here, you just see negative feedback and all this. This is most likely gonna stay 0. I wouldn't worry about this over here. If it does arise, you're more than welcome to chat with me and we can try to figure it out. But policy compliance, this middle part is the most important. First thing you'll see is the account health rating. And this is just really an arbitrary number. It doesn't mean much as long as you're above 200. Anyone who's starting off with Amazon, you're going to be at 200. That's the baseline. When you go below 200, then there's something wrong with your account. You can go up to 1,000. And to hit 1,000, you need to be doing like 5,000 to 10,000 orders per month. It's a lot to hit 1,000. Most people, I don't know, hit 1,000. Typically, the people who have 1,000 are doing really cheap items, like a lot of grocery items that sell fast and they're really cheap. Versus me, like my average order costs or my average sale price is like around $50. So we don't sell as much, but we do a lot of volume in terms of gross sales. All right, so now we can look at the issues. So let's start off with what I have flagged here. Product authenticity customer complaints 3. And this means 3 customers have complained to me saying, Michael, we think what you sold me is fake. And this does happen, guys. The more volume you do, the more likely you'll see it. Also, the category you're selling in is going to affect it more. For example, if you're selling lots of shoes, like I sell a decent amount of shoes, you will get these more often than other people, okay? But if you're selling lots of grocery, you're probably never going to get one, all right? And what do? Remember, like I said before, as long as we're keeping track of all our order confirmations, our emails, our invoices, all that stuff we're keeping track of, when one of these arises, we just have to submit all those documents to Amazon, and then Amazon 9 out of 10 times will remove it first try. You may have to submit it a few times similar to Ungating, but you'll get it removed. I've always got authenticity complaints removed because I keep track of all my documents, all right? I just haven't got a chance to submit these yet, but as you note, you see for a new Amazon account, when you get one of these, your account may say account at risk of deactivation up here. But, you know, because my account has history, you know, we sell lots of items on Amazon, 3 doesn't really affect my account at all. That's kind of just why I haven't done it yet, but that's really on me. I should be going to do it. Now we'll go to food and product safety issues. This happens very rarely. I believe I got this on like a item. It really, guys, this, I wouldn't worry too much if you get a food or product safety issue. Typically those resolve its own. That's why I haven't done anything. 9 out of 10 times, it'll get resolved by itself. Same down here with other policy violations, usually something random, it'll get resolved by itself. And really, guys, anything under the row 3 here, or anything under authenticity complaints almost never happens. So don't really worry about that. I will touch base quickly on product condition customer complaints. This is, for example, say you're selling new items, right? And customers are complaining that the item's coming used. And I'll be honest, this happened to me one time, and it was actually quite a big deal because Amazon, what happened was I had like 500 units still in stock, and this was an expensive electronic item. I think my buy cost was $75. We were selling it like for $140. And Amazon put all my 500 units as stranded inventory until I fixed this issue. Basically, I had to prove to Amazon saying that my items are being sold as new, and Amazon had to send an employee in one of their warehouses to go to find my items in their warehouse, take pictures of them, submit them to the online platform for the customer support representative and for myself to see that it is actually sold in new condition. And in my opinion, I think one of the reasons customers were saying that the item was sold used is because this item had a quite high return rate. And what I think was some customers were buying it, using it like one time, right? It was a hair clipper. So they're using it one time, cutting some hair, and then they returned it, left some hair on the item. And then when Amazon received it back to their warehouse, the employee who was supposed to be looking at it didn't look at it well and just marked it as good condition, put it back in my inventory. And then when another customer bought it, you know, they received that inventory and yeah, there was some hair on it. And that's unfortunate because Amazon should have marked it as not allowed to be sold as new again and ship it back to me. And then we could have cleaned it and then resent it into Amazon. But, you know, we got it resolved because we were buying legitimate product. And at the end of the day, if you're buying legitimate product from a legitimate supplier, these issues don't affect you. But the intellectual property violations right here, suspected and received, these are pretty detrimental to your account. Likewise, if you have a lot of sales history on Amazon, it won't affect you as much. If you're new, it could affect you more. And basically, remember earlier when I was showing you guys Keepa charts and say we're at 70 sellers consistently, and then all of a sudden overnight it drops from 70 to 2 sellers, that's an IP complaint. And you know, I've never got an IP complaint. And the reason is because IP complaints are generally avoidable because we can look at a Keepa chart history and see if we see any cliffs on the offer count on the Keepa chart, we know there's an IP complaint, don't sell it. And plus SellerAmp puts the IP complaint alert as suspected IP complaint so you know when it's happening. So as long as you're paying attention, you're not going to get an IP complaint. I've had a few people come up and ask me like, hey, Michael, I got an IP complaint. And then I say, hey, send me the ASIN, let me check it out. Then I go and check out the ASIN. I'll be like, bro, if you looked at the Keepa chart like 4 months ago, you saw an IP complaint happened and you saw all the sellers drop off overnight. Like you should have saw that. And they're like, oh, my bad, I didn't know. Well, now you know. So IP complaints are generally avoidable. Of course, it could always be the first time it happens on a listing. If that case it happens, whatever. All you basically got to do is just say like, hey, I'm not going to sell this product again. And you're good. But if it's happening to you all the time, then there's something to be worried about. Now we have the shipping performance. This is basically only for FBM orders. All right. So basically, is anything shipped late? Is anything canceled? Valid tracking, if it's arrived on time. And really, guys, what I just want to say is make sure that you ship your things on time. The worst thing you can do is ship it late. So when I mean that, like if you're supposed to ship it by today, ship it today. Do not ship it tomorrow. Like you can kind of get away with it. Worst case scenario, like I just have to buy the shipping and then that kind of marks it in an Amazon system as shipped and then you can drop it off tomorrow. So at least do that if worst case scenario, but do not, and I repeat, do not, ship it late without alerting Amazon, buying the shipping label, doing anything, because that's not good for your account health. And I know a lot of people who had issues where they got deactivated and they couldn't do any FBM because they were shipping all their orders late. All right. But yeah, that's account health. If you ever have account health issues, you know, hit me up in the WAP. We can do a live stream over it, whatever. And I'm here to help, guys. All right. So I'll see y'all in the next part. All right. Y'all made it here to the end of the course. Wow. That was probably an exciting past 7 hours for y'all. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. And if at least one person learned something, is able to start a profitable business from this, I'll be happy. Now, you may be wondering, what's next? What's next for me? What's next for y'all? For y'all, if you haven't started selling on Amazon yet, your first step is to make that Amazon account, right? And if you haven't selling on Amazon a bit, your next step is to implement what you saw from this course to scale your sales to 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 plus every single month, right? And if you want a community of like-minded Amazon sellers and live support, weekly live streams with me and all that other fun stuff, you're more than welcome to join the WAP group down in the description below. I'd love to have you in there. I'd love to chat with you more personally. But besides that, what's coming from this YouTube channel moving forward? Moving forward, I am going to be documenting my private label journey. Like I mentioned in the beginning of the course, I am building my own product, my own brand. This brand is actually called New Heat. We're creating a software on your phone, a phone app, and we're also creating supplements. Our first product is going to be an energy gummy. This gummy has caffeine, L-theanine, B vitamins, and a few other nootropics in there to help boost energy quickly, fastly, and efficiently, but most importantly, in a healthy manner. You know, we're not putting any crappy ingredients in there. It's all natural, vegan, no sugars, all that good stuff. So if you want to follow along that journey, subscribe to the channel, follow me on Instagram. And if you just have general Amazon questions, like I said, you're more than welcome to ask them down in the comments. You're more than welcome to shoot me a DM on Instagram, or just join the WAP group and we can chat in there and you can ask your questions on live calls. But besides that, this is the 7-8 hour Amazon course. I hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, I'll see you all in the next video. Peace out, guys.